When you had three people in here, you couldn't hear the third person.
Nah.
I don't know where they were sitting.
Nah, because I've got these little pedal ones.
Oh, yeah.
So I was setting it up and doing it. Yeah, so, yeah, that's why.
Yeah, right.
Oh, let's get some stuff set up here.
Anyway.
All the best today, John.
Okay, Andrew.
Thanks, Andrew.
No worries. Oh my goodness me, field musicians and everything. Jeez.
Did you come yesterday?
No, I had to work yesterday.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Close. I didn't do much work.
It's hilarious. I logged on at lunchtime and I went, what the? I felt like it was deja vu from last year. So, yes. So you'll commentate the first stint?
First session, yep.
Very good.
Amanda's got to go out later this afternoon, so I said to Brad, I'll come over first up.
Yep.
Jeez. I haven't seen that before.
Yes, no, I have. So that was their original well, Northwest Tasmanian Cricket Association's first effort to do basically statistics and stories of each season from when it was formed in 51, 52.
Yeah.
So they really need to do another one if they could. Obviously, got to find someone at the time and want to do it. To update it to be up to the modern thing, because I know books aren't a big thing anymore. But even if you either did it as a, how the Northwest Basketball Union recently had their 50th anniversary.
Yep.
So maybe you could do something like that for like a. Because what are we up to now? How many years now? hang on, 51, 52. So
70.
yeah.
No, 75
It'll be the 70th anniversary
next year.
next year.
Yeah.
So hypothetically,
Hence why they cancelled the
Rightio.
all right, over to it, John.
Welcome to the Latrobe Recreation Ground for day 2 of the Hershey Seafoods Cricket Northwest first grade grand final between the Ulverstone Black Caps and the Sheffield Mountaineers. Set to be an enthralling day 2 here at the ground, with Ulverstone resuming play at 1 for 32 after bowling Sheffield out for 122 yesterday. A real grind yesterday for Sheffield, obviously in a lot of early trouble at 4 for 1 after Matthew Varner and Reece French done the early damage with the new ball. They recovered a bit, but Ulverstone hit back through Alex Winwood in the middle session with 4 wickets, and it helped bowl the Mountaineers out just before drinks on the in the final session. Ulverstone got through to stumps, 1 down, lost the wicket of Braden de Vries, caught behind, much to his chagrin, for 10, but Jordan Kelly and Jake Vincent saw them safely through to stumps, and they'll be the resuming batsmen looking to just to keep the Sheffield bowlers out for the first hour or so, you imagine, then look to catch in on what is a beautiful day for cricket. Joined in the commentary box for the first session by former Ulverstone Premiership player, Cricket Northwest board member James Smith. James, good to have you back again on the coverage.
Morning, Brad. Cracking day for it.
Lovely day for it. You've been out now, look at the pitch. You'd still, if you're a bowler, you still think there's a little bit in that pitch for to give you a bit of assistance.
Absolutely, hard as a rock, but yeah, still got a tinge of green on top. Nice thick covering of grass. So if the bowlers put in the effort, there's something there for them, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Very thick outfield, so it won't be a lay down misère that lots of runs will be scored today.
And certainly this first hour is going to shape up as the key hour in this game. If Sheffield can get some early wickets, then it's game on. But if Kelly and Vincent can negotiate a fair chunk of it and get the scoreboard ticking over, Ulverstone are well on the way.
Interesting start first up here. Looks like the skipper's going to have a bowl.
Yeah, so Mark Simmons thought he might have come on for a bowl last night for an over or two, just to change things up, but he stayed with his pace attack. But he's opening the attack here from the northern end of the ground, the last street end, to begin day 2. Mark Simmons had a terrific season as the Mountaineers captain coach with the ball, with 41 wickets at 13.63. That's a terrific season in anyone's book.
Yeah, interesting call. Like I said, it's fairly green out there still, and fairly cold on top, indicating there's a bit of moisture in the pitch. So, but that as it may, you might have a theory here against Jordan.
I think we said yesterday, Shane Warne's theory at the Gabba is if it seams, it spins. So
yeah, could be a bit of grip there.
Maybe a little bit of grip there for Mark with a ball that's only 15 overs old. So here he is, first ball, Simmons to Kelly, on the money, full delivery. Kelly drives out to cover there, no run. So reasonably regulation field here for Simmons. His protection's out the deep mid wicket, but he's on the money. First 2 balls, Kelly comes forward again.
Big test for Kelly here. He's shown a liking to spin in the past, especially over mid wicket.
A little bit shorter a length that one. Kelly stands up, punch it to the offside, no run. So also got the second grade grand final getting underway today up at the Sheffield Recreation Ground, where it's Sheffield taking on Devonport, and the Mountaineers are the defending premiers. As Kelly watches that one through to the keeper. The Devonport have won the toss and elected to bowl first up there at the mountain. From what I saw, a couple of pitches looked to be a pretty dry and flat pitch up there at the mountain, which I'd assume they're using the same pitch they had the first grade semi-final on last week.
Interesting call, Brad.
Kelly
Having a bowl first.
So unless there's a little bit, Devonport captain Chris Lindsay thinks there's a little bit in it early for himself and the rest of his attack. But Sheffield none for none up there with Blake Fiddler and Connor Heinrichsen opening the batting for the Mountaineers. So that should be a good game, that. I think Sheffield certainly the favourites, been on top in second grade all season, but Devonport have been able to get a couple of blokes back from their first grade team that played in the first grade semi-final last week. So they've been strengthened and will pose be a good opponent for the Mountaineers today as Vincent gets his run tally underway for the day. Clips one just in front of square there for one. He moves to 6. The score 1 for 34 after 16 overs. Weather-wise, it should be a beautiful day here at Latrobe. I think we're expecting about 21 degrees, only a couple of clouds in the sky. So with no issues with the weather, and I think tomorrow's looking pretty good as well. So good to see a grand final not affected by the weather.
Used to be notorious for some nasty weather.
You've been involved in a couple too, James. Or some out here at Latrobe. It was a Devonport Latrobe grand final, which biblical floods and. I distinctly remember a few Ulverstone blokes going flying as they tried to put covers on at Devonport one Friday afternoon. But no such issues here. Looking at the windsock, just a gentle probably nor'wester going across the ground at the moment. But other than that, perfect conditions for cricket.
Obviously for Sheffield, this man right here is the key.
He holds the key. Aidan Marshall on the bowl from the Gilbert Street end. The Cricket Northwest bowling average winner for the second year in a row. Didn't see him all season this season, but due to work commitments. But he made sure he was going to be available for all 3 days of the grand final.
To bowl a bad ball. Highly unlikely. No. So consistent.
So what's it like facing him? Because he's not quick, but it's just unerringly accurate all the time, isn't it?
It is. The key also, and Alex did it for a long time, and young Jonah's doing it now, is having a keeper up the stumps as well, because you can't use your crease at all with him, try and break his length up. So he can just sit on the length and swings it both ways. Very, very tricky.
In comes Marshall again. Vincent punches that one out to the offside, no run. So it's about, like as I said, he's missed a lot of cricket this year due to work, but he's still. You saw the bowlers like bowling every week type thing, like to get in that rhythm, but it certainly hasn't affected him too much. Marshall, he's got the job done when he's been available. And on the money.
He's that sort of player. You can every year after year, he just comes back, does the same thing.
Well, he's low maintenance, isn't he? He knows exactly what to do. I think during the pre-season, and he knows exactly what to do to keep himself right during the week in between games. So Vincent. It looked good. Didn't look too bad, Vincent, yesterday. For someone who's he hasn't set the world on fire runs wise, Jake Vincent this season. He's after coming up from Hobart, he's 10 innings, only 149 runs. That's a nice shot there. Punches that one down the ground. He'll get at least 2.
Very slow.
But the outfield, still not the quickest of outfields. Jason Sims did give it a good cut last night. He was
a lot of clippings out there.
Yeah, I think he was that was purely because of how much grass he was bringing up cutting last night. I get the feeling it grew pretty quickly between him cutting it Friday morning and then Thursday morning, and a little bit of rain on it Thursday afternoon, and it's grown quite quickly, and it's still quite lush out there. So batsmen will have to work for their runs today, but it's a little concern to Ulverstone at the moment. They're just looking to.
Vincent's probably the right guy to have out there. He's not a dasher.
Yep. So,
shots like that are his game. Straight in the V. Cut when it's wide. Won't get much of that today, probably. But.
No. So 17 overs in the books now. Kelly on 17 not out. Vincent on 8. 1 for 36. The Sheffield lead down to 88. As Kelly goes on the drive, finds the gap between point and cover, gets one, comes back for a second, and will make it back easily. Good positive cricket again there from Kelly. Was busy at the crease last night, looking to really turn the strike over, especially with a left-hand, right-hand combination. And he's got the scoreboard ticking over already, moves up to 19.
I think that was the key last night. Anxiety and pressure mix up to do funny things with players, especially in grand finals.
And Kelly just nice soft hands there. Works it towards Sam O'Keefe there, the square leg umpire, and gets an easy single. Now I said to someone last night who messaged me just wanting to know, getting a quick after a quick synopsis of the game, I said you could roll up the flattest pitch in the world, I reckon, and wickets would still fall on the first grade grand final on day one.
Yep. You've got a better memory than me, but I cannot remember in my time being involved that someone's batted at least the first day.
Oh, jeez. Ooh. No, I can't remember. Oh, Simmons.
A bit.
That has gone between. It's gone beaten the inside edge of Vincent's bat there.
Straight over the stumps, I reckon.
And beat the keeper as well, Jonah Evans, and it's been signalled byes by umpire Scott Pearce.
Might have gripped a little.
I might have to do some consulting of the records here to find something like that. James, it's testing the memory a fair bit.
Looked a little bit like a wrong in that one.
Yeah. So, 18 overs gone, 1 for 41 here at Latrobe Recreation Ground. Ulverstone as they chase down Sheffield's first innings of 122. So, just going through the list of premiers. And I reckon it's been a while since a team batted today. I'd definitely say there was a Bernie Yeoman premiership in the early 2000s when Dale Baker made 150 odd. I'm tipping they probably batted a day there. They made about 420. So I'll back that one in. After that, it might be a bit of a struggle to find a team. Or maybe the Wynyard team in 04-05. Adrian Hall made 150 odd there for Wynyard. I would suggest maybe. I can't remember who batted first there, but I would suggest that Wynyard probably batted for a long time there at the Devonport Oval. As Kelly didn't quite get the feet across to that one. So Marshall in again. Left out lone, outside off stump there by Kelly. Wicket's fallen, early wicket for Devonport in the second grade grand final. Connor Heinrichsen caught Richard Glover bowled Chris Lindsay, the old grey warhorse for Devonport, for 5. Sheffield 1 for 7 after 3 overs.
Look up warhorse in the dictionary and there's a picture of CJ.
No surprise last week. Beautiful bowling conditions on the Saturday and picked up 3 early wickets in the Burnie innings. LBW bowled. Said yesterday. Batsmen still forget how he bowls.
Very similar to this bloke bowling now here. Consistent, swings it both ways, hard to get away.
Yep.
So interesting field here. I think Kelly can be prone to hitting through there on the onside. So got Alex King at a really forward square and a mid wicket.
Yes, he did clip a couple off his pads there, Kelly. He does like getting across his crease there and working it to the leg side. And Sheffield countered that with that fielder, a shortish mid wicket.
Fairly deep the square.
He is there. He clipped. I remember he clipped one in between those two fielders late yesterday. It was in the air, but it was straight in the middle of them. Kelly works
If
that
it was
one.
me, I definitely would not have a fine leg.
Waste of time for Marshall.
Yep. Get another slip in there.
Yeah, they need to go on the attack early, Sheffield.
Yep. Yeah, you can't die wondering. I think I heard someone say that last night, late in the day. You can't die wondering.
So 4 overs bowled so far this morning, safely negotiated by Ulverstone so far. They've taken the score up by 9 runs, 1 for 41. Kelly on 20, Vincent on 8. On day 2 of this Hersey Seafoods Cricket Northwest Grand Final. We'll also throughout the day bring you semi-final weekend up in Cricket North and in the Cricket Tasmania Premier League, where the Greater Northern Raiders are taking on University. So plenty of Northwest interest there as Vincent clips on to the leg side, gets himself an easy single. It's nearly too easy, that single.
That's all Ulverstone have to do, which again, to my point, really got to try and plug those gaps, make them do something they don't want to. There is no need for Ulverstone to go on the attack here.
No, they can pick up singles like that. The scoreboard will soon rattle along. As Mark Simmons makes a few changes to his field here, brings his deep mid wicket a little bit straighter. Full delivery, Kelly comes forward. No run.
Question: did Adrian Hall actually carry his bat in an A-grade grand
Well,
final?
I think you might be right. I should have brought the little pile of Cricket Northwest annual reports I've got sitting at home, which has that scorecard in it. And I think he may have. 155 not out. Oh, Kelly hits in the air. The fielder at mid-wicket there got a hand onto it. Was it dropped? I think that's
just short.
just
maybe?
short. Ethan Clark there at the mid-wicket. May have just been short. There doesn't seem to be too much disappointment on the faces of the Sheffield fielders. So it would suggest maybe it just bounced in front of him. But
Yeah, that's a better field now. Can't give him that cheap little single through square.
as Simmons to Vincent, no run on the leg side. So we'll find those Cricket Tasmania Premier League scores.
Raiders are up against it.
Yeah, very strong University team.
Oh,
That one kicked.
that's
Vincent-
really good running.
Vincent rode it nicely, and they've continued this excellent running between wickets here.
Shouldn't really be a single there, but especially early. Again, you probably want your fielders a bit closer than deeper. Make the batters do something.
So the University was sent in to bat down at University Oval, and are currently none for 26 with Radha Krishnan on 14 not out and Jake Doran a handy inclusion for Uni this week on 11.
Now, speaking of blokes holding their bats, those two could be quite capable of batting all day.
Yeah.
Radhakrishnan's temperament for Tassie has been bat and bat long. Jake Doran, same.
Marshall continue on here from the Gilbert Street end as Jordan Kelly just makes a few running repairs to his footwear there.
Tim Ward in at number 3 for Uni.
Yeah, it's starting to look like a pretty strong lineup all of a sudden, isn't it? It's the Raiders boys might need to bowl very well today. I'm tipping the curator at Uni wasn't going to bring up a green top for the Uni boys either.
No.
Given they were the higher placed team. Oh, Vincent Edge. It's gone between.
Sure if that flicked it sort of didn't carry.
No, it ballooned off, didn't it? Whether
flicked the keeper's gloves or.
Not sure, but
it's genuine.
A run's been given, so Vincent survives there. So trying to watching the left-handed batsman at the northern end is a bit tough in our commentary position here. You're not quite seeing too much. It's a half appeal there from Marshall, but way too high. And I suggest maybe going down leg side as well. Already a nice crowd building here at the Latrobe Recreation Ground. The Sheffield supporters out in Forcehaven near the curator's shed with plenty of green and yellow balloons. Big weekend for the club with their second grade team in the grand final as well. Up at the Sheffield Recreation Ground against Devonport, where they're now 1 for 15 in the 6th over with Blake Fiddler and Sheldon Parker at the crease. Kelly whips that one off the toes. A rare stray delivery from Marshall down leg side, and thankfully that finally came into play.
Bad bowling.
Bad bowling.
Don't set fields for bad bowling.
No. So Kelly helps himself to another 2, and Ulverstone continue this bright start. 20 minutes into the day's play, 6 overs gone. They've moved along to 1 for 47.
As you said earlier, Kelly does crab across his stumps a little bit, so there's potentially some protection there for Hobbit to attack the stumps. I wouldn't say Vincent looks totally at home against the spin here.
Simmons bowled him a couple of nice deliveries in that last over, which he just had a couple of struggles with.
Interesting field. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the leg. 6 and 3.
No, you don't say that too
Including
often.
a leg slip. Prefer
traditional slip.
Traditional slip too, actually.
So a funky field here set by Simmons as Vincent goes on the attack to a short pitch ball, but that man out at deep mid wicket prevents the boundary, keeps it to 1. Vincent moves along to 12 and the score 1 for 48. Semi-final, preliminary final, whatever you want to call it, up in Cricket North today between Riverside and Mowbray getting underway for the right to play Westbury in next week's grand final. Riverside none for 19 with Ramesh Sundra and Ben Kidd at the crease. So I think Westbury a pretty warm favourite to win that competition up there. They were a fair distance ahead of the second and third place teams.
They just keep getting it done, Westbury.
And if the Greater Northern Raiders don't make it through... Oh, that's close. Confident appeal from Simmons. turned down by umpire Scott Pearce.
Might have been missing off peg, I would suggest. Quite high too, isn't
Now,
it?
a little bit of bounce there for Simmons. He did get a couple to jump a little bit. No, well, it wasn't Simmons, but the bowlers from this end did get a couple to jump a little bit late last night. Simmons again.
There are some cracks out there underneath that nice grass covering, especially this end that Simmons is bowling from.
And left alone there by Kelly. Some feedback by a couple of pundits at the ground. I reckon these bowlers are bowling, they're around the wrong ends. Simmons needs to come from the southern end and Marshall from the top end.
Yeah, they probably need to bowl from the same end. I suggest Marshall's bowling with the breeze coming across the ground, helping his in-swinger to a right-hander, which is his stock ball.
Yep.
Agree with Simmons too. You get a bit of drift into the stumps to a right-hander.
We've had a answer to our question of teams that batted today. The great Trent Cooper's come through with an answer. Latrobe, when they won in 05-06, batted the day. Zane Littlejohn, 30 off about 200 balls. The Wombat.
That's epic.
Known for his football coaching ability, but was a handy cricketer back in his day. Zane.
There's been a lot of blokes in grand finals do that sort of job. Matt Varner last year did something similar.
Yep.
I think Alex McChristie might have done something like that in a grand final against Ulverstone.
No, that was McChristie didn't make too many in the grand final. He made a lot in the semi-final. The player you were thinking of is, I can't quite remember. I know Sam Pask did it in 04-05 grand final for Devonport as a night watchman.
They're generally not guys you'd expect.
No.
That's what grand finals do though.
Cade Bellinger helped Bernie over the line in a thrilling grand final against Ulverstone at the Oval.
Wasn't that thrilling,
with
Brad?
Dale Baker.
Wasn't that thrilling?
if you're on the other team, it wasn't. You couldn't get the two of them out.
Oh dear, what a day that was.
Bake batting with a broken thumb or a broken hand or something.
Yep. Yeah, that was a tough day. Probably made us what we became, though.
Yeah, no, a loss before you're going on a huge winning streak. So play also underway in the Burnie Cricket League Grand Final day up at Ryanna. Huge day up at Ryanna. They've got two grand finals on up there. Jeez. On the two grounds, and Stowport won the toss there, and a none for 45 off 8 overs with Lockie Bissett and Braden Hayes. Braden Hayes 39 off 26 balls, 3 4s, 3 6s.
Wow.
So he's gone on the attack early, young Braden.
Did drive past that ground last week on a bit of a work mission and...
Dry?
Dry? Wow. It was white. White tinge of yellow.
So runs are plenty up at Maroon Country today. So we'll keep an eye on that one.
Must be on water restrictions up that way.
Farmers need the water first.
Absolutely. Good dairy country up there.
So Marshall continuing on from the southern end here. Kelly drives.
Still would like to see another slip here.
So just the one slip at the moment. It's Geordie. Well, is he a first slip? He's probably more of a second slip, isn't he?
More
Geordie
of a second,
Marshall.
sort of having a bet each way.
Geordie Marshall, and then Ethan Clark there at Gully.
Even if you took the gully out and just brought
the
point round a bit further, chuck another slip in there exactly for that.
Marshall bowls an absolute peach there to Kelly. Beats the outside edge, but couldn't find it though. And Ulverstone successfully negotiated another over. 23 gone, 1 for 49. Kelly on 23, Vincent on 13. There's a posse of motorbike Harley riders past the ground here on the southern end.
Seemed to be a bit of hate towards Hawthorn yesterday too, Brad. I picked up on. Not sure why that is.
I think the hate towards Hawthorn, James, is because they bottomed out and they're back up on the top within about 2 years, which has irked many.
Yeah, that's fair.
Especially those of struggling clubs who haven't really bottomed out.
But haven't really
and are stuck in mid-table mediocrity like my Essendon unit or Shane Wootton's St Kilda team, as we briefly touched on in yesterday's last session. Vincent,
sorry, a run there. There's 3 blokes within 10 metres of each other.
He's just got a thick edge on that one. It's gone behind square, and they've still scampered through for a single. So Sheffield just need to tighten up a little bit in the field here. They're just giving away a few too many easy singles.
Yeah, as I've said, I'm not quite sure what they're trying to do there. Especially when the batsmen aren't really going to take them on as such. You sort of want to make the batsman do something he doesn't want to, which isn't really happening at the moment.
So in comes Simmons from the northern end. Short. Kelly keeps along the ground. Straight out to the fielder there at deep mid-wicket.
Lovely flick. Oh, not sure what the keeper was doing.
And the score moves along to 1 for 51. Comes Simmons again. And Vincent, they get that easy single.
Too deep.
There's been a
Too deep.
plethora of runs to that spot just behind square leg there. 2 fielders there, and they both just look powerless to stop it at the moment. And again,
That would be really frustrating as you're trying to build pressure.
well, and being a left-hand right-hand combination as well, the fielders have got to change, and Simmons fields that one nicely off his own bowling.
Probably worth trying a seamer from this end now. Even if it's only for a couple of overs while the ball's new.
Short. Kelly picks the gap nicely. I don't think it's going to go all the way. It certainly won't. But he'll pick up another 2. And the outfield's still a little bit sluggish. I don't think he quite timed that one off the meat of the bat either, Kelly. But the scoreboard, I don't think there's been many maidens this morning from memory. 24 overs gone. So we've had 9 overs. Ulverstone 1 for 54. They've added 22 on top of their overnight score of 1 for 32. And looking pretty good this morning in the first half hour. And more runs here for Vincent. Works it just in front of square and helps himself to another 2. So the Sheffield, they certainly haven't bowled bad, Sheffield, but just when they have strayed off the line slightly,
It's getting picked off.
There's been 1s and 2s are plenty for Vincent and Kelly.
Yeah, as I've said, you can't die wondering here. Really, they've got to chase the game.
Well, as I said, it was a nice day about half hour ago, but you might be able to hear the wind has really started to pick up here at the Latrobe Recreation Ground, coming
Straight across the ground.
straight across the ground. So that'll certainly help Marshall a little bit with his natural outswinger to the left-hander. But yeah, it has Has picked up a bit, that bruise. As Vincent leaves outside off stump.
Got some quicks. Sam is warming up.
Yeah, someone warming up down there at mid on. It might be Sam Robinson. Oh,
Good
nicely picked off again by Vincent off his pads. And they'll go through for another 2. And very strong off his pads, Vincent, this morning.
AFL might have been in touch with Simsy and just told him to leave a bit,
Yeah, well,
leave a bit
I
on
wonder,
top.
yeah, and I wonder if he's usually find like Heroes putting a bit of fertiliser into grounds this time of year. Maybe that rain on Friday just really got it growing pretty quickly.
Mate, it looks magnificent.
Oh, it still looks in very good
Absolutely
condition. The ground,
magnificent.
but as I said, there was a fair bit of grass coming off the mower last night when he cut, so that grass would be laying there, and with a bit of dew this morning as well.
Bit of stewy dew.
Bit of stewy dew. I imagine it will quicken up a little bit this afternoon. You would think, once the moisture comes out of it, but that's hard work for the batsman at the moment. They have to really hit the ball hard to find the boundary. Shit. Ulverstone 1 for 58 now after 25. Kelly on 26, Vincent on 19. So Simmons to Kelly here. And Kelly on the back foot. No run.
Tempter.
It's getting a little bit of turnout there. By the looks at Simmons, nothing too outrageous, but just getting enough that Kelly can safely leave that one. Kelly on the back foot again, punches out towards point, no run. So I mentioned yesterday, Jordan Kelly's had probably one of his better years with the bat. 18 innings, 440 runs at just under 26 with 2 50s. And been opening the innings most of the time as well. So on top of wicket keeping and opening innings, it's been a busy year for Kelly as he scampers through for an easy single there. Good running again.
Yeah, it's a good effort. Good effort doing that the whole season.
Massive year with the gloves for Jordan. We said 44 catches and 9 stumpings coming into the grand final.
Great to see him get some recognition Wednesday night, Cricket Northwest Awards night. Been a very, very good keeper for a long time. Probably missed out on those awards in the past just through lack of runs. There's other guys.
Yeah, like Alex King, Brent Mullett.
Elite keepers in their own right. Good batsman. So, yeah, no, it was good for Kel.
Oh, so there is
Got a short gully.
Short gully now.
Gully.
That's is that Alex King there, I think?
It is. Don't mind that.
No, they'll make him think about taking that, hitting it there and try and take that cheeky single. As Vincent comes forward, defends to the offside.
Not that he looks like sweeping, but I think I'd be getting a lid, personally.
So 26 overs in the books, 1 for 59 Ulverstone in reply to Sheffield's first innings of 122 yesterday here at the Latrobe Recreation Ground. Disastrous start for the Mountaineers. If you unaware of the scores. 4-1 they were after Matthew Varner and Reece French ripped through the top order. Bit of a recovery in the middle session, but wickets continued to fall, and they were all out just before the drinks break on session 3 for 122. Varner and Alex Winwood with 4 wickets apiece. So second grade grand final up at Sheffield Day. Sheffield, after the loss of an early wicket, 1 for 24 in the 11th over. As Kelly punches that one to the offside. Thought about the single, just waited to see how the fielder fielded it, and he decided against it.
Cars nearly all the way around now.
Yeah, this is a very good crowd here at the Latrobe Recreation Ground for early stages of day 2.
A couple of plays missed this morning, but haven't really seen a lot of
No, Marshall hasn't really troubled Kelly or Vincent too
balls
much
to indicate
yeah.
that there's a lot of seam movement going on out there.
Kelly, positive cricket on the front foot, punches out between cover and mid-off, gets an easy single. Just he's been finding those gaps beautifully in this innings, Kelly. Moves up to 28, 1 for 60. Ulverstone going into this grand final with one notable admission, that being Josh Walmsley after suffered a torn bicep, which is a strange injury in cricket. You don't see too many torn biceps. Obviously, just been a mainstay of the Ulverstone team for the last 20 odd years.
Another nice shot.
Leading run scorer is Vincent. Finds that gap again on the leg side.
You can sort of see here, Brad, the left right hand. What it can do.
Yeah, just bowlers just erring slightly. By no means is Marshall bowling bad here, but he just can't. He hasn't been able to. Well, Kelly and Vincent haven't let him settle on that line and length. They've been able to get a single pretty regularly.
He's looking for wickets, which is fair enough. He's got to try and hit the stumps, hit the top of off, be very consistent.
And outside off stump again, well left by Vincent.
Jake's brother Alex plays for Kingborough.
Okay.
Opening bowler. Did get a 7 for not too many weeks ago.
So 27 overs gone. Ulverstone 1 for 62. Very bright start. 40 minutes gone here in the first session of day 2. Got a wicket in the Premier League semi-final involving the Great Northern Raiders with Radha Krishnan. Caught Taylor bowled Clark for 19.
Wow.
So
Snipped off.
handy wicket. Jake Doran joined at the crease now by Tim Ward.
There's your game right there.
That's the key partnership. Stowport continuing to rattle on the runs up at Ryana in the Burnie Cricket League Grand Final. None for 67 off in the 13th over.
Oh, you need 350 there.
350, you reckon? 48 not out. Braden Hayes off 36 pellets. Lockie Bissett 18 not out. So a couple of pretty good batsmen there for Stowport, getting them off to a very, very nice start. Tom Triffett already in the attack for the Maroons with his offies.
Got a change here, Brad.
We do. So Logan Hazelwood replaces Mark Simmons at the northern end. Hazelwood yesterday, just the 1 over, went for 1 run. But he bowled that over from the southern end. So he switched ends today. So I imagine Sam Robinson will probably be the one to come on from the other end, maybe, if they go for a double change.
Oh, I think you've got to.
Robinson was warming up before. Hazelwood first ball, Kelly forward, pushes it out towards point, no run. Up in the Cricket North semi-final, Riverside 1 for 32 with Kidd the bowler out. Court Simons bowled Hayes for 8. Sundar and Matthew Owens at the crease there. That's Kelly. Can't get a run there on the leg side. Oh, it could be an overthrow. There is an overthrow. Oh, sloppy work there by the Mountaineers in the field again. And nearly another overthrow as the ball just bounced a bit low there, and Evans had to reach down to glove that. So just a couple of little things not going Sheffield's way this morning. They've just missed a trick or two as they've searched for that early wicket. Vincent drives, can't beat the fielder there. Between extra cover and cover. So these two teams did meet in the 2013-14 grand final, where Ulverstone claimed an outright win after a similar sort of scenario where Sheffield got bowled out for 41 in the first innings as Vincent whips that one off the pads. Beautifully played by Vincent. It's a square leg for 4. He timed that one beautifully. That was always going to the boundary there. And the Ulverstone innings continues to impress here. Vincent up to 25, 1 for 67. So yeah, Sheffield bowled out for 41 in that first innings. Sam Murph at 5 for 19, Corey Murph at 2 for 2. Then Ulverstone only needed to make 172 with Walmsley 66 and James Smith next to me here making 35. Darren Ross did a nice little 20 down the lower order, and then they bowled Sheffield out again for 134. Oh, sorry, you guys did bat a second time, none for 4. I think you might have hit the winning runs, James.
Sure did. One of those nasty little. You could have kept there in 4 runs.
you don't want to get out. You don't want to be the man who gets out.
No hero shots, but
no.
Yeah.
But out of that Sheffield team, Aidan Marshall and Jordan Marshall are the only 2 surviving players. Alex King, I think he was down Linda's Farm playing for a season down there.
Played a few second 11 games too.
As Vincent gets a genuine outside edge there, gets in the gap between second slip and gully. Kelly will come back for a third. That's very good running by Jordan Kelly. Ooh. And Vincent helps himself to 3, moves up to 28 now, 1 for 70.
Soft hands. No risk there.
So,
just got a text message from my wife. Amp up the commentary a bit, please.
Sorry, Amanda.
Can't please everyone, Brad.
Good to see she's tuning in though.
Yes.
For those watching locally, around Australia, around the world,
yep.
Welcome to the Latrobe Recreation Ground for the second day of this Hershey Seafoods Cricket Northwest first grade grand final between Ulverstone and Sheffield. It's the Black Caps making all the running here on day 2. Started the day at 1 for 32 and now 1 for 70 after the first 45 minutes as they look to overtake Sheffield's first innings score of 122. Marshalling again from the southern end, outside off stump. Vincent looks like one of those blokes who just can't stand still. Kelly's a bit the same.
No Steve Smith, but
no, they're just always
just a wanderer.
Always on the move.
see some batsmen do some weird things in between bowls.
Marshalling again to Vincent, but
There's walkers, there's talkers, there's blokes like Steve Orr just pull out their little red rag and have a bit of a wipe.
Marshall, he's just bowling that fourth stump with the line, but he just can't entice Vincent to play at him at the moment.
You get the blokes that walk down the wicket, bit of
Bit
gardening.
of gardening, yeah.
bit of-
So Marshall in again. Vincent, a little straight of that one. Vincent punches it to mid-off, no run.
The ones that wanted to chat always interested me.
Yeah, why?
Why, and start conversations.
Marshall outside off stump again. Vincent offers no shot.
As we know, there are some players that thrive on a bit of starting some conversations and actually get some playing better.
Yeah, I think there's some batsmen who you don't sledge, and
Absolutely.
I think if you actually give them the silent treatment,
Yep.
actually makes them a bit
Yep.
more nervous.
Yep. Definitely.
So Braden Hayes has got his 50 in the Burnie Cricket League Grand Final.
How many balls, Brad?
As Stowport continue on unbeaten to start the day, 51 off 40, and Stowport none for 77 after 15 at a nice little run rate of 5.13.
Not enough.
No, they're going to 300 might be a bare minimum up there at Rayner today. 29 overs gone here at the Latrobe Recreation Ground. Scoring rate slightly more subdued, but that won't worry Ulverstone. 1 for 70.
Sheffield just sort of look like they're going through the motions a bit.
Yeah, it's
There's nothing real attacking about their field. Sort of looks like they're hoping more than anything.
Yeah, and they said they've probably just let through a few too many easy singles for Kelly and Vincent this morning.
2 plain misses, I think, that I can remember.
Yeah, I think
Or maybe
Marshall
3.
Marshall beat the bat and Simmons beat the bat on one. But other than that, it's been a very, very solid start to the day by Vincent and Kelly. Hazelwood.
Good hands.
Good hands again by Kelly. Just glided it there between point and gully and helped himself to an easy single.
Good heads for radios, the feedback.
The goodness. Yeah, don't worry, there's no lunchtime show. We'll have to let the pictures coming through on the old
I think that's
Panasonic
the art of-
handheld camera
That's
do
the
all
art of
talking.
commentary, isn't it, Brad?
It is.
Let the pictures tell the story.
Yeah. We just add to them.
If you can watch, that is.
I suppose the key here is the camera. We're slightly limited in camera technology, so we only got the one fixed camera. So we just add the bells and whistles that go on from what you can't see in the camera view.
I think I've heard that Frogbox potentially.
You can. I have heard reports of
into-
a 2-camera setup.
Correct. Yes.
Be interesting to have a look at, see how that works. Or even at a bare minimum, just a camera at each end would be good. I'm not sure what technology you need to make that work, but
It's an excellent thing, though, what we've got.
oh yeah, no, it's
Excellent.
to bring cricket to all those sort of former club players who are moved on somewhere else, they can watch their old team in action.
Yeah,
And,
you sit down behind your desk at work and watch it all day. And
that's what I did yesterday. Just watched all the wickets fall before I come out here. Oh, nice shot there by Vincent.
Dear.
Oh, it could be a run out here. Oh, he'd given up.
That was out.
He was out by a long way. He gave up about halfway down the wicket there, Vincent.
I would suggest he didn't realise that. I think it's Clayton
Campbell.
Yeah,
no,
as
it's
a left
Campbell.
armour,
Yep.
running straight onto it.
Campbell's throw was just bounced to. He tried to
There was their
bounce
chance.
throw it into the wicket.
That was their chance.
And that would have been a disaster for Ulverstone after all the good work they've done in the opening 50 minutes here. A needless run out. But they survive, and the score now 1 for 72. Kelly goes on the pull, doesn't time it at all, just balloons up towards square leg there. And they'll take a single. Might be a bit of glove maybe off that one.
Did sound a bit glovish.
So 30 overs gone here at Latrobe. 1 for 73, Ulverstone. In reply to Sheffield's first innings of 122.
Robinson.
Yep, so Hayden Marshall, his spell is done from the southern end. And he'll be replaced by Sam Robinson, who has enjoyed another good year up the Mountaineers this year. 29 wickets at 17.45. I think I said yesterday. Just gets the job done, Robbo.
Consistent.
No fuss.
Yep. Very consistent.
But always good for at least 25 wickets a year.
Ripping bloke, Robbo.
Yeah.
Another Devonport local that's made the hike up the
Yes,
up the road.
he played in a couple of second grade flags at Devonport and got himself a grade spot up at Sheffield, and he's never looked back. He's had enjoyed great success on a personal level up in the mountain.
Straight on the money.
So best bowling this year, 5 for 29. Economy rated 2.93 and the strike rate of striking nearly every 36 balls. So
This is one bloke that could get a bit out of the wicket. He does come in and hit the deck rather than kiss it, a bit like Hayden does.
Oh, and beats the bat there. Kelly just dangled it outside off something. It wasn't the most convincing play there from Kelly.
4 minutes before drinks, probably just look to work through this over.
So Sheffield in second grade, 1 for 32, with Blake, Fiddler and Sheldon Parker 15 and 12 not out respectively. As that one down leg side there from Robbo. But Kelly can't catch up with it. Riverside at 1 for 45 against Mowbray in the Cricket North semi-final, and still, no, there has been a wicket in the Burnie Cricket League Grand Final. Braden Hayes bowled Tom Triffett for 52. So Stowport 1 for 82 in the 17th over, with Lockie Bissett joined by former Burnie player Brady Yates at the crease, who's having a season up at Stowport. So Brady, no stranger to grand final action, so he'll be looked upon to make a good contribution for the for Stowport today. There's Robinson in again. Kelly squeezes that one to the offside.
It's been a little bit full the last few balls. Get back to that hitting the deck hard length. See if you can get something out of the wicket. I think I've said it. Excellent crowd here.
Yeah, no, this is I'll say for a local cricket grand final, and given the fact Sheffield are also represented in the twos today,
Yes.
so they'll be plenty of Sheffield people up at their home ground today watching second grade action. It's a very, very healthy crowd here at Latrobe as over is called by umpire Sam O'Keefe, and 31 gone. Ulverstone 1 for 73, Kelly on 31, Vincent on 29. Hazelwood continuing here from the northern end, bowling to Vincent, who's looked pretty good for his 29 so far this morning. And comes forward down the pitch. Hazelwood fields off his own bowling. So Hazelwood this year, 18 wickets in first grade at 21.94, best of 4 for 16. Played a little bit in the twos as well, but on his day, pretty handy bowler. Logan, former Ulverstone player, made the trip up there. I think it might be second year or third year up the mountain.
Third, I reckon.
Might be third, yeah. And Vincent defends the offside.
Might be drinks, I reckon.
After
this one,
11:59, 4 balls still to come. So this will be the last over before the break. Can Sheffield get a much needed breakthrough here? Sheffield they really need to get a couple of wickets in his first out, didn't they, James? Otherwise,
yep.
But Ulverstone have done it quite nicely. Added 41 to their overnight score, and really
Confidence in the grandstand when you're batting is a big thing.
Yep. Vincent pushes that towards point, no run.
Yeah, there shouldn't be any batsmen walking out here with any demons.
No.
The pitch doesn't seem to be.
So for as much greens as it still has in it, it's played pretty well this morning.
Playing well, yep.
In favour of the batsmen. And the bowlers haven't really been able to extract too much movement to beat the bat. So I think it's only going to get better to bat on this afternoon. Vincent and works that one to the leg side, no run. So 1 ball left before the drinks break. It's certainly been Ulverstone's session.
Looks like Jack Pearce next in.
Yes, and Winwood after that, you would imagine.
Yep.
And straight back down the pitch there from Vincent. He's happy to take the gloves off and go get a drink. Ulverstone, a very, very nice first hour of play here on day 2. This Hershey Seafoods Cricket Northwest first grade grand final. They move along to 1 for 73 after resuming the day's play on 1 for 32. Jordan Kelly's moved along to 31 off 83. Jake Vincent 29 off 83. And James, Sheffield got a little bit of thinking to do how they're going to get a wicket here, because this game, while Ulverstone's still got 50 odd runs to get before they take the lead, there's a few warning signs already for the Mountaineers.
There is. Like I've been commenting, they're sort of just floated through that first hour without looking very dangerous. So I think the key is just rotate the bowlers. They're not out of it by any means. Even if Ulverstone does get past their first innings, there'd be still a lot of cricket left. So they have to remain positive. They have to attack to some degree, and try and get some wickets.
But fair to say, even though Ulverstone's their struggles with the bat the last few weeks has been there for all to see, it's still a very deep batting lineup.
It is.
Kobe Walmsley at 11 is probably, he's a genuine number 11, Kobe. But
correct.
Above that,
You got Matt Varner coming in at 10.
Yep.
Who
we
showed us last year.
Yep.
That he can bat a long time. Reece French at 9 could do anything.
Got an A-grade 100 to his name. Brandon King at 8.
Yep.
So like those Ulverstone teams of 15, 20 years ago, plenty of batting still to come.
One thing though, they have been known to lose clumps of wickets
Yes.
all season, so that's the thing. Sheffield just need to remain positive. One could bring a few. It is a grand final. Blokes will be nervous. Thunder starting, Brad?
Northwest Thunder basketball, yes. Next Saturday night at home against the Tassie Rolls in Hobart. So looking forward to being behind the mic again there this year with the
How are they shaping up?
Moose Terzica. Yeah, they've been able to assemble a good group of locals this year. Kai Savage has come back from NBL commitments with Brisbane to suit up, so he'll certainly be a better player than when the last time he wore a Thunder singlet. Big pickup of Lockie Barker, from the former player who's been at Frankston and on the Jack Jumpers list. He's been a star for Frankston for a number of years, so great to see Lockie Barker back in Thunder colours. Archie Woodhill's back as well, so he's had a season with the Jack Jumpers as a development player. So, no, I think they'll be shaping up to be pretty competitive. It's a very tough league, the NBL 1 South. Last year there's 19 teams in the roster in the competition, and there's no bad teams.
Yep.
The weird thing was the Thunder actually, the two teams that played in the grand final, the Thunder actually beat during the season.
Yep.
Thunder's problem was they lost to too many teams below them on the ladder, but that just goes to show how strong the NBL 1 South conference is. Look, I expect them to be more than competitive, but yeah, there's some teams over in the mainland that spend some big dollars putting their team together and have a little bit more better access to NBL talent. So, but no, looking forward to it again. And yeah, the first one being the Tassie Derby against Hobart. So all gets underway Saturday night over at Ulverstone. So yeah, looking forward to another big season of Thunder basketball. Good value for money, the Northwest Thunder game. It's so you see a pretty good standard of basketball, and you see some pretty good players.
Yeah, I think my son's going to turn into a bit of a groupie. He's already an Ulverstone Redhoppers groupie. I think the Thunder jump on that train as well. But it's good for, especially good for the kids of the coast that they can see where they can go
to see that level of basketball. So back onto cricket here. Robinson resuming from the southern end after drinks. Kelly just pushes that one out towards point, no run.
What do you think they need to do, Brad?
Sheffield?
Yes. That says it all. Probably.
Yeah, I mean, their two leading wicket takers, Aidan Marshall and Mark Simmons, didn't prove too difficult for Ulverstone to face this morning.
There's that one that just takes off.
Yeah. But down leg side.
Would have been nasty to a lefty. That is where those cracks are, just where the gardening's occurring at the moment.
They probably miss. Sheffield probably miss a Gary Miles out of this team who can whip through and over real quickly and put some pressure on batsmen with his quick darts. I'm not sure if
we
They've got
go
that in
again.
the team. Same delivery, same result.
Yeah, you're right. Yep. Even Clarkey, just give him a bowl.
Yep. Yeah, they might, maybe they just might need to try something a little bit out of the
Or
ordinary
Clayton
here
Campbell with his left arm orthodox.
to try and buy a wicket.
Has sort of got some wickets
Yeah. I mean,
through the year.
someone's probably worth just an over or two, just to see how it goes. If it doesn't work, fine. But it's nearly getting to the situation now where they need to find a wicket here.
Clayton Campbell, 16 wickets. For
Yeah,
the
well,
season,
yeah.
So Ethan Clark hasn't probably played enough.
No.
He's got 5 wickets, but yeah, I think that's sort of, we're heading into that territory of trying to buy one to get things started for them.
That one worked to the leg side. Should be a leg by there off Kelly's thigh pad, and duly signalled by umpire Sam O'Keefe.
Scorers up in the
Yeah, it's up in the scorekeeper's room up there
that
on
was
top of the grandstand.
decommissioned up there.
Yes. I've covered a few footy games up there during my advocate days. It's not the most comfortable place to watch from up there. It's a little bit antiquated. Actually, the box we're in here, actually they could make that into a scorer's box here. It'd be, because there's a second room to the left of us here. They
It'd be a
could,
great spot for a beer in winter.
watching the footy.
Watching
yes.
the footy.
Which I think is the aim of the football club, to turn into a sponsor's box.
A bit of money being spent here, which is
it's
fantastic.
I said last night, the Northwest Coast, as Vincent flicks that one down the final leg for one, I think as a cricket Northwest competition and just in general, the Northwest Coast has some very, very good sporting venues.
Yep.
That are the envy of a lot bigger towns and cities around Australia.
Yep. Yeah, I don't think we can complain about the hand we've been dealt with grounds. Devonport,
No.
big
Yeah,
redevelopment
redevelopment,
occurring there.
Yeah.
That'll be fantastic for that region.
Yeah, I know when the under-17 national championship games were played, there was 3 games here at Latrobe, 2 at Devonport, 1 at Sheffield, and the competing teams were more than happy with what was served up to them in terms of facilities.
Yeah.
And grounds.
Yeah, I think cricket clubs especially have to just maintain a loud voice in all.
So Hazelwood's spell from the northern end, he hasn't lasted too long. Mark Simmons has brought himself back on, the Sheffield captain coach.
He's just got to keep rotating the bowlers. Unless they can settle into a bit of a pattern of no scoring. Got a short leg in place.
Simmons. Oh, gets an outside edge there. As Vincent tried to work that one more to the leg side. Outside edge went down to third man for 1. Simmons has troubled Vincent slightly. He's looked slightly uncomfortable against the leg spin, hasn't he?
Yeah, he hasn't looked all on top of it, that's for sure.
No, but he's got the single there to get himself off strike, which would frustrate Simmons and his Sheffield teammates.
Right left hand has been
Yep.
really good this morning for Ulverstone. He
Kelly.
got a good piece of that.
He did, but straight to the fielder there at cover point.
Kelly'd be eyeing 500 off for the season to make a collection at the annual dinner. Bonus.
Yeah, anytime you can hit the 500 mark in runs for a season, you've had a pretty good season in coastal cricket. Oh, edge there from Kelly's. He went on the drive. But Evans couldn't take it. So Simmons has started off well here in this second spell this morning. Well, this afternoon now, we're at 12 past 12. And left alone there by Kelly.
Again, slip. He seems to be getting enough happening to definitely have a slip in there. Kelly likes to open the face on the ball a lot through the offside.
Short.
Dropped.
Oh, Kelly laced that one. Is that Clark again there? At mid-wicket, I think it was.
It was hit hard.
That was hit very hard. Would have been a very, very good catch from Ethan Clark.
I think Kelly's got to decide whether
Down.
he's hitting that over.
Yes.
Or straight
Or
into
straight
the ground.
in the ground.
That's twice now. One chance and one that just dropped short.
Yep.
You're going to get that from your leggy. Get the odd short ball.
They get a single out. Kelly down to the non-strikers in. Vincent flicks. There's that flick.
That's a better field there.
It is. So I think it's that Alex there at. I think it is at that short backward square. It was nearly in the action there. But Ulverstone remain one down, as they have done for the full 73 minutes of play this morning. Moved along to 1 for 77 in reply to Sheffield's 122 yesterday. Been a Cricket League Grand Final. Brady Yates has put the brakes on the Stowport innings. One not out off 17 balls.
Wow.
But it's still reasonably well placed Stowport there at 1 for 91 off 21 overs. Sheffield second grade, 1 for 33 off 16.3 overs up at Sheffield in the second grade grand final.
Shout out from Brisbane to former Ulverstone quick Darren Rossiter.
Popsy.
Popsy. Sitting back having some eggs and bacon. Listening to cricket.
Oh, that one's worked down leg side. Evans couldn't get hold of it. Kelly will come back for two leg buys off the thigh. So all handy runs here for Ulverstone. Just had a note from someone in the crowd that last over from Simmons, it wasn't a catch from, wouldn't have been a catch if he had held on to it. Clark had bounced first.
Okay.
Oh,
Let's get the old eyes tested.
yeah.
I
I just wasn't quite. I just missed it. I was just looking at something on the screen as Kelly plays it one outside off stump there and off Robinson and beats the bat. So when he doesn't get those feet moving there, Kelly can sometimes just do a little fishing outside off stump, and he's
a bit of a dabber.
He just hasn't made contact with a few of those this morning. In comes Robinson again. That's better from Kelly. The walking drive.
It's been a good effort with the stick from Jordan, keeping all day yesterday, having to come out for an hour last night.
Yeah, no, he could have been excused for saying, "Oh, I might just have a little break, thanks, skipper." But
looked solid this morning.
Kept the scoreboard ticking over. It's been a very impressive partnership between him and Vincent this morning as Kelly finds more runs. This time just in front of square. The good thing I like about Kelly there, takes off quickly for the first run and always looking for the second.
Yep.
Good positive running. He moves along to 31 and Ulverstone now 1 for 80 and only 42 runs in arrears of Sheffield's first innings.
Deceptively quick, Jordan.
It's short steps, but he gets those legs pumping pretty quickly and gets down the other end.
Wasn't really something you once associated with wicket keepers, being sharp on their feet, but times have changed.
Oh, that one well down leg side. Vincent tried to flick it. If he had made some contact, it was certainly going for 4, but he couldn't catch up with it. Evans done a nice job behind the stumps there just to knock it to the ground and keep it to a dot ball. 35 overs gone here at Latrobe. Ulverstone 1 for 80.
time for Albert Marshall again, I think.
Yes, it's
Or one of those left field
just a
suggestions.
An Ethan Clark or a Clayton Campbell maybe, or even a Harry Collier. Just a,
Yes, yep.
Harry's taken 19 wickets this year at a tick under 20.
I wouldn't be surprised at all if an Alex King even out of Trundle just to
Bit
try
of
and get...
short pitch stuff.
Bit of short pitch stuff.
Set a trap.
Yeah, exactly.
So it'll be Simmons to Kelly here. Short. Kelly swivels on that one. Oh, he made nice contact with that. Kept it along the ground as he hit it to deep square leg there and found the boundary for 4. Wasn't overly short there from Simmons, but Kelly got in good position. Hit it along the carpet and for 4. That's his second boundary of the innings. Moves along to 37 not out. Ulverstone 1 for 84 and threatening to take an absolute stranglehold of this game. Oh, well, that's what I was thumping. Jumped a little bit off the pitch.
Yeah, there's still a bit there. Like we've been saying, see balls like that, first slip.
Yeah, the eyes light up. I know they've got that guy in there at short third man.
He's not really doing anything there. That's just to save a run.
Kelly goes forward, punches out towards extra cover.
Look,
there.
even
No
if
point.
you took one of those covers out and put a slip in, just make him try and play through there because he wants to. Try and draw an edge.
Yeah, they've got a short cover in there for Kelly, but he hasn't really come into play as yet.
Leave the short cover in there, take the extra cover out. Just bring your point round and bring that other guy around. Leave a gap there.
Well for there from Kelly. His back leg was, his back knee was just about touching the ground there. Wish I enjoyed that sort of flexibility.
Oh, Brad.
I'm not sure I ever had it, but when you see guys doing that, I'd tear some. Oh, that's close. Confident appeal. No, says umpire Scott Pearce.
Shook the head very quick there. That looked
Was that maybe a wrong un?
fairly adjacent here. It did definitely skid it on.
Yeah, just went straight
It was
on.
high, but
Yeah. No, but not too many complaints from the Sheffield bowlers. Mark Simmons collects his hat into the 36th over. Ulverstone 1 for 84. Simmons with figures of none for 21 off his 8 overs. Up on the North Riverside, 3 for 50 with Peter New and Pat Mackerel at the crease there against Mowbray in the semi-final for the right to play Westbury, who automatically qualified for the grand final there.
they'd be
By
hoping to
finishing
get
on
through
top.
because let's just say that the Raiders don't.
Yes,
So they
yeah.
get a couple back.
So down at University 1 for 38 against the Raiders in the Premier League semi-final.
Ooh, kept very low.
Sorry, make that 1 for 71. I just updated that score. So Doran 28 not out, Tim Ward 21 not out. So
That could be a very long day.
yeah, they've already gone through 6 bowlers, the Raiders, in search of more wickets.
Like you said, I don't reckon the wicket would be
That wouldn't be too much in
anything
favour of the
other
bowlers
than,
there.
anything other than flat.
And up at Sheffield in the secondary grand final, Sheffield just in no rush at the moment. 1 for 39 off 23 overs. Down leg side, there's a sound. No, off the thigh pad, said
sounded
umpire
very
Sam
heavy.
O'Keefe.
It's a good take.
Very good take by Evans. behind the stumps there.
He's had a good game so far.
He has. I thought he looked pretty good with the bat yesterday. And I was just ran out of partners at the end and got caught on the boundary as he tried to. He was batting with the number 11 there, Hazelwood.
There's high hopes that he can sneak into a state underage team next year.
Yeah, no, I thought he'd
He's already been thereabouts.
looked quite accomplished with the bat, young Jonah Evans. The voices are still pretty strong out there for Sheffield at the moment. It's not looking good, not looking great on the scoreboard, but they just need. You just feel one wicket, and given Ulverston's batting woes the last couple of weeks, one wicket could do something. As Kelly went for the booming drive there inside edge onto the pads.
Kept low. Kept very low. Could be that crackage
Yeah,
there.
so Kelly's going to do a little bit of guarding, and Jake Vincent does likewise down the other end. I'm not sure he's going to change too much. But Kelly's eyes lit up there. Went for the booming straight drive and just inside edged it onto the pads. Oh, out caught! Robinson has struck. Big wicket of Kelly. Much needed success there for the Mountaineers. Kelly has to go. Caught at slip there for 37. Ulverstone 2 for 85. Plenty of car horns celebrating that one. As Kelly, whether it was the ball before was just playing on his mind a little bit, who knows?
No, that's how he plays. Fiddles around a little bit outside off stump with the open face, and that's exactly what happened there, and snicked that one.
Yeah, very nice catch there by
Alex King.
I think it was Alex King to his left there.
Yeah. Sort of 1.5 slip.
Yeah. No, but he sort of. Jonah Evans didn't really move for it too much, but Alex snared that one nicely. We'll have a look at the replay here. So, just looking here. Yeah, pushed forward, and he knew. He'd been making reasonable contact with those most of the day, Kelly, but that one healthy outside edge and snavelled up there by Alex King to his left at first slip. So Sheffield finally get the breakthrough.
I think, yeah, that just goes to show if you can get the ball in the right spot, there's
something there for the bowlers.
Something there.
So Jack Pearce now in the bat. Faces Robinson down leg side.
Got a leg slip.
And a leg slip in there. So clearly some sort of plan there for the Mountaineers have got for Pearce. That's the end of a successful over for the Mountaineers. Their first one this morning. Ulverstone 2 for 85 with Jordan Kelly the wicket fall for 37. Caught King bowled Robinson in what was a pretty handy innings in the end. He kept the scoreboard ticking along nicely, but pushed forward at one there from Robinson. Healthy outside edge and snavelled up by King at first slip. So Jack Pearce's season so far, 17 innings, 329 runs at tick under 22. With a top score of Jack, top score of 86. As Vincent works that one to the leg side. Pearce was keen on a run. There was no run there. Pearce sent back to the non-striker's end. As Scotty Blair and Lee Rowley walk past us, and Greg Blair as well. Couple of handy cricketers in that trio.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, so Simmons continues
from the northern end, Vincent Ford. Just pushes out to an offside, no run.
His short legs in the game here. I'd still like to see a slip.
Vincent works that one of leg side, no runs. I was going through some old Cricket Northwest history the other day, and Scott Blair's 2006-2007 season, first season back at the club, he'd had a bit of a break due to football and that, and just punches out 600 odd runs and I think it might have been 25, 30 wickets. That's handy.
Came in off 10 steps and just nicked blokes out for fun.
On an Ulverstone wicket that usually didn't offer too much
No.
sideways movement.
No, very good player.
Very, very good player. King there at short backward square nearly came into play there. So Sheffield all of a sudden are up and about after a wicket in the previous Sam Robinson over. Ulverstone now 2 for 85. Vincent on 31. Pearce yet to score. If anyone can help me, I'm actually compiling this Cricket Northwest history. I'm still searching for who won the Player of the Year award in 2010-11. If you did win it, if you're out there and you're watching and you did win it, or you know who did win it, let me know. Josh Walmsley won it the season before. Josh Walmsley won it the season after. So I just need to know who won the 2010-2011 Player of the Year award. And help complete my spreadsheet nicely. Please and thank you. There's Robinson down the leg side there. But
What about a boozer mullet?
Ooh, nah.
No.
I wouldn't have thought so. I was going through some names that season.
Who won the flag?
Robinson in again, Pearce, Ford.
Ulverstone won the flag.
It could well have been Josh Walmsley.
Beating Devonport.
It could well have been a
Devonport had a good year that year.
had a good year. Scott Mitchell
Scott
maybe.
Mitchell had a good year. If I remember correctly, came into that grand final a bit underdone though,
Yes.
due to an injury.
Well, I think he might have only lasted an over.
Yeah.
Is that the one?
Yep, I think so.
He
Wasn't in the best.
he passed the fitness test at Thursday night at training, did Scotty, but then broke down in the first over of the game, and poor old Reece Owen bowled about 60 overs in that grand final. I don't think he was overly happy about that, young Reece. Apparently in Tasmania at the moment, young Reece Owen.
Okay.
I've been told by a reliable source.
Handy cricketer.
No. All the Owens were pretty handy. There was 4 boys: David, Murray, Simon, and Reece.
Any relation to Mitch?
No. Yeah, Mitch might have them all trumped after that spectacular innings for the Hurricanes in the Big Bash final. That was something to behold. That Pearce just works that one to the offside, no run. The sound off his bat was. I went down and watched the game on New Year's Day against Sydney Thunder, and he might have made 40 or 50 that day, and just
sounds like a game.
It's a nice bit of willow he's got there.
That 100 he got against South Australia at the Adelaide Oval.
In the one day.
In the one day, not a big crowd, so the echo of the bat hitting the ball was just something to behold. So
Robinson's over is done. He's got 1 for 14 off 10, 39 overs down here. And it's Ulverstone 2 for 85.
I think Marshall definitely.
Yeah, I'd be surprised. So we've got about half hour till lunch. I'd be very surprised if Marshall doesn't come on again for another spell. But in saying that, Robinson did get the wicket in the last over, so he's probably earned a few more overs.
He got the wicket, but he has been.
He has been a little bit, yeah.
Both sides of the
his
wicket.
line hasn't quite been consistent, has it? So, in comes Simmons. Vincent, plays across the line. Simmons thought he was in the game there.
Hit it just, I'd say.
Oh, Jake Vincent. He took a little half step forward there and he didn't really commit footwork wise to the shot. Swung across the line and was nearly dismissed. Comes down the pitch again. Finds the gap there nicely. Nice footwork there by Vincent. He's got one. He'll come back for a second. And he'll come back for a third. Good running there. Throw coming into the wind. Good running there by Vincent and Pearce. That was a much better shot there. A bit more positive.
To him. He was. He tried that bowl before, beaten in flight. Does it again. Beautiful shot.
So we've had a couple of wickets in the Burnie Cricket League Grand Final. Bissett and Yates both out to the bowling of Jimmy King.
A couple of big wickets there.
3 for 101 after 26 overs. Stowport with Aaron Tuxworth and Drew Woodard both not out at the crease. Sheffield second grade, just plodding along there, 1 for 40 in the 27th over up there against Devonport.
Player, I'm still going with Brent Mullet. I reckon he had a really good year with bat.
And gloves, maybe?
And gloves.
Yeah, you might be right. Hopefully someone out there can might remember.
Ulverstone and Devonport played off in the grand final.
Otherwise might be as Pearce goes on the attack there and gets it through the infield.
It's quick out there.
And that right with the breeze behind it, that ball raced away for 4. And so Pearce off the mark with a boundary. Took him 10 balls, but he done it in style. And Ulverstone now 2 for 92. Yeah, otherwise might be a trip to the town library to find an old copy of The Advocate and to find out who it actually was. Because I just can't remember. Well, Pearce gets a full toss there, but was a bit surprised by it maybe, and just miss-hit it back down the pitch to Simmons. Overdone there for Simmons. None for 28 off 10. Ulverstone 2 for 92. 25 minutes left before the lunch break here at Latrobe in this Hershey Seafoods Cricket Northwest Men's Grand Final. So Ulverstone needing another, behind by 30 runs on Sheffield's first innings. Only need a first innings result in the Cricket Northwest Grand Final to claim the flag. No need for an outright. So Ulverstone, I'll just be looking to bat Sheffield out of this game this afternoon. But the Mountaineers, they've got 1 wicket about 10 minutes ago, that of Jordan Kelly, who was caught at slip by Alex King off the bowling of Robinson, who's coming in now from the Gilbert Street end to Vincent, who drives to mid-off but no run.
Other than his couple of bits of trouble against Mark Simmons, he's looked fairly secure.
It's
the rest of the attack.
Been a nice innings from Vincent. I haven't seen him bat this year, so works that one off the pads there, but can't beat the fielder there just in front of square.
Very strong.
Yeah. Plays it. Has a high backlift and really whips that bat through to get it off the pads, but couldn't beat might be Collier there at just in front of Moose Pearce at square leg. Robinson again outside off stump. Vincent can only hit that one towards cover for no run.
Dion Parsons thrown up as a potential winner.
Diesel, yeah. Fantastic bowler for Latrobe. Yeah, unfortunately, Google gives you most answers. I haven't been able to I just haven't been able to Google this answer. Oh, whipped off the pads there by Vincent. He'll get one. He'll come back for a second. Throw comes in from Hazelwood. Vincent makes it home easily. Moves up to 36 now. Olsen 2 for 94. Robinson and we just mentioned before, he's got the wicket, but he's just struggled to get 6 balls on the same line, hasn't he? The left-hand, right-hand combination has hasn't allowed him to settle into a good rhythm. And Vincent gets in behind that one. So 41 overs gone here at Latrobe. Olsen 2 for 94. Still in command of this game, but Sheffield working hard. The one breakthrough in the first session, that of Jordan Kelly, out for 37, caught King bowled Robinson. Vincent remains 36, not out. Jack Pearce with 4. Find some stats from that year to maybe try and help us out. Simmons, and again, well outside off stump, taken by, so far outside off stump, was taken by King at first slip. Simmons in again. Outside off some again, Pearce.
A little bit of grip there.
Enough. Shot. Simmons in again. Oh.
3 balls in the
3
same
balls.
spot.
You feel like Simmons is setting up here for something, don't you?
Excellent bowling. Could be the quicker straight one. Something like that.
Fuller straighter there from Simmons, but going down leg side. So just looking through the 10, have a good look. I've got the stats here for the 10-11 season on my spreadsheet. I'll at the end of this over, we'll have a little look at who were the stars of the season. Full toss from Simmons, dispatched by Pearce out to deep mid wicket. Campbell comes round, keeps it to 1. Good work there by Campbell out in the deep. And 2 for 95. So it doesn't look, just looking at those numbers there on that first page, it doesn't look like there's anyone there who'd qualify enough to be player of the year material.
Dudar McCall, 45 wickets.
Oh yeah.
240 runs.
I was looking at the wrong column.
That's
there.
a pretty handy year.
That is a pretty handy year, actually.
Yeah, there's not much else on that.
Simmons in again. Oh, Vincent just prodding at that one, hit the pad. Simmons appealed, but no interest from anyone else. Into the 42nd over. Olsen 2 for 95. Vincent 36. Pearce on 5. So we'll come down a page. Right, Ryan keep a pretty handy year there. 476 runs and 20 wickets.
Down Parsons, 33 wickets,
3.
211 runs. It's a good year.
Trent Keep 466 runs at a tick under 39. And no one looked to really has torn up the season with a bat. Drew Allen from Ulverstone, 561 runs. There's Robinson in again from Southern End, Pierce forward out towards cover, no run. Lyndon Stubbs 36 wickets, Luke Richardson 25 wickets. Robinson outside off stump, left alone by Pierce. And just looking through the Wynyard numbers there, no one really there of note. Will
China.
would make it. Aaron McCall certainly with the pick of the figures there, 45 wickets at 13.5 to go with 240 runs.
Stiff if it wasn't him.
Yeah. If someone does know, please let us know.
That's better. Just needs to hover around that off peg. Bash the deck.
Yeah, because if there is those few cracks just starting to show up, you can bang it in there and get a bit of movement off those cracks, and you might be able to.
There's definitely been a couple take off and keep low that end.
So we had a second wicket fall up at Sheffield in the second grade grand final with Blake Fiddler. Court Reed bowled Collins for 22, Sheffield 2 for 44.
Oh, there we go. Yep, there's a bit there.
Shoulder of the bat maybe there from Pierce, and just
I think it missed his bat.
just lobbed between second slip and gully.
Took a bit of body.
So Sheldon Parker, 17 not out, joined at the crease by Josh Aikman.
That'd be a key wicket up there.
Yeah, it's a key
Got some runs
partnership,
last
those
week.
two. Both have played plenty of first grade cricket.
This has been
Ooh,
a better set.
That one's come back. Looked to be well outside off stump there from Pierce, but Evans ended up taking that to his left-hand side. University 1 for 79 against the Raiders. Riverside 3 for 60 in the Cricket North semi-final against Mowbray, and up at Rihanna at Stowport 3 for 110 off 30 overs against Rihanna. So Rihanna have been able to stem the runs there. Got the run rate 3.6 and over.
Yeah, it's just that one that just gives him that get off strike ball. It'd been a really good over up until that point.
So Robinson 12 overs, 1 for 17. Olsen move along to 2 for 96 off 43. So by no means are they seeing the world light run rate wise, but they have been able to keep the scoreboard ticking over. There hasn't been a lot of maidens this morning.
I am surprised Aidan Marshall hasn't bowled again.
You'd think you might get one last blast before lunch.
Look like it at the moment.
It'll be Simmons again, bowling to Pierce.
Simmons does look likely. There's a little bit there for him.
Especially bowling to Vincent.
Yes.
He has trouble with Vincent. Let's see how he goes against Pierce. He's short. Oh,
Ui.
jeez. Not sure if that's one he puts a bit more top spin on. That really jumped up there, and Jack Pierce
Keeper's taking that in front of his face.
isn't the tallest. Yeah, both the keeper Evans and Jack Pierce aren't the tallest blokes going around. And that ended up bouncing up near helmet height. Yeah, if Simmons can,
A few little tricks.
if he can. The problem is it's about a foot outside off stump, that one that takes off. So
yeah, he's not going to play it.
no, if that one was pitching on middle and off, and all of a sudden took off, you're in the action. Pierce goes on the drive.
Slips in the game here.
Straight to cover. So 13 minutes to go before the luncheon interval. And Sheffield love a third wicket to take into the break and just keep themselves alive straight, and Pearce just
quick. This is good bowling.
defends that one. Yeah, it's a nice little game of cat and mouse here, isn't it?
Settled into a rhythm here.
And all of a sudden Pearce is just in the back of his mind, he knows there could be one that might just jump a little bit.
Yep.
Full and straight.
Excellent.
Just push through a little bit quicker, that one from Simo. Expecting maybe just toss one up here a little bit more outside of, on or outside off stump here to
I don't think
Pearce.
he needs to change too much. Just stay consistently where he has been.
Oh, that was pushed through a little bit quicker as well. Evans couldn't take it cleanly behind the stumps. End of a probing over there though from Simmons. It was a
good set, that one.
Good set of 6. 2 for 96 Ulverstone after 44. As Vincent lets that one go outside off stump. Goes for a little wander. This has been his want for most of this innings.
I'm getting a couple of nominations for Player of the Year, but I'm not going to mention it because
they're not sensible answers.
they're self-raising flowers. It's been some good bowling in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, he's got that one to deck away a little bit there from Vincent.
In that first hour. Especially effective Robinson against left-handers, takes the ball away. They just need a set of 6 out of him here. Keep that pressure up. Quite often that's all you need. 2 or 3 overs in a group.
Which is what Olsen sort of done yesterday through Winwood. He was able to bowl multiple maidens and just put a bit of pressure on the Sheffield batsmen, and they couldn't help themselves.
And you get sort of half shots like that one there, poking at something you probably shouldn't be.
Yeah, Vincent, he's just started to look a little bit more nervous all of a sudden, isn't he? He's just, the wandering just seems to have been accentuated a little bit. I think he's well aware of what stage of the day it is. Oh, that one's a little bit too wide there from Robinson. He's up to 36, Vincent. He's which is exactly what his top score has been this season. So he's chosen a good time to play one of his best knocks of the season. In comes Robinson again. That one on the...
That was the get-off strike ball.
Yeah.
Got away with it.
But Vincent can only work that one just in front of square to Geordie
set.
Marshall.
No runs.
No, good over there from Robinson. Just building a little bit of pressure. On top of a good over before that from Simmons. Olsen 2 for 96, 9 minutes to go before lunch. Let's see what the Olsen approach is here for these last. Probably get 3 overs in.
I don't think you're going to see much from Pearce.
No. If they're smarty, they do a bit of gardening between balls and a few extra
Bad balls only.
mid-pitch chats. So Simmons is he's got the deep mid wicket, but there's a big gap there between. Oh yeah, it's too straight there from Simmons. Oh, Pearce! Oh, Pearce! What's Pearce doing? He's gone up the pitch and back again.
Wow.
Well, there was definitely not a second one there for Pearce.
Has been involved in a few runouts in his Ulverstone career.
So I think that was Marshall who chased after that one. He got to it in good time, and Pearce had put his head down and was tearing back up the wicket. And Vincent was not interested in a second run. He would have been in trouble down the non-strikers end. Pearce may have made it back to the strikers end in time, but Vincent was never going to get there. And so
Interesting four balls.
So all of a sudden, just a little bit more pressure in this game. Ulverston still in control, but Sheffield making a nice little comeback here the last 15 or so minutes. Vincent works that one off his pads. Yeah, just it takes a little skip down the crease there and worked it off the toes, but couldn't beat the fielder there.
Which is good. From what we've seen, that's his shot. That's his area. Confident.
But they do have a fielder in there at short leg. Just a little bit short of a length there from Simmons. Vincent tries to punch that one out between point and extra cover, but can't beat the fielder there at point. Ooh, not a convincing shot there from Vincent again. He's
looked wrong-ish.
Simmons knows he's in the game here.
Bring the short cover in, just to
go all out attack. If Simmons is likely to probably get another over two before lunch. Here's a change coming around the wicket. Now to Vincent. Look at tossing one up towards off stump there and trying to spin one into his wickets maybe. Let's have a look. Simmons in. Solid there by Vincent. So 12:54 on the clock here at the Latrobe Recreation Ground scoreboard, so we'll certainly get two more overs in. And Sheffield don't look to be in too much hurry to try and push for a third, but
Sheffield's last four overs probably have been really
their
good.
best of the morning probably.
Best of the morning, got the wicket, and then have gone on with it since then.
So it'll be Robinson again from the Gilbert Street end. Pearce works that one to the leg side, but no run. So Robinson 1 for 17 off his 13 overs. Six maidens. Aidan Marshall 1 for 28 off 14. Harry Collier hasn't been used today. None for 3 off 2. Logan Hazelwood only bowled the 3 overs. None for 12 off 4. As Pearce tries to get inside that and work that down leg side, but can't make connection. And Mark Simmons, none for 30 off 13 overs with 2 maidens.
Definitely Ulverston's morning so far.
Yeah, to only lose 1 wicket for the session, they certainly would have taken that. If you had have asked Alex Winwood as they walked out to bat this morning, they've weathered the Sheffield storm. So I think Sheffield just missed a trick early on. They just let through too many easy singles and let Ulverstone get the scoreboard ticking over. Yeah. The only wicket fall was that of Jordan Kelly. Caught Alex King at second slip off the bowling Robinson for 37. As bat and pad there. Muted appeal from the Mountaineers. So if you want to find out how the batsman got out, you can go to the Play Cricket website. Has replays of every wicket, so head along that website if you want to, or just find the dismissals on the YouTube live stream. But you'll find it much easier on the Play Cricket website, and you can also see all of yesterday's dismissals as well. And there was certainly plenty of them. Pearce defended that one at maybe inside edge and bounced over the stumps. So a little bit of luck there for the Ulverstone number 4. In the shadows of lunch, 12:58. So one ball to go this over. We'll certainly get one more over in. You'd think that would be from Simmons. And Robinson again makes Pearce work for that one. Pearce was looked to be maybe in two minds there as whether he's going to play or leave. End up getting a bit of bat on it. No run. So 47 overs gone. Be one more before lunch. Ulverstone 2 for 97 after starting the day at 1 for 32. So they've added 65 runs this session so far for the loss of just one wicket. So certainly honours to the Black Caps. It'll be Simmons to bowl the final over before lunch. Bowled a very nice over about 5 minutes ago. Vincent will take first ball of the over. So Simmons will continue around the wicket. Alex King in close there on the leg side. In comes Simmons. Bit of footwork there from Vincent. Good to see a batsman using footwork to the spinners.
Yep.
So I'm not sure Vincent's totally convincing all the time with the footwork, but he's being positive.
He's looked better doing that than
just standing there
there.
trying to defend it.
Potentially trying to take the short leg out of the picture.
Solid again
For
from
a
Vincent.
bowl.
Comes forward, but as you said, good bowling there from Simmons, asking questions, making the batsman play. In front of what we said again before, a very healthy crowd here at the Latrobe Recreation Ground. Given Sheffield, twos are also in action up at Sheffield in the second grade grand final against Devonport. Very good representation of the Mountaineers Day, and Ulverston's loyal following has made the trip to Latrobe as well this morning. As Vincent back down the pitch again to Simmons. Three balls left. The clock has ticked over to 1 o'clock.
Short leg nearly on the wicket here.
Simmons got that one to skid through. Vincent
Kept very low.
just got the toe of the bat onto that one. That one did not bounce much at all. Just another seeded out for the batsman to worry about.
Alex
after
King's playing
lunch.
a lot of cricket in there at short leg. I'm sure he's making the batsman
Reminding him
earn
regularly.
this to lunch.
2 balls to go. Simmons around the wicket.
Oh,
Ooh, and that one maybe just bounced a little bit more than what Vincent thought. Come forward to it high on the bat.
Places good grand final cricket.
So all of a sudden, what's been a reasonably placid wicket for most of the morning, all of a sudden Simmons has found a few demons. Last ball. Vincent gets a low full toss, punches it down the ground, will get runs. May get 4. No, it won't. Jordan Marshall chasing after it. They got 3. Vincent will come back. They got 2. Vincent will come back for the 3rd. So positive end of the session there for Ulverstone. Vincent moves on to 39, his season high score. Ulverstone bring up the century on the stroke of lunch, 2 for 100 after 48 overs, and James Smith, a very positive start there in this run chase for Ulverstone.
Yeah, definitely take the points there in the first couple of hours. Batsmen remained reasonably positive, sweated on the bad balls, got the scoreboard ticking over nicely in that first hour as we've discussed. Being positive, looking for those singles. Sheffield probably a little bit lacklustre in that first hour, just missed a few tricks with the field settings and the bowling not quite where they'd like it, but
Bowled better that last 20 or
definitely
25
bowled
minutes.
better, got that wicket, and then looked reasonably dangerous from that point, but Ulverstone sneaked through, only losing the one pole, so they take the points for that session.
Yep.
But still a lot of cricket.
Still a lot of cricket to go. Still got 5 sessions to go in this game. Up at Sheffield in the second grade grand final, 35 overs in the books. Sheffield 2 for 50. So that's lunch here at the Latrobe Recreation Ground. We'll be back in about half hour for the second session of play. Thanks, James, for your help on the commentary this morning, and we'll be back at 1:30 for the second session of play. Lovely guys.
You got anyone else lined up?
No, Beagle was coming in this afternoon. Randy this morning.
Right.
No.
He usually goes better with a couple of green cans in his hand.
Usually, probably why he's waiting to come till a bit later.
Right, you just down the stool over there. So I've just got a couple of little lapel microphones. You can just click on your jumper there. And
Sweet. Oh, thank you. Got some great stats here, Cole.
just rehashing from the season before and just add on to the season.
Perfect. Love that. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Latrobe Recreation Ground for the second session of play in the Hershey Seafoods Cricket Northwest first grade men's grand final between Ulverstone and Sheffield. Certainly Ulverstone's session in to start the day. We'll play day two started here at 11 o'clock. They started the day at 1 for 32, ended the session at 2 for 100. The only wicket to fall was that of Jordan Kelly, caught by Alex King at first slip off the bowling of Sam Robinson for 37. Jake Vincent will resume the second session of play here, 39 not out. It's a season high for Jake in his first year at the club. Jack Pearce 7 not out, and as mentioned before, the successful wicket taker was Sam Robinson, who's got figures of 1 for 17 off his 14 overs. Aidan Marshall picked up the other wicket in the last session of play last night. He's got 1 for 28 off 14, so a minute or two away from restarting. Sheffield really got the work ahead of them at the moment. They are unable to find the breakthrough, or the multiple breakthroughs they probably needed in that first session. Ulverstone through Kelly and Vincent really got the scoreboard ticking over nicely with good running between the wickets. Sheffield certainly bowled pretty well in that final probably 20-25 minutes of play. Mark Simmons looked really good, the leggy, troubled Vincent a few times, and Sam Robinson bowled nice and tight as well, but are unable to get another wicket, and it leaves Ulverstone in a pretty good position as they chase down the Mountaineers' first innings total of 122 made yesterday. Joining me in the box for the second session of play is successful Wynyard women's first grade coach Claire Leary. Claire, welcome to the commentary box.
Thank you.
Obviously, we usually have another Leary in the commentary box on grand final day. Your dad Andrew, we haven't seen him yet, but he'll be in a little bit later on. But
he'll be here.
You're obviously a successful coach of the Wynyard women's team this year, but obviously still an Ulverstone girl at heart, and come to cheer on the boys in the grand final today. But as the players and umpires just return to the field, obviously you've a very successful year in charge of the Tigers on the field this year.
Yes. It helps when we've got some really good talent there as well. I don't end up doing too much on the day, but no, it's been an amazing year, and just to see everybody really enjoy themselves and get around each other, I think that's been the standout,
And obviously a good crowd here today for the day two of play, but also a great crowd at the Denbourne Oval for the women's grand final when you defeated Sheffield a couple of weeks ago.
I was very impressed with that. We usually don't get many coming to any cricket games, whether it's male or female, so it was a great crowd, and we certainly felt it out in the middle, which was awesome.
And we mentioned prior to coming back on air that obviously you said there a minute ago, helped by having some really good talent at your disposal. That, of course, led by Montana Bradley, who enjoyed another just remarkable season with both bat and ball. Took out the Player of the Year award at the Cricket Northwest Awards night last Wednesday night, and then obviously that was helped by the fact she scored 339 runs at an average of 339, and took 14 wickets at 5.71. So just another outstanding season from Mon.
Absolutely, and I actually helped her with the average. I ran her out one game.
Oh, you did.
So that was my contribution. Yep.
Good work. Good work.
No, in hindsight, it wasn't too bad of an effort, and I think not only statistically, but just her personality, like she rubs off on everyone. She's got a very calm feel about her, and we certainly feel when she's out there just being around her, which is really good.
And people probably don't realise. So obviously she's had a fantastic season for Wynyard.
Yep.
She's had a really good season for the Great Northern Raiders as well, including scoring a century.
Yep.
But she also plays on Saturdays during the day as well for a Burnie Cricket League team.
She does. She plays A reserve, and she absolutely dominates. She does an amazing job.
Like, her whole weekend is taken up by cricket.
She loves it. Yeah,
she loves it.
So sometimes she does come a little bit late to our first grade games, but
you can accommodate that.
Yeah, absolutely. she's making an impact in A reserve, so it's so good to see her being able to bowl longer spells, bat a bit more time, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's really good.
So it'll be Sam Robinson to resume the attack from the Gilbert Street end here at the Latrobe Recreation Ground. Bowled quite well in the final few overs before lunch. He'll bowl to Vincent. Oh, and beats the batter Vincent. Just gets one to jag away. Vincent played down the wrong line. So a good start here from Sheffield as they really need this first half hour. If they can't get 2 or 3 wickets, it's really going to be a battle for them to stay in this game.
It's a momentum thing too, isn't it? As soon as they get a wicket, they get up and about. Everybody's in the game.
So in comes Robinson again. Oh, Vincent dug that one out and somehow eked out a run as well as he got it between the fielder at square leg and mid wicket.
He's been really good off his legs this morning.
Yeah, plays quite aggressively off his legs, Vincent. But that one, that was a good delivery there from Robinson. Really aimed in at the toes, and Vincent dug it out and got himself off strike as well. So Pearce will resume now. He's on 7 with 1 boundary. Son of club legend Jason Pearce, who one of the great NWTCA batsmen of the 90s for Ulverstone. Hall of Fame member. Pearce, positive cricket there. Punches out towards cover, no run. So, as we mentioned before, plenty of cricket going on this weekend around Tasmania. We've got the second grade grand final up at Sheffield, where it's Sheffield resuming at
2 for 53 in that grand final against Devonport. The Greater Northern Raiders are in the Premier League semi-final against University, and got the job ahead of them there with as Robinson outside off stump, no run. University 1 for 107 off 37 overs with Jake Doran 35 not out, Tim Ward 49 not out. So a couple of state players there for University who are threatening to end the Raiders season this weekend. Up in the Cricket North semi-final, it's Riverside 4 for 80 against Mowbray for the right to play Westbury in the grand final. There's Pearce gets that one off the hip, and that's going to go for 4. Robinson straight off line. Pearce worked that one beautifully, really fine. Gave Hazelwood no chance there as he ran around to his right, and Pearce gets the scoring underway. He's scoring underway with his second boundary. And up at Rihanna today for the Burnie Cricket League A-grade grand final, it's Stowport 6 for 164 in that one. They threatened to really post a big score early, but the Kings, James King and Tim King, have got 5 wickets between them and put the brakes on the Stowport innings. So that's 6 for 165 after 44 overs.
They got off to a cracking start.
They had Braden Hayes and Lockie Bissett. Had them at the scoreboard really humming along. So Robinson again out wide outside off stump, but Pearce mistimes that shot and no run. So into the first over after lunch bowled by Sam Robinson. He's got 1 for 22 off 15, and Ulverstone move along to 2 for 105, 17 runs behind Sheffield's first innings score of 122. So with the celebrations after the women's grand final, the girls put in a good shift. I think bar sales at the Denmark Cricket Club were quite strong that night. I think the girls had put in a good shift.
Yeah, we stuck around for a little bit and then headed over to club rooms. Yep. Had inflatable costumes, so they were very hard to navigate, but it was worth it. I think we all had a lot of fun. Had a few of the men about waiting for us there, so that was really good. We had a good turnout from our club coming over, so it was nice to share that with everybody.
So it won't be Mark Simmons bowling from the northern end after lunch. He's brought himself off, and Logan Hazelwood will take up the attack from the last street end. Bowling to Vincent. Hazelwood with figures of none for 12 off 4 overs, just above the 3 overs this morning. Short up the rib cage area of Vincent, but Vincent just rides it nicely and gets another easy single. And that's one of the trademarks of Ulverstone's batting in the first session, just getting way too many easy singles. But positive cricket, Claire.
Yeah, well, obviously they've got the 2 fielders back at I think a square and then a deep fine leg sort of backward square, so obviously the plan to bowl short there. But yeah, Vincent was able to get an easy single. Got to try and put the pressure on here, Sheffield, after lunch.
Yeah, really need a couple of quick wickets to just put a bit of nervousness among the Ulverstone batting lineup, which has had its struggles the last few weeks of the season. So got a helmet coming out here for Alex King, so he's going to be in close, you would think. So he's going to be at maybe like a back pad or something there. Short leg. So you'd expect maybe Hazelwood might dig a couple more in short here to see how Pearce plays the short pitch delivery. And he comes. There it is, but well outside off stump. So along with King in close there is the man at deep forward square and deep backward square as well. So and a leg slip as well. So certainly the plan is clear here from the Mountaineers. It's whether Pearce accepts the bait or not. Outside off stump again. Pearce not even interested.
Hopefully they can execute their plans over the next few overs.
Yeah, they need to buy a wicket somewhere, Sheffield. They, for the most part, Ulverstone looked pretty comfortable at the crease in the first session.
I think Alex Winwood is in next, I believe.
Yeah, I think he'll be coming in at 5. There's plenty of depth to the Ulverstone batting lineup, despite their struggles. Oh, there's a short pitch one which Pearce gets up on his toes to play, comes off the shoulder of the bat and just drills out there towards backward point. So tell us what it's like, Kaleo, when you're taking on the coaching role for the first time. Was there a fair bit of nerves to start the season and just getting to know everyone?
Yeah, I think I'm quite new to the club as well,
Yep.
so just trying to navigate. Oh,
Well, another short pitch one there
very.
from Hazelwood, and Pearce managed to evade it with his gloves and bat. King took a nice catch diving forward, but I reckon that one might just come off the shoulder or something. But that was a good delivery there from Hazelwood.
Putting a slip. Oh.
So we've got about probably a third slip has come in. So in comes Hazelwood again. There is a short one again. Pearce drops the hands. Doesn't want a piece of it. Into the over there from Hazelwood. And Ulverstone 2 for 106 off 50.
Yeah, I mean, it's always daunting, moving to a new club, obviously having such a history with Ulverstone, with my family, but also myself. But everybody was so supportive, and I think everyone was really involved with our women's team too, and always asking how we were going, where we were playing. So I felt really welcomed. And then I'd actually had played with and against a few of the girls before. So April and I obviously played together at Ulverstone, and I've played against Ella in my juniors and stuff. So it wasn't too hard, I guess, navigating the relationship side of things, which I really enjoyed, and I think that made it a lot better. Helped calm the nerves a lot anyway.
I'd imagine also helps that you're coming into a program that's been very successful as well, and certainly knows how to win games of cricket.
Yeah, definitely.
Vincent drives on the onside but can't beat the fielder there at mid-on.
We have Sheree, she calls in every now and then, gives us messages of support, so that's goes to show how much, as you said, history there is there in that women's team. But great group of people to be around.
Robinson in again. Vincent leaves our side off stump. No ball. First no ball of the innings. Might be the first no ball of the actual game. Let's have a look at Sheffield. No, 4 no balls by Ulverstone. 2 from Varner and 2 from French. So first no ball of the Sheffield bowling innings there. And left alone by Vincent again. And the roster overall this season, obviously still only the 4 teams in the competition. We'd love to see that expand and get a Burnley and Ulverstone back in one day, but it seemed to be like Latrobe and Devonport who didn't make the grand final. They certainly won their fair share of games, and we're pretty solid teams all season.
Yeah, the competition's getting stronger and stronger, for sure.
Vincent goes on the drive, but can't beat the fielder there at cover.
It's sad that we have to, reduce the amount of teams playing, but in a way there's a positive out of it. That silver lining is that our competition's really close, and Devonport and Latrobe both had a really good year, and were both unlucky to probably get to finals. I think Latrobe struggled early on, but then started finding some really good form towards the back end of the season with, Kate coming back. Always a good batsman to have in your attack.
Vincent looking to attack Robinson here. He's driving with confidence, but just can't pierce the field there. Vincent drives again, but can't beat the man at cover.
There's certainly like an appetite for cricket in the Ulverstone and Burnie region. You've got Turners Beach playing in the Social League, who are, you know, put in a really good year. They've got some amazing players there. They could definitely play above the Social League.
Yeah.
And then you've got a lot of girls popping up in the BCL as well. There's definitely people out there ready to play.
Certainly the growth of the women's Social League competition in there too. They had a spring roster and a summer roster. It was great to see, and I think Don won both rosters this season, which was good. And there was Burnie Cricket League teams involved.
So Ridgely got a team up for the first time, and you know they had a few girls who used to play with Burnie, but just overall a really good team, and really good credit to Ridgely for being able to do that, put in a team for both the spring and summer roster. So there's definitely girls out there.
Yeah,
it's really good to see.
Hopefully in a season or two then we can see those starting to filter through to the Cricket Northwest ranks,
absolutely.
And we can get back to a full strength Cricket Northwest women's competition.
They're certainly paving the way for that possibility. I think the foundation's really, really good. Cricket Northwest is in a really good position with that.
And obviously the Cricket Northwest women's rep team had a good couple of wins over the north as well this season, which was always good to see from a regional perspective. And and the Great Northern Raiders obviously couldn't quite get the job done in the grand final against North Hobart, but another good season by the Raiders women, and the Northwest contingent all contributed well all season.
It's the same as you said on Wednesday night with that men's all-star team. Like, I'd be happy taking our women's all-star team and playing some Premier League teams. I think we'd give them a run for their money. So it's really good to see the Northwest pathway program into the representative cricket so strong, and then seeing the girls be able to be part of a grand final again for the Raiders. Fortunately didn't go their way, but really good representation.
So Hazelwood in again to Pearce. That's short of length again. Pearce rides that one nicely, fends it down to the field there, short backward square. So Hazelwood's been the one tagged to do the short pitch bowling work here. So we've got deep backward square, deep forward square, leg slip, and short leg. So umpire Scott Pearce just giving Hazelwood his orders there in terms of how many short pitch balls he's allowed left. Hasn't been too many pitched up in the batsman's half here. these couple of overs from Hazelwood.
He's got to really stick to his line if he wants this plan to work out.
Pearce so far has negotiated it reasonably well. Oh, good delivery there from Hazelwood. That one left Pearce off the deck and taken by Evans in front of his face. So zip through. So this is a good spell here from Hazelwood. Asking some questions of Pearce. You don't see this too much in Cricket Northwest. There's usually probably not too many pacemen who can sustain a really good short pitched barrage on batsmen. But Hazelwood's doing the job at the moment for his captain. That one a little bit fuller. Maybe just kept a little bit lower, that one. Pearce successfully negotiated. Also probably helps when Pearce isn't one of the taller batsmen going about in the competition. A short pitch delivery to him is probably a little bit different to a short pitch delivery to Jake Vincent.
It is. Still a hard ball to pull off.
Oh yeah, no, you got to bend the back on it.
Yeah.
Another short pitch one. Pearce easily ducks under that one, and he negotiates the 52nd over well. Olsen 2 for 107, Vincent 41, Pearce on 11. They trail Sheffield on first innings by 15. So Take a look around the grounds here up at Sheffield in second grade. The Mountaineers 2 for 61 off 41 overs, so the going's a bit slow up there. However, they've got they're trying to keep some wickets in hand for later on in the day, one would think. Over down in Hobart at University, we've got a wicket. Jake Doran has fallen for 40, and it's the Northwest Connection's got him there. Caught DeVries bowled Omani, so big wicket there for Sammy O, getting Jake Doran. As Vincent goes on the drive, can't beat the fielder there at mid-off. So Tim Ward, 52 not out. He's been joined at the crease by Param Upal, who's been one of the premier players in Premier League cricket this season. University 2 for 116. Up in Launceston, it's Riverside 4 for 89 against Mowbray in that semi-final. In progress there over the weekend, and over at up at Rihanna, Stowport 8 for 190 in the 49th over. So we mentioned before, fantastic job by Rihanna there to restrict Stowport after they got off to a flyer of a start through Lockie Bissett and Braden Hayes. Tim King 4 for 34, James King 3 for 31 in his final over. As Robinson bowls again to Vincent outside off stump. So the partnership here between Vincent and Pearce is up to 22. As Olsen look to firstly get the first innings lead and then really build on it later on this afternoon and bat Sheffield out of this game. And Vincent happy to leave alone again.
I guess they also have to think about giving themselves enough time, knowing what Sheffield are capable of, especially when they're batting aggressively.
Oh yeah, no, Sheffield they'll have to come out all guns blazing later on, Sheffield, and try and set some sort of target and leave themselves enough time. But how much time they're going to get is going to be the problem. Still got to get another 8 Ulverstone wickets, given they've only got one in a session and a bit. You would think they're going to have to get busy very, very soon. So just going through those women's first grade awards this year. Montana Bradley, Player of the Year on 22 votes. Batting award, 339 runs at 339. 14 wickets at 5.71 to earn her the batting trophy. And it's Vincent, lovely straight drive there. It's not fielded there by the Sheffield Marshall, I think. And goes for 4. Lovely straight drive there by Jake Vincent. Arguably the shot of the day. Takes him up to 45. Olverstone 2 for 111
Good to see
at the end of the over.
Up a little bit
Yeah,
more.
it's starting to had a little bit more dew on it this morning, I felt, than what it did yesterday morning. But the wind this morning would have helped dry that out nicely. And good to see batsmen getting value for shots. Sam Hardy took out the wicket-keeping award for Sheffield. 6 catches and 2 stumpings in that all-star team, as Kalia mentioned earlier. Claire Alexander and Sophia Field from Devonport Wynyard respectively at the openers position. Montana Bradley from Wynyard, captain. Georgia Anderson from Sheffield. Martina Stephen, who just keeps getting better with age. Martina, she's just still one of the best batters on the northwest coast. Kate Chaplin from Latrobe. Georgia King from Sheffield. Kalia from Wynyard. Rachel Kirkwood from Latrobe. April Allison from Wynyard. And Sam Hardy from Sheffield, the wicketkeeper. Chloe Casey, the 12th man. So yeah, a very, very good team. That you'd happily go into battle with that team against any other team in Tasmania.
Yeah, and there's even probably another 10 not on that list that I'd happily take down as well.
Yep.
It's in such a good position. Everyone's had a really good year. And you're right about Martina. I think that semi-final against Sheffield, she batted superbly. I think Claire got out quite early and I think everyone was a bit worried, but Martina held the innings together and batted really, really well and showed us all she still got it.
Yeah, probably, along with Montana, probably the most technically correct batter on the northwest coast.
Definitely can't afford to bowl too square to her. She's, lefties always like that shot, but she's, you can see that soft ball in her as soon as you bowl it down there. So
it makes you think if women's cricket was about in the in the late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah.
How good a player she may have been, and what she could have gone on and done for you could build an argument that she could have nearly played for Tasmania in her heyday. As Hazelwood continues the short pitch bowling here to Pearce.
She was a brilliant bowler as well. I remember when I first started playing women's cricket, it just attacked my like stumps, and she was quick, fierce. Yeah, really good player, good all-rounder. Hopefully she's still got a lot of cricket left in her.
I think she keeps herself very fit, Martina. There's no...
Yeah.
Loves the gym, so I imagine she's still got a few more good years of batting left in her. In comes Hazelwood again. Well defended there by Pearce. Was there someone, a younger player this year that maybe hadn't had much of an opportunity in first grade before, around all clubs, that really impressed you this year, who sort of took a really good leap into becoming a regular first grade player?
There's definitely been a few pop up throughout the season. Chloe Lunson's definitely one of them. She's had a really good year at a first grade level, has had to step up and open the batting a few times with Claire, which has really impressed us all.
Ooh.
Very short.
Very short, and probably took off a little bit as well. He's just pushing the boundaries here, hey, sort of not being called for a no ball for being too high here.
But Chloe had a great year, and she also bowled a fair few overs as well. Just beautiful straight, got a little bit of swing.
I saw her bowl in a couple of games on the live stream, and it looked a very natural sort of action, and bowled with good pace.
Yes, but batting's come a long way. She plays a beautiful drive, and she loves a sweep shot, so it's really good to see her being able to develop up the order a little bit with Devonport, batting with Claire, with Martina as well.
Yep. So Hazelwood's over comes to an end. None for 13 off 7. Ulverstone 2 for 111 in the second session of play on day 2 of this Hershey Seafoods Cricket Northwest first grade grand final.
I was also impressed with a couple of the young girls from Latrobe, Marley Kettle and Ebony Sims. Got a few overs in with the first grade women, and they bowled beautiful line and length. Latrobe have got themselves in a really good position with their junior players, and hopefully a few more of them can be starting to play women's cricket soon. They're all definitely capable of it, and it's really good to see.
Yeah, along with Wynyard, they've probably been the most successful teams in the Cricket Northwest women's history.
Definitely. It's always hard losing, a Sasha.
Yeah, they lost a couple of really good players out of their team.
Hannah wasn't able to commit the whole year, I believe. She was going away a little bit. So, when you lose those key players, it would happen to us. It would happen to any club. To be able to do what they've done with the players they've had and the juniors they've done a really good job.
Yeah, for a while there, for a couple of seasons, they just had a really good spin attack.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, powerhouse.
Which other teams just really weren't able to get on top of. I said the Lowrys, Hannah and Esther McGaw.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think this the leaderboard and the scoreboard reflected how talented they really are in their team, and if they had Hannah and Kate all year, it would have been a different story. Having just that leadership and that experience, certainly helps get over the line sometimes.
So Robinson now coming around the wicket to Vincent, but outside off stump again. Vincent offers no shot, just watches it go through to the gloves of keeper Jonah Evans. So the Great Northern Raiders have struck again. Parama Pal is out. LBW Lachlan Clark for 1. University. Oh, as Vincent plays and misses of that one from Robinson. Robinson gave him something to drive. Vincent took the invitation, but beat the outside edge of the bat.
I like the plan here. They know he's pretty strong down the ground, but they're still trying to challenge that outside edge. Sheffield, it's really good. Good to see.
So University 3 for 120 now. Brad Hope at the crease. Another Tassie squad player. So University are just rolling out the Tassie squad players at the moment. And the Stowport innings is all over up at Rainer in the Burnie Cricket League Grand Final. 9 for 202 off their 50 overs. So a good comeback there by Rainer after Stowport had got off to a very, very fast start. And soft hands there from Vincent, gets it through the slips cord, and they'll get one. They'll come back for two. They'll have a look at a third. Pearce comes back, tearing through. The throw from Clark. Oh, Vincent had to quickly accelerate down the non-striker's end, but he got home easily as the throw was wide. Pearce, good set of wheels there to come back for a third. He was always coming to the danger end.
It's pretty quick between the wickets.
Yes, but again, more good running between the wickets by the Black Caps, and served them very well so far on day 2. They move along to 2 for 114 now, just 8 runs behind Sheffield on first innings. As we mentioned before, you need the first innings result in the Cricket Northwest Grand Final. Don't need to get an outright. Ulverstone looking good at the moment. Pearce, it's a low full toss there from Robinson that Pearce just reached for and got a thick inside edge, which dribbled down to backward square for 1.
I think that's the thing too, rotating the strike so much, having the left and right. You know, Robinson's having to change his line, so
fields have to continually move.
You know, you might expect to see a few of those low full tosses or a couple of loose balls. So really good by Ulverstone to try and push them singles and threes through.
Back in my third grade days, Claire, there was nothing worse than having to go from third man to fine leg.
Oh god.
When it was left hand, right hand, third man to third man.
Yeah.
Because that's where the bad fielders fielded.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I'm usually fielding there too.
So Vincent negotiates that final ball, the Robinson over. 2 for 115, the Black Caps. 55 overs in the books. Vincent 2 runs away from what will be a very nice half century. He's on 48. Pearce on 12. And Robinson 1 for 31 off 18 overs.
Looks like this will be, I think this is currently his highest score of the
year.
It is, yeah. So good time to turn up.
Very good time to make it. He hadn't cracked 200 runs for the season. And it only had a top score of 36. So this has been a very, very good time to produce season high figures for Jake Vincent.
And just, staying out there with Kelly, obviously, at a pivotal point in the match, but able to kind of, stay out there, be the anchor so that the others can kind of bat around him. It's something I think they might have been lacking for the last few weeks.
Yes, no, there hasn't been too many big partnerships over the last couple of weeks, that's for sure.
We've got a Snare coming in lower down the order.
Yes, forget about Jacob Snare, a prolific run scorer in seasons past for the Black Caps. As Hazelwood well outside off stump there.
Yeah, they've got a bit of depth to come, Ulverstone, and then you've obviously got Toby.
Toby Hutton as well, who made 76 against Sheffield in the 2-dayer earlier in the season. So,
Toby's, he's quite an attacking batsman, but he can stick around. He can play mature innings as well. So Sheffield have got a lot to think about, if they do start getting these few wickets.
Yeah, Brandon King as well to come in. Reece French, who's made an A-grade ton. So the job is certainly ahead of Sheffield at the moment. They 34 minutes gone in this second session, and they haven't been able to prize out another Ulverstone wicket. So it's shaping to be a long day in the field for the Sheffield boys.
Yes. Logan's still trying to entice the short.
Yeah, he's pitched up a little bit more like this over. As Pearce holds the bat aloft and gets out of the way of that one. And for Wynyard next year in the women's comp, Colette, you're expecting to retain the majority of your team from this year?
I believe so. It's obviously quite hard to tell, and usually we don't figure those things out until about a month before. But I think Sophia might be heading to Darwin for some cricket, so that's the only movement that I'm aware of at the moment. That's really good cricketing opportunities, so can't get angry at that.
I must say, it's one of the beauties of Australia. You can play cricket all year round.
Yes, you can.
You can leave the winter here and go up to a Darwin or Queensland and play some good cricket through the winter months.
Absolutely. Yeah. Other than that, I think time will definitely tell.
Yep.
I think everyone's keen to have a bit of a break.
Yep, that's been a long season.
I think a lot of the girls, they're involved in more than the women's team, so it'd be good to have a couple months off cricket.
Yeah, I imagine for someone like Montana Bradley, just to pack the cricket gear away for a couple of months and not see it.
Absolutely.
She's definitely earned a break, Montana.
She sure has.
Comes Hazelwood again to Pearce. It's been pretty much Hazelwood to Pearce for a lot of this spell so far. He hasn't bowled too much to Jake Vincent, and Pearce hits that one into the ground straight to Alex King there at Silly Point. Well, probably yes, more of a short cover. Very, very short cover. So 56 overs gone, 2 for 115. The Black Caps 7 runs away from Sheffield's first innings score of 122 yesterday. If you're just catching up with the game, Sheffield, disastrous start for the Mountaineers. Lost 4 for 1 as Matthew Varner and Reece French just ripped through the heart of the Sheffield top and middle order. Sheffield tried to make a bit of a recovery through the middle and lower order, but just lost their way a bit with some poor shots, gobbled up by the Ulverstone fielders, and they were all out for 122 just before drinks in the final session yesterday. Ulverstone negotiated about 15 overs, got to 1 for 32 at stumps last night. Vincent goes on the drive, but didn't quite go where I think he was aiming it. Pretty bit of a didn't quite middle it and straight to that fielder there at cover, who is might be Clayton Campbell out there, who's doing a bit of warming up, so we might see a bowling change here soon. Robinson again dug out there by Vincent. But I'm not a huge advocate of numbers on backs in two-day cricket. I like the traditional side of it all. But when you're commentating, sometimes the numbers, and the players have got their backs to you, sometimes the numbers would come in handy.
Yeah, there's a few that look pretty similar.
Yeah, I think there's only Latrobe as Vincent cuts that one. Bernie have them, Latrobe have them.
I had the same problem. I scored while I was we were batting for some second grade games, and I'm like, oh, thank God, Bernie had numbers. I wouldn't be able to tell them apart.
And comes Robinson again to Vincent. Vincent drives straight. Good fielding there by Robinson. He's follow through, threatened to throw the ball back at Vincent's stumps, but nothing eventuated. So it's for pretty much the last 5 or 6 overs, it's been Robinson to Vincent and Hazelwood to Pearce. They haven't really any runs they've got have been in multiples of 2 or 4. There hasn't been too many singles for the last few overs. Vincent still on 48. Oh, bat and pad close together there. Don't think there was any bat that ended up hitting the ball. come off the front of the pad there and just fell short of King at first slip, but there was never going to be an appeal for a catch that had been taken.
It's good to see Robbo's coming around the wicket now, so I think a couple of overs ago I noticed he was coming over, so just changing those angles, bringing in some more fielders.
Yeah, looking to just aim it towards that, spirit into that off stump, then take it away.
Yeah.
But Vincent showing good discipline here, not really playing at anything he doesn't have to, and that's all Ulverstone need at the moment. As the 57th over is done, 2 for 115. Maiden there from Robinson. So we will have a bowling change. Hazelwood's bent his back for a spell there of 4 overs. Couldn't get the wicket to Pearce, so we now have Clayton Campbell on the bowl, who this season 16 wickets at an average of 28.5, best of 3 for 36. So I'm not haven't seen Clayton bowl this year. New to the club this season. Been a handy contributor with both bat and ball. Also has made 442 runs at a tick over 30. So was pretty handy with the bat for him yesterday as the Sheffield tried to recover. Made a very patient 21 off 134 balls before he just tried to play a shot to the leg side, which ended up going to the offside and caught easily by Jacob Snare off the bowling of Alex Winwood. Let's see what he can do with the ball here. So we've got a fielder in at bat pad. We also have a fielder in short on the offside as well. He's got protection and deep at deep mid wicket. And then there's also a fielder at backward square leg and a backward point. So the fielder close in on the offside's a silly point, and then a backward point who's probably just a little bit deeper than normal.
Yeah, he's a bit deeper there.
So in comes Campbell. First ball, loosener. I think it might have hit the back of Alex King's leg there.
Definitely did.
In close on the leg side there and just dribbled towards backwards, the fielder there at backward square. No run. So the fielder from mid on just comes a little bit squarer as well now. Campbell.
It's better length.
Much better. Got his one loosener out of the way. Avoided getting hit for a boundary and now has dropped onto a nice line of length there. So looks like we'll have another. No, there's going to be a slight. The fielder there at silly points just come a little bit straighter. Campbell on the money there. Pearce prods forward in defence. Good start here from Campbell after the first loosener. Just with his action, it just looks like he just stays at the crease. He doesn't sort of come up and over much. He just basically he gets the crease and really stops. But it's been pretty effective so far. Pearce just watchfully playing at the moment. Pearce goes on the drive. Was in the air for a bit of time there. That fielder from mid on who was brought a bit squarer, maybe a traditional mid on, might have been in business there, but it was to the left there of that fielder. And Pearce will get 2. So a bit of intent shown there by Jack Pearce. Played it in the air a little bit, but all's well that ends well. Pearce moves along to 14, 58 overs gone. Ulverstone creep close to that Sheffield first innings total of 122 there, 2 for 117.
Good bowling change though, I think. Take the pace off.
Yeah.
Try and entice some more shots.
Yeah, they'll have to start getting a bit inventive, Sheffield, with how they try and get this next wicket. The traditional methods haven't really worked so far in the first 2 hours and 45 minutes of play. It will be Robinson again to keep bowling from the Gilbert Street end, coming around the wicket to Vincent, who seemingly bowled exclusively to after lunch. And a similar story there outside of stump. Vincent not interested.
Wouldn't mind seeing Robbo trying to get him on the back foot a little bit. We've seen him comfortable using the front foot, so trying something a bit different, maybe. Obviously got the protection out there with a point, backward point, so.
Vincent forward again. Just pokes that out towards cover, no run. So what's your winter look like, Khalil? You playing any football, or
I don't think I will this year.
just going to have a bit of a break from everything?
I think so. Terry's trying to get me into the golf, but I'm hopeless. I went for a few rounds with him and I spat the dummy after about 3 holes.
Now, for those who don't know who Terry is, Terry's Khalil's grandfather, the legendary Terry Leary, who was president of the Ulverstone Cricket Club for a good 15 years, I reckon, and helped build the club into the successful club it is at the moment. Many thought Terry wouldn't have gone for golf either. Don't worry. Many never thought Terry looked like a golfer, but when he hung up the presidency hat, all of a sudden, where's Terry? He was at Lobster Creek Road, haven't he?
That's where he is this morning, I'm pretty sure, as well. But yeah, I was hopeless and I was saying, like, this is way harder than cricket. And he's like, no, it's not. And you can control when you hit the ball.
So Vincent really attacked the drive there, missed it. I think it's come off Evans' gloves and into Alex King's hands at first slip. King is calling for a video replay. We can bring it up here, but I'm not sure it's going to get you anywhere, King. I'm not sure we've got enough resources to overturn the decision.
I like Jonah coming up to the stumps, trying to get Vincent back in his crease a bit.
Keeps the batsman honest. Nope, no. Just got an issue here behind the bowler's arm where the sight screen is. There's a bit of movement. So, squad all sorted now. Robinson back in the bowl. Vincent. Oh, that one didn't miss off peg by too much. I think it might have come back a little bit. Vincent was happy to leave it, but Evans took that ball right next to the off bail. So Vincent, he's all of a sudden he's become becalmed a bit as he's approached his maiden half century for Ulverstone. He's still stuck on 48. He feels like he's been there for a little while, and the runs have just dried up a little bit here for Ulverstone. Vincent Ford plays it to the leg side, no run. And that's the end of the 59th over. Robinson with figures of 1 for 31 off 20. Ulverstone still in control here, despite the lack of runs in the last 10 minutes or so. 2 for 117. Vincent 48. Pearce still there on 14. So I'll have another quick look around the grounds here. We've got a wicket at Sheffield in the third and the second grade grand final. Sheffield now 3 for 73 with Josh Aikman, the batsman, out. Court Abarathna bowled Lucas French for 12. Sheldon Parker still there, 33 not out of 143 balls. a very Sheldon Parker-like innings. He's there for the long haul, and he's been joined at the crease by young Roland Skirving, who made his first grade debut a couple of weeks ago, with a very happy father and grandparents there at the ground at the Devonport Oval on that day, and he helped contribute to the Sheffield win as well with a handy little partnership with Jonah Evans to get Sheffield over the line there. The Raiders have struck again. Sam O'Mahony with his second wicket, the big wicket of Brad Hope for 10. University 4 for 138 in the 46th over. Tim Ward still there on 63 not out. Up in the north, Riverside just faltering slightly against Mowbray in that semi-final. Riverside 7 for 103 with Caden Apted and Lyndon Stubbs, former Ulverstone Premiership player, 2 not out. So he'll be required to make some lower order runs. Oh, well, bit of turn there by Campbell. That one has gripped. Pearce went to play straight. It really gripped, beat the bat, come off Evans' gloves. King tidied up there at first slip, but that's some encouraging signs there from Campbell.
Yeah.
Oh, and again, Pearce is maybe a bottom edge on that one. We'll see what the umpire Scott Pearce signals. Missed everything, buys. So all of a sudden, Clayton Campbell has the ball talking.
It's obviously spinning into Pearce, being the right-hander, and bowling off spin. So maybe it's getting a little bit more grip, as you said. Or I think I've watched a lot of more drift, like yesterday. So good to see there's something in it for the spinners.
So Vincent now on strike. Hasn't been up this end to face the bowling for a while. Jake Vincent feels like at least 4 or 5 overs. But Clayton Campbell all of a sudden getting a little bit of grip, a bit of purchase off this Latrobe Recreation Ground wicket, and that's forced Captain Mark Simmons just to make some field adjustments. So he's still retaining the 2 guys in close, one on the leg and one on the offside. As Campbell comes in again, left-hander, left-hander, and Vincent just bunts that out towards mid-off. Vincent again doesn't look entirely comfortable against spin. There was a couple of overs there against Simmons, Mark Simmons, where he was a little bit betwixt and between, but he's getting by. Comes down the wicket there, well fielded by Campbell in his follow through.
Good feet there from Vincent.
Yeah, he has been. Yeah, I must say, he has looked to be positive against the spinners. It's when he probably stays at the crease.
Yeah.
As he's looked a little bit more wary. He remains on 48 of 156 balls. Oh, that one bounce into the fielder there in close on the leg side.
Good field setting there.
That fielder being, let's pick up who it is under the helmet there. Might be Eli Connolly, maybe. I think it is. No, Geordie Marshall. No, that's not Geordie Marshall. You've got the short sleeves on, so it must be Connolly. Anyway, end of the over, 60 gone. Ulverstone 2 for 118. Sheffield have bowled well after lunch. Just haven't been able to get a wicket, but they've certainly slowed down the run rate here from Ulverstone. It's under 2 and over now. There's Vincent's been on 48 for a while.
It's funny, some batsmen want to know what they're on, opposed to others that don't want to know. I don't, like, personally, I wouldn't bat very well if I knew I was very close.
Then there's some batters who just know what they're on, regardless of if there's a scoreboard or not.
Yeah.
So bowling change from the southern end here, with Harry Collier coming on to replace Sam Robinson. Collier hasn't bowled today. 2 overs, 1 made, none for 3 in the last night. So interesting. Hayden Marshall hasn't been brought back on to bowl. I thought he might have been worth another crack after lunch, but
Sure.
it's Collier coming in from the Gilbert Street end. Ooh. And Vincent calls Pearce through for a well-run single.
Really good running.
The fielder there at mid-wicket was just probably a little bit deeper than... So yeah, it was just a little bit deeper there, and good recognition there by Vincent, calling Pearce through for an easy single.
It's a good ball from Collier, though.
Good first up ball, yeah. So we're 4 minutes away from the drinks break here in the second session on day 2 of this Hershey Seafoods Cricket Northwest First Grade Men's Grand Final. Ulverstone in command at the moment, 2 for 119, just needing another 4 runs for a first innings lead, an all important first innings lead. So we've got short mid on, short mid off here for Vincent against Collier. But Vincent, well aware of where his off stump is, lets it through to the keeper.
I've also pushed cover out a little bit too.
Yeah,
point.
cover there. Cover's gone probably 5 metres deeper than what they would be traditionally. Vincent squeezes one out straight to that man at cover, no run. So the Pearce at the non-strikers end has now given the fielder there, who might be Mark Simmons, I think, at short mid on. Pearce now has gone probably 2 pitches across to set up his stall at the non-strikers end. There's that fielder there at short mid on coming into play, but Vincent hit that safely along the ground. So it's Simmons at short mid on and Campbell at short mid off. Oh, is that a chance there? Not sure. We'll have to look at the replay there, but the drive from Vincent goes for 4,
50.
and that's his half century, his first half century for Ulverstone this season, and what a time to bring it up in a grand final. He has batted quite well, it must be said, and gets a warm applause from his teammates up in the grandstand. So 52 off 161 balls, 3 boundaries. There's a lovely straight drive there to bring it up. Although I don't think it was far away from Collier. We might just have a look at the replay on that one. Oh, that was an injury. Whether that was a bump ball or not sure. Might have to have a look at that one as well. A little bit happening here. So I'll just see if we can...
It looked nearly a chance. That first one.
Yeah,
that
so
went
I'm
for
just
4.
having a look here. So Collier... Oh, nah, I think it might have been...
Was it a bump?
Yeah, no, I think it bounced in front of him. So we've also got a little issue here with Mark Simmons in close here, who's just receiving some attention from his teammates. Whether he just copped one in close there, not sure. We'll have a look at that one on the replay as well. So Collier... Oh, the ball might have just popped up and hit him in the face, I think, as he dived forward to try and field it. But at the end of all that, everyone's okay. I think Simo's just making sure all his teeth are in place. We'll just get the binoculars on there. I reckon he's eaten one there. I think he's just checking, just to make sure all the fangs are still there. He's still just struggling a little bit. Might be a little bit of blood in his mouth. I'm not sure. But that's drinks here. With Ulverstone taking the all-important first innings lead, 2 for 123, thanks to Vincent's boundary there, which brought up his half century as well. He's on 52, Jack Pearce on 15, and a successful first hour after lunch, negotiated there by Ulverstone, and now with that first innings lead in their pocket, they'll look to go on and really bat Sheffield out of this game and be well on the way to a 4th straight premiership and their 14th in club history. So, Claire, you've done your shift. You can head off now if you like.
Sure.
If your old man's fighting about, tell him that.
I think he's on his way. He
He's on
tried
the
to
way?
ring me.
Ah, okay.
So I said,
But clearly he's not watching the coverage then. No?
he'll be able to provide some more wisdom
More words of wisdom.
than I definitely could.
Excellent.
I'm done now. Thank you for
No,
having me.
thanks,
though.
Kalea. All the best for next season with Wynyard.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, he literally just rocked up.
He's just throwing up the great Andrew Lizard Leary. Well, we look forward to having him in the box.
He's with Terry as well. We got the double trouble.
I've only got one more. I've only got one microphone.
I'll let them know.
So play about to resume here after drinks in the second session on day 2 of this Hershey Seafoods Cricket Northwest First Grade Grand Final, with Ulverstone having just taken the first innings lead over Sheffield for the loss of only 2 wickets, thanks to a boundary from Jake Vincent, which brought up his first half century for his new club this season. So very, very good time to bring up that half century. There's Clayton Campbell bowls to Pearce. Oh, Pearce totally mistimes that and somehow just lands about 5 metres short of mid-on. He looked to pull that out towards deep mid-wicket. Totally mistimed it and survived. Campbell again. Much better length. Pearce defends. Campbell. Pearce goes on the attack and beats the fielder there at mid-on. Not sure it's going to go for four though. Maybe the fielder might have just got a finger on that to slow down a bit. It's Geordie Marshall. Pearce will come back for a third though. Very quick between the wickets is Jack Pearce. Helps himself to 3 and moves up to 18. Ulverstone 2 for 126. Campbell, left armour to Vincent. Vincent forward defends. Campbell tidies up in his follow through. Similar delivery, similar outcome. Vincent plays that one off the back foot. Can't beat the fielder there at point. So he can get over there for Campbell. 1 for 5 off 3. Certainly been threatening on occasions there as Campbell in his 3 overs. But hasn't been able to prize that wicket. And wants to remain 2 for 126. North, Riverside have collapsed 9 for 111 there against Mowbray. As Collier continues down the leg side, Pearce annoyed that he couldn't work it fine, and Evans tidies up. And in the Burnie Cricket League, it's a decider. Rayner have made a good start in their run chase, chasing down Stoveport's 202. Currently none for 27 with Kyle Thomas and Stephen Murphy at the crease. As Collier brings Pearce forward. No run. He's up on his toes, short of a length there from Collier. No run again. So the scoring certainly has dried up a little bit after lunch. Sheffield been bowling well, but just haven't been able to get that all-important wicket. And they really need multiples now. It's starting to get into the area that the game starts slipping away. But Ulverstone, after a well-publicised slump in batting form where they lost on first innings to Devonport in the final roster game this season, then only made 100 in the semi-final, albeit that was enough to get them through. They've found some form at the right time. Collier, Pearce goes on the drive. Can't beat the fielder there at short cover. Pearce up in the air. It's going to be safe though. Lovely little wedge shot out to square leg, deep square leg. Pearce will help himself to 2. Didn't quite time it. If he had a time, it might have sailed for 6, but just a nice little wedge shot out in the deep. Was never in any danger of being caught, and he moves along to 20. Olsen 2 for 128 at the end of the 63rd. It'll be Campbell again to continue from the northern end. Quite tidily in his 3 overs so far. Created a few chances. Vincent again finds himself on strike at this end. And comes forward. Solid defence there from Vincent. Tossed up. Vincent come down the wicket. Looked to flick it off his pads. Didn't quite time it. Just drew it out towards the fielder there at backward square. Quicker one there from Campbell, pushed through. Vincent helps himself to a single. Out to the fielder there at deep square. Now Pearce gets him behind that one. No run. So a bit of extra cloud covers come across the ground this afternoon. It was quite fine this morning, but still very pleasant conditions. Still breezy, but certainly not expecting any rain. We'll check the weather forecast for tomorrow. I think at this stage it's still looking pretty good. As Pearce works that one to the leg side, no run. So tomorrow mostly sunny, 19 tomorrow. So a little bit cooler tomorrow, but less than a 5% chance of rain. So we're looking at a good run to get through this Cricket Northwest Grand Final. There's 64 overs gone. Ulverstone 2 for 129. Vincent 53. Pearce on 20. Collier continuing third over of his spell from Gilbert Street end, bowling to Vincent. And familiar sight there, Vincent. Stride down the wicket, letting it go outside off stump. Vincent drives, good drive, finds the gap there between cover and mid-off and goes all the way to the boundary. It's a beautiful shot there from Jake Vincent. Played a couple of lovely drives today. That one arguably the pick of the bunch. That's his 5th boundary of the innings. Moves along to 57. And the Black Caps 2 for 133. They lead Sheffield now by 11 with 8 wickets in hand. Collier again outside off stump. Vincent not interested. Way down leg side there from Collier. Vincent tried to help it on its way, couldn't connect, and Evans done a nice job diving to his right there to prevent it going for byes. Collier straight drive again, but straight to the fielder there at mid-off. Drive and takes off for a single there, does Vincent. Makes it down to the non-striker's end easy. Moves up to 58, 2 for 134. That's the end of Collier's over. He's got figures of none for 15 or 5. So the new ball 15 overs away, but for Sheffield, I feel the damage has already been done. They've only been able to pick up the 1 wicket so far today, and we're more than halfway through the day. It's certainly been Ulverstone's day as the minor premiers look to really take a stranglehold on this game and get themselves into a good position for their 14th A-grade flag and what will be their 4th in a row, which will match the achievement of their team, which won 4 in a row from 2010 to 2014. They lost in the grand final 14-15 to Devonport, then won the next flag 15-16. As Vincent cuts, plenty of real estate there to cut into. He will behind point there. He's got 2. Pearce will come back for a 3rd. Great running there by Jack Pearce. Vincent moves up to 61, and Ulverstone really starting to assert their dominance now. The runs are starting to come again as they look to put themselves into an unbeatable position by stumps tonight. Low full toss, Pearce drives between mid-off and cover, and they'll go to the boundary for 4 as well. Warm round of applause from the Ulverstone faithful around the ground here and the players in the grandstand as the run rate accelerates now. Pearce with his 3rd boundary moves up to 24. And all of a sudden the Ulverstone leads at 19. full delivery there from Campbell, dug out by Pearce. Pearce solid in defence again there. And profitable over here for the Black Caps. 7 off it. As they look to build this first innings lead. A bit flatter there from Campbell, but kept out by Pearce. End of the 66th over. Ulverstone lead now by 19. 2 for 141. 40 minutes to go until the tea break. Vincent 61, Pearce 24. And this partnership between the two is now up to 56. After Jordan Kelly was the only wicket to fall this morning, caught by Alex King at slip. To his left bowled Sam Robinson, and Kelly made 37. Collier continuing from the southern end, the Gilbert Street end of the ground. Vincent, solid drive, well fielded by Collier in his follow through. Vincent took evasive action in case the throw was coming back with interest, but nothing needed. The Great Northern Raiders have University 5 for 150 in the semi-final in the Premier League there. Aidan O'Connor with the latest wicket. Tom Chapman caught by Alistair Taylor for 3. So good comeback there by the Raiders. University looking dangerous there at 1 for 113, but the Raiders have got through the middle order well. In Cricket North, Riverside all out for 120 in their semi-final against Mowbray. So Mowbray will be pretty happy with their work there. Spencer Hayes 5 for 33, Jared Freeman 4 for 18. So, and as Vincent collects a single there, takes the score up to 142. And in the Burnie Cricket League Grand Final, Rihanna made a very encouraging start as they chased Stoport's 202, none for 53 in the 10th over. Cole Thomas on 20 not out, Stephen Murphy 31 not out. And in the second grade grand final, as Pearce digs out that full ball there from Collier, Sheffield 3 for 84, Sheldon Parker 43 not out, Roland Skirving 1 not out. So slow going up there at the mountain in the second grade decider, but Sheffield appears keeping some wickets in hand for as they look to increase the run rate maybe after the tea break. Pearce whips that one off his pads but straight to mid wicket, and there's no run. Comes Collier again. Ooh. Pearce going forward, maybe just bounced a little bit more than he thought high in the bat, but no damage caused. And end of the 67th over. Ulverstone 2 for 142. Vincent on 62, Pearce on 24. So bowling change at the northern end. Aidan Marshall to come on for his first spell at the northern end. bowled from the southern end this morning without any luck. Has the one wicket which he picked up last night when he got the wicket of Braden DeVries for 10. So figures of 1 for 28 off 14. As we just wait for the Ulverstone guys to come around and sort out the sight screen for Vincent. So in comes Marshall, first spell of this afternoon. Oh, beats the bat of Vincent straight away. Full delivery. Vincent lured into the drive. Just shaped away from him, beat the bat. But Marshall couldn't find the edge. And almost a carbon copy there, second delivery. So Marshall has come back well in his second spell here. Right on the money first up, beating the bat of Vincent. Straight to that one. Vincent plays it back down the pitch. Oh, Vincent looked to work that one to the leg side. Maybe off the back of the bat, maybe, or a thick outside edge, and went all the way along the ground to the fielder there at short cover. So Marshall encouraging first over here. Vincent hits that one where it was intended, but can't beat the fielder. Been advised not to look at the footy score. That made me want to look at the footy score. I'm annoyed that I looked at the footy score. Essendon down by 32 points. Might be a long season for the Bombers. Not holding out much hope. So, into the Marshall over there. Good over. Beat the bat a couple of times. He's got 1 for 28 off 15. But ultimately, Sheffield just haven't been able to make too many inroads into that wicket column today. Ulverstone only lost the one wicket, that of Jordan Kelly for 37 in the first session of play. And it's been Jake Vincent and Jack Pearce who have given Ulverstone the all-important first innings lead with a 57-run stand, and that lead is now 20 runs. So Mark Simmons to come on to bowl from the southern end for the first time. He's predominantly operated from the northern end. He needs 14 overs of work. So he replaces Harry Collier. So in comes Simmons from the southern end. Left alone there by Pearce outside off stump. Again, left alone outside off stump there by Pearce. That one maybe just bounced a little bit more. Pearce goes down to do a bit of gardening. It's been the odd one today that's just reared a little bit, and then there's been one or two that just kept a little bit lower than what the batsman thought they may have. Well, left alone by Pearce again. Short, Pearce just swivels and helps himself to an easy single to the fielder out there at deep mid wicket. So a bit of a rare loose delivery there from Simmons. Brings Vincent on strike. These two had a entertaining little battle just before lunch. Vincent was prepared to use his feet on several occasions, but when he tried to play from the crease, Simmons looked like he had him in a little bit of bother a couple of times. Just feels like the mood around the ground, the noise coming from the ground, from the Sheffield fields, just feels like the air's been taken out of them a little bit. It's got a little bit quieter out there than what it was this morning. So Ulverstone looked to build this lead. Or down leg side. Vincent probably missed out there. Full ball down leg side. He just couldn't quite get the willow onto it. Vincent drives, but a bit too straight, finds the fielder there at mid-off, which is, I think it might be Aidan Marshall who gets the ball and starts shining it in preparation for his next over. 69 overs gone, Ulverstone 2 for 143, Simmons none for 34 off 15. So we're 25 minutes to the tea break here on day 2. And it's been an Ulverstone session again. Haven't lost a wicket. And while the scoreboard hasn't exactly been ticking over at a rate of knots, they've increased it by 43, and most importantly, they've taken the first innings lead, which is all they need for victory here. So Sheffield would have to win outright now to snatch this flag, but that's looking very unlikely as the clock keeps ticking. Pearce gets an easy one. There probably nearly may have been two there. Pearce was only jogging through for the first one. But it's another run onto the scoreboard for Ulverstone. Lead up to 22. Pearce moves along to 26 off 99 deliveries. Well wide of the off stump. Vincent not interested. Marshall, he certainly hasn't bowled badly today, Aiden Marshall, but maybe just a little bit off his best. Just quite hasn't asked enough questions of the Ulverstone batsman. As this wicket has flattened out a bit and become pretty good to bat on. Vincent off his pads again. He's been very strong in that area today. Gets himself another 2. Between mid-off and cover and around that square leg region. It's been Vincent's calling cards today. He moves along to 64 and 2 for 146. Go around the grounds again here up at the second grade grand final at Sheffield. It's the home team. Slow going up there still. 61 overs, 3 for 95. Sheldon Parker, 48 not out of 175 balls. Roland Skirving, 5 not out of 43. So Devonport, while not getting a lot of wickets, they're keeping it pretty tight. So that game continues on tomorrow as well. As Simmons into bowl to Pearce. Short. Pearce gets it through between point and extra cover. Gets a single. In the Cricket Tasmania Premier League semi-final, the University of Tasmania up against the Great Northern Raiders. It's University 5 for 162 with Tim Ward key there, 79 not out, 9 fours and 2 sixes. Sam O'Mahony with 2 wickets there. The Devonport quick, 2 for 41 off 13. Braden DeVries also playing in that game after he played here for Ulverstone yesterday. In the Cricket North semi-final, there's Vincent. Hits that one straight to King in short there. Riverside all out for 120. Mowbray 1 for 4 in reply. So the ball's dominating the bat up there in that semi-final. Luke's got the batsman out. LBW Ben Hahn for 1. And in the Burnie Cricket League decider up at Rihanna today, Rihanna have lost a couple of wickets, including the big wicket of Tom Triffett out for a duck. So the big signing there for Rihanna this year, who's made truckloads of runs. The 3rd ball duck in the big one, as that's wide and short, and Vincent reached for it and just mistimed it to the fielder there at point. So Triffett out for a duck. Cole Thomas out for 22. Both wickets falling off the bowling of Lockie Bissett. So he's got 2 for 10 or 4, and Rihanna 2 for 62 in the 14th over. Full ball there. but Vincent can't cash in, straight to mid-on. Simmons in again here. Vincent forward. Over completed. 71 gone. Ulverstone 2 for 148. Lead on first innings by 26 now. And building themselves into a strong position here in this Hershey Seafoods Cricket Northwest men's first grade grand final. Following a similar storyline this game to the grand final last year, where Ulverstone bowled Bernie out for 98, then made 221 themselves, with Jordan Kelly making 51, Toby Hutton 45, and then bowled Bernie out again for 76 to claim an emphatic outright win. Looking at the Ulverstone Premiership history, before 2000 they'd only won 5 flags. Certainly a long break. They won their second one in 61-62, then had to wait to the 94-95 season for their third one, so a long premiership drought there. But they've steadily been accumulating them since then. And as we know, they're just a perennial finalist. 19 straight years playing finals for Ulverstone, and they've in that time made 14 grand finals and won 8 of them. So last missed the finals in the 05-06 season. They become as regular as death and taxes Ulverstone in March. They never knock off early. The only real surprise issue is their second grade team didn't make finals. It was a pretty close run thing between second and fifth in second grade all year. Always Pearce plays that one outside off stump. No edge. But encouraging signs there for Marshall. Yeah, no, Ulverstone too just dropped out of the top 4 in the last roster game of the season with a loss to Devonport, and Latrobe claimed a first innings win against ladder leaders Sheffield, which bumped them from 4th spot. So 15 minutes to go before the tea break. It's been a wicketless session so far for the Mountaineers, as Ulverstone just slowly turned the screws here, established a first innings lead, which is now up to 26, and they're simply looking to bat Sheffield out of this game. .72 overs gone. 2 for 148. Pearce on 27. Vincent 64 for 195 balls. Been a pretty good innings from the Kingborough recruit, who'd come into this game with only a top score of 36 for the season and 149 runs at about 16.5. So by no means was he in spectacular form, but he has found a way in this grand final. As I said before, he's driving down the ground, and his play off his pads has been the highlight. So it'll be Simmons again from the Gilbert Street end. Short, way down leg side, and Vincent ends up not even offering a shot with that short fine leg in place. Couple of steps down the pitch, lovely drive there from Vincent. He's not even running for that one, just jogged back down the other end. Ball goes under the side screen onto the bike track. Lovely straight drive from Vincent. His sixth boundary of the innings takes him up to 68, and the score 2 for 152. Vincent is probably the longest he's I'd hazard to guess it's certainly the longest he's batted all season. Maybe just starting to feel it a little bit. He's been out there since ball one this morning. Along with batting for about 25 minutes last night. So, but he's put his team into a very, very strong position. Along with Jack Pearce, they've combined for a 67-run stand here for the third wicket. There's Sheffield just searching for a wicket. And comes Simmons again, round the wicket and bowling off spin by the looks of that. That certainly wasn't a leg spin action. On the money though with his first two deliveries with the offies. Well, outside off stump, left alone by Vincent. In the second grade grand final, there's been a wicket fall. Roland Skirving run out for 5. Sheffield 4 for 97. Sheldon Parker's reached his half century, 50 off 183 balls. Been joined at the crease by Dane Sooner. 73 overs gone here at Latrobe. 2 for 152 Ulverstone. Vincent on 68. Pearce on 27. The wickets continue to fall in the Cricket North semi-final. Mowbray, a disastrous start in as they try and overhaul Riverside's score of 120. They're 3 for 13 with Simon, Scott and Hayes all back in the hutch. And up at Rihanna, the Maroons 2 for 73 in the 17th over as they chase down Stoweport's 9 for 202. Marshall resumes battle with Pearce. Pearce forward defensive to the offside. Marshall well outside off stump again. Now, Ulverstone batsmen, I must say, have shown pretty good discipline today. Let plenty of balls outside off stump go. Not being tempted to anything that the likes of Marshall and Robinson have put out there. Oh, that one's dug in a little bit shorter by the Hobbit and then jumped a bit off the pitch. Pearce swayed out of the way of it, but that certainly brought a smile to Marshall's face. He's just bent the back on that one a little bit more, maybe. But again, outside off stump, Pearce happy to offer no shot. This is a good grand final batting, this. Pearce forward, defensive. Plays out to point, but no run. Into the over there for Marshall. 1 for 31 off his 18 overs. Ulverstone just continuing to inch ahead here. 2 for 152. The lead's now 30. Pearce on 27. Vincent 68. In about 8 minutes till tea. So 2 overs, maybe a third. Before the players take a well-earned break, and Jake Vincent's probably definitely earned that well-earned break. He's been out in the crease all day today. Here comes Simmons again with his offies. Looking to get back to his mark pretty quickly, so that maybe try and sneak in a third over here before tea. Vincent up to the challenge at the moment. Oh, that one's gone down leg side. Missed by everyone, I think. Vincent didn't get a bat on it. Evans didn't get a glove on it. They've come back for a second. And that's all they'll take. 2 byes signalled by umpire Sam O'Keefe. Extras up to 12. And Ulverstone 2 for 154. Over completed, so that over, Simmons got through that over in about 90 seconds, I reckon, so I certainly should get 2 more in with 6 minutes to go until tea. Marshall again from the last street end here. Bowling to Pearce. Oh, Pearce has gone to leave that, has ran off the face of the bat, and such is Ulverstone's luck today, it's ran straight between slip and gully and gone down to the third man boundary for 4. Well, when you're running hot, you're running hot, and Ulverstone will certainly take those runs no matter how they came. Pearce up to 31 with his 4th boundary of the day. 2 for 158 now, Ulverstone. Short ball there from Marshall. We don't see too many bounces from from Aiden, but bent the back on that one. Another wicket's fallen up in the second grade grand final at Sheffield. Sheffield 5 for 98. Dane Suno, LBW, Hashan Abarathna for a duck. There's a muted appeal there by the Sheffield fielders. Turned down by umpire Scott Pearce. So Devonport hitting back there against the Mountaineers up at Sheffield. Bit of back and pad together there from Pearce. Back down the wicket. 19 overs for Marshall, 1 for 35. 1 for 35. Ulverstone, 76 overs down, 2 for 158. As they just slowly edge ahead here of Sheffield on first innings. The lead is currently 36. And Simmons get one more. He might even get it. The way he bowled his last over, he might. They might sneak another one in after this. But I think the Ulverstone batsmen will wake up to this and just be using a few delaying tactics. Vincent, short of a length, just drops the hands on it. Not interested in playing it. What happened there? Restart. Outside off stump again. Simmons races back to his mark. Certainly we'll get another one in after this. Unless Vincent decides to hit one out of the park, I'll certainly sneak another one in. Ulverstone batsmen don't look too worried about having to face another one either. They're happy to do it comfortably. Vincent forward defensive again into the over. 3:29 on the clock, and they'll definitely get one more in as Aiden Marshall quickly takes the sweater off, gives his hat and sweater to umpire Scott Pearce, and we'll get one more in before tea. So Ulverstone 2 for 158, lead by 36, and in control of this Hershey Seafoods Cricket Northwest first grade grand final. So in comes Marshall to Pearce, final over before tea. Pearce just tucks out one, fine. He's got one, he'll come back for two. As Alex King chases after that one. Oh, and whips the throw into Jonah Evans. Certainly no hint of a keeper's arm there from Kingy. He's happily handed over the glove work duties to Jonah Evans. For the most part of this year. Side off stump again there. Pearce not interested. Oh, dropped. Marshall got a genuine edge from the outside of Pearce's bat there. Evans went to his right, went with the one hand, I think. Just maybe wasn't quite there to take it with two hands, went with the one hand and dropped it. Pearce thick inside edge on that one and gets a single behind square. So that will frustrate Marshall even more. So 2 balls to come. Vincent tucks that one behind square, but no run. As the great Brent Leslie Burgess walks past. Hello, Burjo.
Hope the feedback yesterday was good for my comment.
It was all positive, mate. All positive.
More about venturing out to the viewers. Is Tim Irvine coming?
Yes. No, last ball before tee. Oh, short. Vincent thought about playing it, then decided to duck under it. And tucks the bat under your arm and heads off towards the change rooms for a well-earned tee break. And that's certainly been Ulverstone's session. 2 for 161 at the tee break. Did not lose a wicket that session. Added 61 runs. And most importantly, got the first innings lead. And that is currently at 39. And they've put themselves into a very, very strong position in this game. Jake Vincent has batted all day, 68 not out off 215 balls. Jack Pearce, 34 off 122. And they'll look to inflict further pain on Sheffield after tea. But Pearce and Vincent get a warm round of applause from their teammates as they come off the ground. It's been a very, very good innings, or good partnership from the both of them. They've put Ulverstone into a strong position here, and plenty of high fives and back slaps from all and sundry there. So we'll take a half-hour break here at Latrobe Recreation Ground, where Ulverstone 2 for 161 at tea, leading Sheffield on first innings by 39 runs. We'll be back in about 25-30 minutes.
Timothy?
I've just turned up, mate.
That's all right. Tea break, so
Tea break and then
there's no tea show, so
we do the master club. We've got Burjo, we could. He's always on the master club. Is that right? So I'll come back to you after the tea break? What are you talking to? Nothing.
No, sorry, I'll tell you. I'll show you in a moment.
Turn this off as well. There's some smart ass stuff there, hasn't there?
Clip that on here.
On your shirt.
Shirt there, mate. Yep.
And what do you? What's your schedule? Do you just talk away?
Yeah, just no. So welcome back to the Latrobe Recreation Ground for session 3 of day 2 of this Hershey Seafoods Cricket Northwest first grade grand final. Ulverstone in a strong position. Went to tea at 2 for 161. Jake Vincent 68 not out. Jack Pearce 34 not out. These two come to the wicket at 2 for 85 when Jordan Kelly left. And taking scores out to 2 for 161. So partnership of 76. And most importantly, they've got the first innings lead of 39 against the Mountaineers, who couldn't get a wicket in that second session. Did have a good chance late. Aidan Marshall drew the edge of Jack Pearce's bat there, but it was dropped by Jonah Evans behind the stumps. Much to Marshall's disgust, but that's been Sheffield's luck today. They've just haven't created enough chances, really, all in all, and they're really going to need a big last session here to try and drag themselves into this game. Been joined in the commentary box for the final session today by Sheffield opening bat and premiership player Tim Irvine. Tim, good to have you with us.
Thanks, Brad. Good to be here, mate.
Now, Shane Wootton last night on his stint, he put in a good shift, Joker, so you've got a bit to live up to.
I haven't got the gift of the gab like he has. He can talk himself up pretty well.
He can. But your Mountaineers, mate, they're pushing the barrow uphill at the moment.
Fair to say this would have to be one of the toughest jobs in commentary, I reckon, being a Sheffield supporter with the state of the game at the moment. But the boys are still upbeat. They're still going to fight it out. It's the Mountaineer way, and the new ball is looming, so they'll be having a crack in a few overs' time.
Two overs
time.
Yep.
That'll be taken right on when it's due, and we'll see what happens from there.
So it'll be Jack Pearce to resume batting at the northern end of the ground, facing a little bit coming on from the southern end there. Logan Hazelwood from the Gilbert Street end. So Hazelwood with figures of none for 13 off 8 overs. And outside off stump, Pearce offers no shot. Hazelwood employed a bit of a short pitch theory in his spell earlier this afternoon, and a couple of balls there troubled Jack Pearce, but ultimately he went wicketless, and Olsen carried on.
He certainly got good wheels though, didn't he? In that spell, he had a crack, and that's what you want from your young players.
You don't see too many bowlers employ the Neil Wagner type short pitch theory. It was good to see. Pearce, thick outside edge, but well fielded there by Mark Simmons at Gully. But had a bit of cloud cover early that second session, but it's cleared up a bit, and beautiful conditions out there for batting again. So on a pitch that I'd say 95% of the time's played okay, but it's had a couple of little demons in it every now and again. The odd ball has reared a little bit, and one or two's kept low, but hasn't troubled the batsmen too much where it's led to their dismissal. So
it's just it's been a pretty good wicket. There's no doubt about that. The Simsy and Jason Sims and the council here do a great job. The ground's in immaculate condition, and look, it's good to see both finals being played without any rain interruptions or anything like that, because we just don't want to see that. We just want the game of cricket to decide who's the winner, and not the weather. So that's been fantastic from that point of view. So Pearce again. Oh, goes after that one. Oh,
King and Simmons behind in the slip and gully. I thought there might have been an edge, but not to be. Pearce survives. So maybe Ulverstone might start looking just to open up the shoulders a little bit and really get this scoreboard ticking over and try and get the game out of Sheffield's reach completely. They've laid the foundations. Only lost to 1 wicket today so far. That being Jordan Kelly in the first session this morning. Caught by King in slip off the bowling of Sam Robinson.
Yeah, so that would certainly be their game plan. There'd be no, you know, the more you can put it out of reach, but at the end of the day too is the better position you can be in. But, you know, Sheffield, the guys had just been down there in the tea break, just in their rooms, and, you know, they were upbeat that the second new ball come along and give it their best effort, and they was hoping for 5 or 6 wickets was sort of their target to, you know, just try and stem that lead in the last session.
End of a reasonably tidy over there from Hazelwood. Beat the bat of Pearce, but couldn't get the all-important wicket. 79 overs gone. Ulverstone 2 for 161. Vincent remains on 68. Jack Pearce 34. Hazelwood none for 13 off 9 overs. So let's see what Simmons' plan is from the bottom end. It'll be Aidan Marshall to resume. So he'll get the 1 over to warm up, and then I'd assume the new ball will come straight into play.
Exactly, yeah. Just having a chat with Sam Robinson during the break and just seeing how he was holding up. Sam, because obviously he's going to be a big part in this last session. Yeah. And he was right into the thick of things looking at Rosehill and the Golden Slipper at the time. So for the punters out there listening, you're hearing this straight from Sam Robinson, who's a very astute punter. Race 8 at Rosehill, number 5, west of Swindon.
West of Swindon.
With a very good odd of $34. Right. So that was his tip for the Golden Slipper. So get on.
A little each way bet there. Oh, and Marshall beats the bat. Appealed and given by umpire Scott Pearce. Vincent walks. Marshall strikes his first over after tea. Makes up for the drop catch in his last over before tea. And Vincent's innings been a very good innings, getting obviously into a winning position, but it comes to an end on 68, caught behind. I must say, there wasn't too many appeals going up.
No, it was...
Hobbit led it.
Yes, yeah.
The keeper half appealed.
But he was fairly... didn't even look round to umpire Pearce. He just straight down the wicket was... yeah. Must have done a little bit off the scene, because I see Vincent, who's, you know, he's played a great innings and he's been there for a lot, and must have done something off the wicket, because he certainly looked back down the wicket for a long period after the ball, after the keeper took the catch. So, but a wonderful innings. He set his side up. Yeah, he's done a very good job.
Yeah, no, just looking at the replay here, just squared him up a little bit, a little tickle. I think a few of the Sheffield boys might have just assumed that the edge was pretty clear. And,
pretty clear, yeah.
And away they celebrated. But anyway, so...
that's the start that Sheffield needed anyway.
Yeah, if they get a bonus wicket before the new ball.
Absolutely.
Yeah, gladly taken. So, Vincent caught Evans, bowled Marshall for 68 off 216 balls, 6 boundaries. Partnership there of 76 with Jack Pearce. That brings the Ulverstone captain to the crease, Alex Winwood. Strange season from Winnie. 461 runs at a tick over 25 and a half, which isn't too bad. He's had 4 ducks though.
Yeah, right.
Which I'm sure would have caught the eye of a few in the Sheffield team who like their stats. Oh, and Winwood gets an outside edge on that one. First ball. And won't go to the boundary. Very casually ran after there. It's maybe a bit too casual there. And they come back for a third. So Winwood off the mark with a 3. Ulverstone 3 for 167. And the score at a lead now 45. So
Frustrating for the bowler there, getting
Yes.
a thick edge first up, but conversely for the batter, it's always good to get off the mark. And if you can do that first ball, the confidence levels rise straight away. So,
but yeah, Aiden Marshall certainly getting the ball to do a little bit, the old ball to do a little bit. So on the money there to Pearce full. Pearce defends. I would assume, even though it's in its 80th over, Ulverstone, given their lush outfield and pretty well grassed square, the ball would be still in reasonable nick, I reckon. So there might be a little bit of movement still out there. And Marshall, good opening over after the tea break.
yes, if there's any movement to be had, Aiden would certainly find it. He's very, very good at exploiting anything that's in the wicket.
Short and down leg side. Pearce has no trouble getting out of the way of that one. So resuming our look at around the grounds, Sheffield in the second grade grand final up at Sheffield Rec, 5 for 101. Sheldon Parker 54 off 202 deliveries. A typical Sheldon Parker knock there. Looking to anchor the innings. Hugh Clarkson yet to score, faced 20 balls, so it's evenly poised, that one, I'd say. Tim up the mountain, runs looking a little bit hard to come by up there today.
Yeah, I actually did go and have a look at that first up, and the wily old veteran Chris Lindsay.
the old grey mare.
Yes, his run-up's getting shorter and shorter, and I think at one stage the mid-off was nearly going to come over and push him into bowl, but anyway, he doesn't give much away, and he certainly knows how to swing the ball, and is very accurate, and always puts the batters under pressure with a new ball in his hands. So, hence why that I think they bowled about something like 68 overs or something like that for just a bit over 100 runs. So
yeah, 70 overs down. Yeah.
70 overs, yeah. So evenly poised that. They just lost 2 quick wickets. They were building a good partnership. They were 3 for 99, and then Rolly Skirving, one of our good young fellas, got run out. Yes, and
Dane Sooner out for a duck after.
2 balls later, and all of a sudden, it's a bit of sort of salvage the innings type thing where. Yeah, so 5 for 100. So there's still some batting left in the shed. We've got a very aggressive guy in Liam Slater. He's got a bat yet. Hugh's a good player. So they'll be looking at trying to get around the the 180 mark plus.
Yep.
Try and defend that tomorrow. So
in the Cricket Tasmania Premier League semi-final, which the Greater Northern Raiders are in, University 6 for 191 there. Tim Ward still at the crease. 99 not out, so he's on the verge of a ton there. He's been joined at the crease by Patrick Dooley after Zach Fair was the last wicket, 4 for 10 bowled Lachlan Clark. It's Clark's 3rd wicket. Up in Riverside for the Cricket North semi-final, Mowbray making hard work of the run chase up there. Only chasing 120 for first innings. They're 4 for 41 with Stubbs and Hahn 2 wickets apiece. Jared Freeman and Connor Lockhart at the crease there for the Eagles. And nicely clipped off the toes there by Winwood. Helps himself to an easy single. And up at Rihanna, where she's all happening in the Burnie Cricket League Grand Final today. Rihanna 4 for 125 off 32.5 overs, chasing Stoport's 9 for 202. So still a little bit to play out in that one. Tom Triffett, obviously the big wicket, third ball duck today for Triffett. So
right, the key wicket.
Nick Littlejohn and Tim King at the crease at the moment for the Maroons.
Right, so that's evenly poised. That'll be a good finish.
Yeah. So Hazelwood continuing from the southern end, bowling a more traditional length now, and Pearce comes forward and defends to the offside. So the last Sheffield flag back in 2008-9, Timmy, you would have played as the end of the three-peat for the club, and you played in those grand finals. A wonderful time for the club. Obviously, to win one premiership's a big effort, but to win 3 in a row is something pretty special.
Yeah, look, it was just great times. It was magnificent to be a part of. Particularly, we played 3 different sides.
Yeah, there was a bit of change from each side, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah. We played Wynyard the first year, Ulverstone the second year, and Devonport the third year. So it wasn't just rivalry with one other team. It was right across the board. So it was a great three-peat.
That third one obviously made it even more special by the fact you were behind on first innings and by 43 runs and come back and defeated Devonport outright, which doesn't happen too often in any sort of game of cricket.
Yes, I can recall that when we were quite pensive going into that second innings when Devonport went out to bat with leading by 40 odd runs, because 40 odd runs in a final is a lot. And to make matters worse, our gun fast bowler, Craig Boucher, had some type of injury. I can't recall what it was. It was a leg injury of some type, so he was only bowling off 2 or 3 steps. But he was always still going to open the bowling, and I can remember him clean bowling Miles Barnard, who's one of the better players about on the coast, and just got us off on the right path. And I think from memory we bowled Devonport out for 72.
82?
82.
82, yeah.
And we needed about 125 or something like that. So.
Got them 8 down. Obviously, the top order didn't contribute. I don't want to bring it up. The top order didn't contribute to me, but a young Alex King saved the day.
Yes, yeah. That was probably one of the worst days of my life. I think we were 5 for 20 odd, and being 5 for 20, chasing 120. You just think you're well behind in the game. I can't remember how many laps I could be. I didn't want to be near the players to bat because I was so nervous of being out of the game. There's nothing more you can contribute, so you didn't want to, because it failed with the bat, that you didn't want to bring any negative aspects onto the people that still had to bat. So did a number of laps, and even at one stage, I remember going over to throw a few rocks in the sea. I could still see the scoreboard, and as we were tinkering up to 100, I think we were 6 for 90 odd at one stage, and we lost 2 quick wickets, and we were 8 for about 100, and went into the tea break needing, I think, about 10 or a dozen runs. And after the tea break, Nick Cashin and Craig Boucher got us home. Yeah, really good final. Really good. Obviously, a good final because you're on the right end of the winning side, but just a good tight game of cricket.
Oh, good delivery there from Marshall. Winwood followed it, beat the outside edge. I didn't see. I assume they've taken the new ball. I didn't actually have a look at.
Yes, they did.
The umpire did signal it.
Yep.
That's certainly a brand new red Kookaburra 4-piece. 156 gram 4-piece in Marshall's hand there.
Yep. Logan bowled the first over with the new ball. Yep.
Yeah, but that one wasteful outside off stump. Solid in defence there by Winwood. So Alex King's the only remaining member of that team currently in today's team. So, but a few blokes like Lee Brumby, unheralded player, but made 2 handy contributions and made top score with 36 in the first dig and made a handy 16 in the second dig.
Yep. Yes, when we made the 170 odd in the first innings, I think we were about, from memory, we were 8 for 120 odd, and then Lee got 36 right towards the end and sort of slogged a few.
Lower order runs in grand finals.
They're just gold.
Pulled many a team out of the poop. Marshall in again, solid by Winwood.
We used to call it our recruiting zone because Peter King, Alex King, the son of Peter King, who was our under-16 coach a number of years before that, and we did struggle for numbers at times, and the Clare Court crew that we called, Pete had a Tarago van that he used to fill up of a Sunday morning with kids. With,
the silver Tarago?
that with all the kids around Clare Court that were Alex's mates, and come up and play under 16s. Well, Lee Brumby was one of that group because he lived over the road from Alex, and he stayed on and came up through the ranks and played second grade, and then obviously, you know, did a great contribution and got a premiership medal in that year.
Yeah, God knows how many kilometres that Tarago, because to get up to Sheffield's, you know, a good 20-25 minute drive from Sprayton, but Clare Court's you could be any further away in Devonport than Clare Court.
Yes, it was. Renowned vehicle at the Sheffield Cricket Club, that's for sure.
Hazelwood continues here from the southern end.
Just looking back on those three finals, so the second one when we played against Ulverstone. It was more that year that I was so satisfied as being a long time associated with Sheffield that we actually went into that grand final as favourites. Yep. We had a really good year. We finished top of the ladder. I think from memory, we beat Wynyard pretty easily in the semi-final. And for me, that was like from where I'd come from, where we were the very much easy beats during the 90s for 10 years, to actually come and be a favourite within the competition for a little town was I thought was a great achievement. Yeah. There is.
There's a former Sheffield president Rico O'Toole walks by. Hazelwood in again. It's a different sound, that fresh new ball hitting the willow. Just automatically sounds nice and hard.
Yeah, it can go one or two ways, can't it? You can get that extra swing, and you can get it to seam because it's a good hard ball with a shiny surface, but it also comes off the bat very well too. So if there's any loose bowling, you can certainly get reward from shots for sure.
Oh, well dug out there by Pearce. This is a good start after tea from the Sheffield bowlers. Marshall with the wicket. Hazelwood's bowling with good pace here. Outside off stump, left alone there by Pearce, and that's the end of the 83rd over. Olsen 3 for 165. The lead is 43. Pearce on 34. Winwood on 4. Last batsman out, Jake Vincent, just after tea. Got a little edge off the bowling of Aidan Marshall. His 216 ball innings, he'd been out there all day, come to an end at 68. Hit 6 boundaries, and has helped Ulverstone into a pretty strong position here, but still a little bit to play out here this afternoon, especially with this new ball just taken. If Sheffield can prize open a couple more wickets, just gives them a bit of hope going into the final day. But they'll need to certainly get busy with the bat tomorrow if they are to set any sort of target on a pitch that you would think is not going to be playing too many tricks tomorrow, and the weather being fine. Marshall for his 23rd over. Evans up to the stumps to keep Winwood honest.
Yeah, Aidan Marshall, they try this tactic a bit, try and get the keeper up to the stumps, because Marshall, he does hone in on the stumps, and then batters, tend to bat out of their crease to, make sure that they get well down the wicket, just to cover that swing. But if
Winwood with a slightly false drive there, he's going to come back for the second. He's got to hurry. He does get back easy in the end. And they thought about an overthrow. It's not there. So Winwood probably looked to drive that one a little bit straighter, but squirted out between gully and point. Helped himself to 2, moves along to 6. Ulverstone 3 for 167.
Yeah, so just try to keep the batter back and attack the stumps. And
well, you mentioned Chris Lindsay before. He's many the Brent Mullets and the Brock Bucknells have kept for Devonport. Been up the stumps to CJ.
Yep, just brings that LBW into play.
Yep. I think CJ also had a little calling signal for when the leg side stumping was on too.
Right.
But,
okay.
Brent Mullet was reasonably effective at enforcing. Worked off the pads there by Winwood. Easy signal on the leg side. He's only got 2 fielders on the leg side, Marshall, so anytime he strays there, there's often a single on offer. Winwood obliged. Takes him up to 8. Ulverstone 3 for 169. Might have got ahead of myself there. Only up to 7, Winwood. Ulverstone 3 for 168. The score at the door end up in the scorer's box is too quick for me.
We don't need any more runs, Brad. Just.
Pearce goes on the attack. Hits it between cover point and cover. Didn't quite middle it. Pulled up about 10 metres before the boundary. He'll get 2. So we talked with Shane yesterday about the 89-90 flag, which obviously was a premiership drought breaker after the only other premiership the club had was back in 57-58. Were you part of the 89-90?
Yes, I was.
Yeah.
Yes, yep.
Yeah, obviously with Warren Hegg playing and...
Yes. Again, that was good times for Sheffield as well. We actually played off in the grand final the year before. Against Burnie.
I think it might have been. They got the Cricket Northwest history book.
Yeah, they got about 280 and we got about, I think it was 19 runs. I think we got 261, something along those.
Yep.
So, Warren Hegg got 141. Again, a good grand final. And we came back the next year. Playing Wynyard in a low scoring. It was a very hard green wicket at Devonport.
Had that experience of playing in the grand final the year before sort of toughened the blokes up a bit mentally, that they knew what to expect the next year?
I think so. It certainly was for me. I remember, certainly a lot of nerves before any grand final, but when you've been there before and you just knew what to expect, and particularly that first hour of a game, as we've seen here, you've just got to try and weather the storm. I'm surprised Shane can remember anything about that.
Celebrations were
the amount of beer he drank for,
So the synopsis of the final there in 89-90, Wynyard all out for 96. Sheffield made 98.
Yeah, and they made 96.
Brett Lee 5 for 42, but then Boucher with 6 for 49 and Dion Smith 4 for 43 bowled Wynyard out for 96. Tony Brown made 51 in Sheffield's second innings of 150, needing 154. Wynyard fell 21 runs short with Boucher 3 for 64 and Smith 4 for 54. So, yeah, one of the rare low-scoring grand finals in that era. That's usually if you made 300, sometimes that wasn't enough.
Yeah.
Back in those days.
Yeah, I remember the wicket was, well, relatively green on that first weekend. We actually played, that was when we played over 2 weekends.
Yeah, the Saturday, Sunday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, 4 days, yeah.
So Hazelwood continuing from the southern end. Winwood goes on the drives, slaps that one between cover and mid-off, and it'll be an easy 2.
Was part of a infamous Mankad was in that final in the
Shane did mention that briefly in the in his memories yesterday.
Yeah, well, fantastic fast bowler, Craig Boucher. It's and I can sort of see both sides of that from my memory recollection of what happened.
Winwood.
He chasing a low score, and we got Craig bowled Brett Lee in the first over for a duck, and I think we broke the Salt Marshes. We might have got him fairly cheap as well. So Shane Walker came out and took the long hander to our bowlers and tried to force the field back to then be able to take easy singles as well. Backing up at the non-striker's end. The fellow of Kinch's.
Yep, Johnny Kinch.
Yeah. No, not John.
Oh, the other one.
The other one.
Adrian?
Adrian Kinch, yes. And he was a good player, Kinchy. Yeah, good fella too. But was backing up and...
Anthony Kinch.
Anthony
Kinch. Is there? He found it there.
Yeah. And, Craig came in and he was out of his crease and took him off. And, he was out of his crease, so he was given out. Obviously not the way you'd like to take your wickets, but like I said, they were trying to break the game open by forcing the field back and then taking quick singles. So the golden rule is you stay in your crease.
Stay in your crease,
yeah. I remember saying to Craig, it was not a lot, only a couple of years ago, I was talking about it somewhere at a function, and I said, did you ever warn them about that? And he said, I did in the first innings. So... he always claims that he did warn them, but just not at the time. It was in the first innings, he said. So,
Marshall continuing here from the northern end. As Pearce leaves that one alone.
Yeah, but certainly good times. We, like I said, we was on the cusp the year before. Phil Blizzard and Peter Mansell got a few runs in that year, but Beaky bowled a mountain of overs. I think it was 50-something overs.
Yep.
Might have took 6 wickets. And he's a good bowler.
I would assume this is from the grand final. This picture, there's a great photo there of Clay Young bowling to Craig Boucher without a helmet on.
Without a helmet, yes. Yeah.
And Boucher taking some sort of evasive action. One of the great pictures of coastal cricket, that one.
Yeah, but the year before with Beak, good fast bowler Beak. He used to come in and he'd throw his bouncer that was about 5 yards quicker than any other ball.
51 overs he took.
51
Well,
overs.
he bowled. 6 for 103 were his total figures.
Yep. And Warren Hegel, English import, made 140. It was one of the better imports certainly the best import that Sheffield's ever had, but one of the best that coastal cricket ever had. He came 4 years in a row.
To get 4 years of service out of an import, that's very good going.
Yes, it was only a couple of years later that he played in a test match at the MCG. So. Yeah, but then the next year playing against Wynyard, yes, our great leader Baden Sharman.
Final game.
Yes, and we were. There was a number of players around. There was half a dozen of us that we'd sort of come up through his tutelage. He was.
He was about 50 at the time.
Yes, yeah. Still, very, very handy with the bat in the lower order and swinging the ball as a bowler. So, yeah, but his just will to be in the contest and his will to win and not give in was Baden's just attributes. And he was a leader of men. He was. And we had, he's like a second dad to us young fellas, and forever grateful for the cricket knowledge and just how to play the game and how to be in the contest all the time. It's just one of life's lessons in sport that, we're just thankful that I was at Sheffield at the right time to get that.
Ulverstone 3 for 172 after 86 overs. Hazelwood continuing on from the Gilbert Street end here, bowling to Winwood, who's on 9. Can we find a winner of the slipper, Timmy?
Just looking at that, Brett. We'll just see. I hope people
took the bet responsibly.
Gamble responsibly. Yes, as we always. I'll
update the second grade grand final scores. So it looks like the runs might be just starting to tick over a little bit more for Sheffield up there at the mountain. Sheldon Parker 65 not out, Hugh Clarkson 9 not out, 5 for 123 in the 77th over there. University 6 for 205 with Tim Ward 109 not out against the Greater Northern Raiders. Mowbray improved a little bit in the Cricket North semi-final, 4 for 59 as they chased down Riverside's 120. And up at Rihanna, still a little bit to go in this game. Rihanna 5 for 147 in the 39th over, chasing down Stoveport's 202. Nick Littlejohn, he's still there on 40 not out with the evergreen. Oh, bowled him! Hazelwood gets the wicket of Winwood. He doesn't seem to know too much about that, Winwood.
No, it's come back through the gate.
Yeah.
It's,
Played.
I suggest there's a bit of swing there that's come back in. And
just clipped the top of the bails nicely. Winwood trudges off. That's his innings done for just 9. And Sheffield, it's their second wicket this session. And Olsen 4 for 172 in the 87th over. Hazelwood with his first wicket of the grand final, and a peach of a delivery there as Jacob Snare comes out to bat for the Black Caps. So Nick Littlejohn 40 not out. Brent Monday 7 not out for Ryana, so he's been playing the second half of the year up there at Ryana Barra. So handy bloke to have just slip in at number 7 there.
Absolutely.
So, but still a little bit of work to do there in that game for Ryana to claim the A-grade title. Let's see, a big day up at Ryana today. I think because they had the A-grade grand final on the main ground, and then on their second ground they might have been the C-grade grand final or something like that. So a huge day up there at Ryana.
I'm just about to jump at Rose Hill. So there's still time, punters, to get on. Race 8, number 5 is the tip, west of Swindon. So at good odds of $27.
Well, shortened a little bit. There's been a little bit of money come in for it then. So Hazelwood there with a peach of a delivery that just took the top of the stumps there, Winwood stumps. He was bowled for 9. Brings Jacob Snare to the crease now. Snare hasn't been as regular for Ulverstone this year in terms of games played. Gets a handy one there to get off the mark. Short, sat up, and Snare just swiveled around and helped himself to an easy single down the deep backward square for 1. So Jacob Snare this year, just the 8 innings, 199 runs at 28.4. So he's been in the other team. The whisper was early in the season he wasn't going to play at all, but he ended up playing and then missed a few games here and there. But still a very handy player to have come in at number 6.
Absolutely.
As Pearce tucks one off the hip there, gets 1, and that's all they'll get.
Sheffield played Ulverstone last year in the semi-final, and it was probably one of the better innings that I've seen coastal cricket for some time.
One of the better games by an individual.
Yeah.
Not only made a century,
Yeah.
then come back the next day and took 6 for it, didn't he?
Yes, yeah, but just paced himself, like saw off the bowlers in the first session, just worked it around in the second, and then opened up in the third, and I think he finished about 146 not out.
Confident appeal out. Hazelwood strikes again. It did sound like a couple of noises there, but umpire Sam O'Keefe raised the finger. And Sheffield just dragging themselves back into this game. 3 wickets now this session. Snare's certainly not happy. He thinks he got an edge on that. I must say there was a few noises going on. Could have been bat hitting pad, but at the end of the day, he's been adjudged LBW for 1, and Ulverstone now 5 for 175, and just a little bit of life has come back into this game with the new ball, Tim.
2 wickets and 1 owner is just what the boys wanted, just to revive the spirits and just give a glimmer of hope. So
as the Ulvie coach Reece French just runs back to he was on sight screen duty. He just runs back to the change rooms to start getting prepared.
Put some whites on.
Yeah. So coming to the crease now, Toby Hutton. So certainly Ulverstone got as we said before, they got a deep batting lineup. Toby Hutton, very good year, good emerging young player. 14 innings, 312 runs at 24. Made I think he made a contribution in last year's grand final as well. Yeah, made 45 in Ulverstone's innings of 221. So he certainly had a few knocks this season. He's got a high score of 76. So he's another one of that endless Ulverstone junior production line that just they just keep churning out a quality player every season to replace someone that's gone out of the first grade team.
Yeah.
He's got a bit of a job to do at the moment. Sheffield enjoying this third session with the new ball. Out! Oh, it's all happening now. Marshall strikes. Pearce, easy catch there to King at first slip. Didn't really look. I must say the delivery itself looked quite innocuous.
He just looked like he might have played the wrong line.
Yeah, found the edge. Alex King bent over, caught it quite easily above the ground, and that's a third wicket in 2 overs for the Black Caps. And all of a sudden, Sheffield are dragging themselves back into this game.
4 wickets in 40 minutes since tea is just what the doctor ordered for Sheffield.
You've done the trick, Tim. You've come into the commentary box and got some wickets all of a sudden.
Oh, absolutely. I'll be staying for a bit now.
Yeah, you can stay all session, mate. Jack Pearce out for 37 off 150 balls. Batted very well, but just played down the wrong. I'll just try and load up the replay of that one. So let's have a look here. Marshall in the bowl. Yeah, it was maybe one he didn't need to play at. Well, certainly. Taken nicely there, down low by Alex King. And all of a sudden, Sheffield have given themselves some sort of chance.
Sort of fended off wide of his body, didn't he?
Yeah, he'd been pretty good at leaving those outside off stump most of the day, but just got drawn into playing one there. That's what Aidan Marshall does. He draws you into playing a shot. Oh, good first up delivery there to Brandon King, who's the new batsman. King squeezes it out to leg side. So Brandon King this year, new to the club this year, played his cricket at Latrobe the last couple of years, a bit on and off due to work commitments. But 15 innings, 195 runs at 19 and a half. Mainly in the team for his bowling, but certainly no slouch with the bat.
Handy, yes.
Very handy player. Very handy all-rounder, Brandon. Oh, is that one probably didn't quite go where he expected it to. So all of a sudden, the tails are up on the Mountaineers. A little bit more talk out in the field. They'd gone a bit quiet there just before tea. But they're up and about now. As Olsen slumped from 2 for 161 to 6 for 174. Marshalling again to King. Oh, that one maybe just kept a fraction low. King solid in defence, they kept it out. King, thick inside edge onto that one, just dribbles out to the leg side. That's a successful over there from Aidan Marshall. 3 for 46 off 25 overs for the left arm swing king. And Ulverstone now, after being in a position of strength at 2 for 161, suddenly find themselves 6 for 174. And while they've got a handy first innings lead of 52, I just want to just make sure they dot a few more I's and cross a few more T's before the end of play today, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be an interesting last hour and a bit just to see where this game goes.
What it does set up tomorrow is Sheffield is certainly going to have, well, if they don't get a bat tonight, they're certainly going to have a bat tomorrow, and they're going to have to set a bit of a target, so you expect them attacking batting tomorrow to give yourself enough of a target, but also you need to give yourself enough time to bowl Ulverstone out again, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the key.
Yeah.
So Hazelwood, after a successful last over, reclaimed the wickets of Snare and Alex Winwood. 2 wickets in 4 balls.
So you'd suggest, like, for both sides, the situation would be like Sheffield would want to be batting tonight.
Ideally they need to be batting tonight and starting to chew into that Ulverstone lead.
Yeah. Conversely, Ulverstone would just still want to be batting first up in the morning. So
yeah, and just taking more time out of the game.
Absolutely, yeah.
But what it has done to those wickets is it certainly has extended the time this game's going to go. You think now it's certainly going to go a fair bit deeper into tomorrow than probably what it looked like an hour ago. There was a threat an hour ago they were probably going to shake hands at lunch tomorrow. But Sheffield have shown that fighting spirit, which has served them well over many years, and they've come back into this game and created a contest again. So Hutton, another left-hander.
Did I say earlier, Brad, that horse tip came from Sam Robinson? So if there's any punters out there, it is,
Sam Robinson's tip. Did it beat the ambulance home? By the sounds of it, it certainly didn't win.
No.
Or place.
No.
No. Robbo might need to get a new mailman. So Olsen still 4 wickets in hand, but there's been a bit of damage done this last session. 4 wickets have fallen in quick time, and it's brought Sheffield back into this game. Olsen's lead is 52. What will it be at stumps? As Hutton plays straight, nice fielding there by Hazelwood in his follow through. So another quick look around the grounds. Sheffield 2 still ticking along, 5 for 129. Parker on 69, Clarkson on 11. Hazelwood aborts his run up there.
Interesting. Mark Simmons has snuck round to
Leg slip there.
leg slip.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's clear. There's a little bit of secret fielding movements going on there. He just told Geordie Marshall to just go back a few more steps towards the boundary there at deep backward square. So got 2 back on the... No, now he's going to come a little bit finer, so he's probably just gone in front of square now. They're out in the deep and...
Would need to be in front of square with 2 others behind.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there's the short ball. There's the trap was set. Hutton couldn't make contact with it. Evans took it behind the stumps. So 14 overs bowled for Hazelwood, 2 for 18. Ulverstone 6 for 174. They just look to consolidate here after their worst spell of the grand final. So back in the Cricket Tas Premier League Uni, 6 for 228. Tim Ward 118 not out. Patrick Dooley 15 there. So the Raiders are going to have a bit of a run chase on their hands tomorrow, you would think. Mowbray's 5 for 74 with Jared Freeman out for 31. Chasing Riverside's 120. And in the Burnie Cricket League Grand Final, still plenty to play for there. Rihanna 6 for 158. Chasing Stoport's 9 for 202. Littlejohn was out for 43. Monday 13 not out. Brock Dicker 1 not out. And they've got about 8.5 overs to go on that one. So that's going to come down to the wire, you would think. Up there at Rihanna, as King just pokes that one out towards the offside. It's been up at Sheffield 5 for 130 after 81 overs. Parker 70 not out. Clarkson 11 not out. Oh, that one. King sort of played away from his body there on that one. Strange for a shot. He never really moved the feet. Sort of poked the bat out there and didn't make contact.
Very similar to Jack Pearce's dismissal, wasn't it? Almost not across in front of the ball.
And again, Marshall just tempting King outside that off stump there. King squirts that one out to leg side just in front of square. Gets an easy single. So King gets off the mark. 6 for 175. Marshall now to Hutton. And left alone outside off stump. Outside edge there from Hutton. Runs along the ground to Gully. No damage done. Olsen 6 for 175 after 90 overs. King on 1. Hutton yet to open his account. And Marshall with figures of 3 for 47 off 26 overs. So just going through some of the award winners that were announced at the Cricket Northwest Awards night on Wednesday night at the Ulverstone Cricket Club. Alex King, a very deserving winner of Player of the Year after a big year with the bat, over 800 runs. He won on 17 votes, won by a vote from Ulverstone captain Alex Winwood on 16. Third was Jordan Kelly and Miles Barnard on 12 votes apiece. In fifth, Mark Simmons on 11 votes, followed by Ollie Walker, Nick Revel and Brodie Hayes, Clayton Campbell, Eli Sheen Jacobson there, and Seth Suter Singer all on 7 votes. So a deserving win there for Kingy. Player of the Year. It's his first Player of the Year award. He's been certainly been one of the dominant players in the competition for many years, and a nice reward for effort there for the Sheffield stalwart. The Danny Buckingham batting trophy for the second time went to Brodie Hayes from Burnie. It's his second win in 3 years. 585 runs at 58.5 for the Hurricanes opener. Never in a hurry, Brodie.
No.
A very, very good opening batsman, especially in the longer form of the game. The David Mullet bowling trophy went to Sheffield's Aidan Marshall. I think the last game of the season helped Hobbit out considerably. 26 wickets in the end at 11.27 to take out consecutive David Mullet bowling awards. And the wicket-keeping award, Jordan Kelly behind the stumps, we mentioned before, 36 catches and 8 stump-ins during the roster season. That's a massive season for a keeper behind the stumps. When you're playing 5 two-day games and the rest are one-dayers, it's a big season. So
I watched him yesterday. Like, obviously didn't see a lot of his keeping throughout the year, but up over the stumps to the quicker bowlers, and gloved him very well. He's got a really good pair of hands. So that's a good season.
As King pushes that one out, the offside between point and cover, gets one, and that's all they'll get. Good fielding there. So the Ben Hilfenhaus medal for the best under-21 player in the competition went to Ollie Walker for the second year in a row. You look at Ollie and you think he's about mid-20s.
Absolutely.
He feels like a seasoned pro, but he's under 21 still.
Under 21, yes.
So
a lot of cricket in front of him, but he's a good player, very good player.
Very good import for Burnie. The 2020 Player of the Year went to another import, George Harvey from Latrobe, who had a very good season. There's Hazelwood in again to Hutton. Short. Hutton gets that nice and fine, and they'll go to the boundary for 4.
It's a good shot.
Too short, and just down leg side there from Hazelwood, and Hutton didn't really have to do much with that at all, just helped it on its way. And with Collier there, not fine enough, it raced to the boundary for 4.
Interesting, Mark Simmons was at leg slip there the over before, and went back to the...
Took himself out, and all of a sudden, it's neck minute, as the kids say.
Yeah.
Hazelwood again, full up, but on leg peg again. Hutton, just a nice little glance behind square for an easy single. He moves up to 5, and the score 6 for 181. So the Greater Northern Cup Player of the Year went to Alex Winwood on 14 votes, won by 2 votes from South Launceston batting gun Nathan Phillip, and Alex King on 11 votes. And the All-Star team was named Brodie Hayes, Miles Barnard with the 2 openers, Ollie Walker, Alex King, Josh Walmsley, Alex Winwood, named captain Jordan Kelly, the keeper, as Hazelwood beats the bat there of King. Mark Simmons, Eli Sheen, the 2 spinners, Aidan Marshall, Matt Varner and Nathan Bessel, the 12th man. So not a bad team. You'd happily take that team into...
Yes, absolutely.
Into battle with it. It might be, if anything, it might be a paceman short. It's got 2 quality spinners in Simo and Eli Sheen, and Alex Winwood. You've probably got 3 quality spinners, actually. And you've got Aidan Marshall and Varner to take the new ball. Ollie Walker can bowl you a couple of overs, but all in all, you'd be... If it couldn't make any runs, that team, you'd be disappointed.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Marshall to continue here from the last street end. fumbled there by Evans. He might have got that one on the end of the fingers. That is the peril of keeping up to the stumps. If one just does a little bit out of the ordinary, you don't quite glove it cleanly, you do wear it. And he's shaking that left hand there, but I think he'll be okay. He's not getting too much sympathy from the bowler. Let that be known. Oh, good delivery there from Marshall. Evans couldn't glove it cleanly again, but that beat the outside edge of Hutton's bat. So Marshall getting this new ball to talk a little bit through the air. Oh, and again, Marshall squares Hutton up there. This is an intriguing battle now. Got one of the best bowlers of Cricket Northwest in the last 10 years up against a young emerging player of the competition, and the Marshall just showing all these tricks here. Oh, he's beaten him again. And I reckon that's moved a long way, Tim, because Hutton was playing that on a middle and leg line.
I think Sheffield would like to have this where Marshall's bowling against the left-hander.
Yes.
And vice versa, the other end with Logan Hazelwood with his outswing bowling against the right-hander. So they'd like to keep this on strike.
Just outside off some of that one. Hutton happily lets that one pass. In the second grade competition, Player of the Year went to Burnie captain Nathan Hayes on 12 votes. 1 vote ahead of Josh Marshall, with Chris Lindsay, Jade Doherty, John Lewis, Peter Fulton equal third on 9 votes apiece. Oh, he's beaten him again. Oh, Marshall can't believe it.
That's an outstanding over.
That is.
As we go into the drinks break.
That you won't find much better bowling than that. That's a very, very good bowler bowling to a quite capable batsman and just making him look a bit silly there for the majority of it. And I think Hutton will be happy to have a drink. And Jonah Evans might be happy just to take the gloves off and
just inspect the fingers.
And get some ice for his fingers. So also in second grade, the batting award went to Ulverstone's Jacob Smith with 364 runs at 45.5. Josh Marshall, the Sheffield second grade captain, took out the bowling award, 30 wickets at 11.3. That's his second win in a row in that category. And Max Hay took out the wicket-keeping award, 15 catches and 4 stumpings behind the wickets. As mentioned before, with when Khalil Leary was in commentary, Montana Bradley cleaned up in the women's first grade award, but the only award she couldn't win was the fielding award, which went to Sam Hardy behind the stumps for Sheffield, 6 catches and 2 stumpings. Umpire of the Year, no surprise there, Scott Pearce with 23 over possible 24 votes. Good to see Spirit of Cricket Award, Sheffield Cricket Club, their 4th win in a row and 5th win overall in this award. So it's a great effort there by the Sheffield Cricket Club. And not only have they been successful, but they play the game in the right way, which is good to see. And then they also took out the Gordon Rimmer Club Championship for overall consistency around the grades. 445 points, clear winners from Devonport on 392 points. So a couple of awards there for the Mountaineers, Tim, which is they sort of, in the overall scheme of things, you don't think much about them, but both important awards for clubs to win.
Yeah, absolutely. Particularly the Spirit of Cricket Award, where you want to be playing a hard, fierce game of cricket, but you want to be playing it in the right manner, and we're always stoked to actually win that. But the actual joke around the club is that we've come into contention of winning that so much more since Craig Bouch has retired. But I think that Spirit of Cricket, in all seriousness, it's a testament to our leaders, Mark Simmons and Alex King, of how they want our teams to play, not just the men's senior team, but our women's teams and our junior teams. Got to be playing in the right manner, but still obviously playing a hard-nosed contest on the field.
I mentioned before, Alex King took out the Player of the Year award there for his 819 runs at 51.19, which included 5 50s and 2 centuries. First Sheffield player to win it for a while. Just looking back there, have to go back all the way to 08-09 when the veteran Craig Boucher, just him and Mark Stephen just had a which veteran can have the best season. They both had outstanding seasons in the twilights of their career and took home the joint award in 08-09.
Yep. Oh, like he's had a great year, Alex. There's no doubt about that. He's, but perhaps not keeping as well has probably freed him up to just free his mind. So you're not sort of concentrating every ball behind the stumps and then coming out. He has been predominantly opening, particularly in the one days. So he comes just fresh from out fielding in and around the infield, and then coming out to bat. So that's probably freshened him up there. Also, Mark Simmons taking over as captain as well. So he doesn't. I'm sure he's still a leader for our team, and his advice on field is always to be listened to, but doesn't have the direct responsibility of captaining. So again, that's probably just frees up his mind just to focus on his batting, but or just in super form. But obviously he'd like to give all those runs back, I would have thought, for a decent score in the first innings, but that's the game of cricket, isn't it? So super confident. Just a little story at our last committee meeting. He pulled me aside just before the meeting started. He's not part of our committee, he was just leaving. We were just going into the room to have the meeting, and he just asked if he could get me to raise something at the meeting. I said, "What's that, Alex?" He said, the council, they need to come down here and do some work. I said, "What do you mean? What do you want me to raise at the meeting?" And he said, the boundaries are just a little bit too close for me at the minute. Can you just extend the ground a little bit?" So he's certainly got some self-confidence in his own batting belief at the moment.
I've had a message from the Fremantle Football Club captain's message through. Asked me to ask Beaver if my mate in Perth, Gary Spillane, was playing in those Sheffield Grand Finals.
Spiller Spillane, yes. The good Alex Pearce. G'day.
That one's cut King in half. There's Robinson back on the bowl now, taking over from Hazelwood. Could probably consider himself a little unlucky to come off. He bowled a very good spell there, but Robinson starts off there with a ball with cut King in half.
Pretty much bowled the first hour there, didn't he, Luke? So just having a spell. But Gary Spillane, he was certainly a member of that of those 2 years that we played in the grand finals, losing the first one against Burnie. He played in that one and nearly got us home with the bat at the end. He put on a big partnership with Warren Hegg. I think we was chasing about 280, was probably 8 for 200, and he actually remained not out at the end. I remember Warren Hegg got out when we got to about 260, and then Dion Smith got out cheaply shortly afterwards, but Gary was not out. But very good leg spin bowler. He was actually in the state squad at one stage.
I remember, I never saw Gary play aggro cricket, but I remember when I first started in cricket, he was captaining Latrobe 2s out here, and always thinking about the game, and had some very unique field placings, but they were there for a reason.
Yep.
And still bowled a handy leggy back in those days as well.
Yep.
Outside edge there from King, goes straight to ground. Good work there by King to stop it coming down to third man for any runs.
And he certainly was in the 89-90 grand final as well, and he actually took the final wicket to win the game. Yeah. So an LBW decision. A young fella from Winnie didn't pick his wrong one, which was no easy feat to pick his wrong, and he was a good bowler, Gary.
King well placed, easy single between cover point and cover. King moves along to 3, and the Ulverstone lead up to 50, 6 for 182. Sorry, 60, 180, 6 for 182.
But as the Fremantle captain would know, Alex Pearce, that Gary can talk up a good game as well. So, yes, living over now in Perth in West Australia, he'd certainly be letting him know how good a cricketer he was, that's for sure.
Also had a mother that was famous for her afternoon teas up at Sheffield too, from what I hear. Nola.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, used to be duck eggs in the sponge cakes up there, Brad. It's, yeah, you would have been right up your alley.
When I first started scoring back in '95, and I learnt about this afternoon tea thing during 2-day cricket, I thought I might do this scoring for a while.
Lovely farm cooks up there, but it's certainly got a competition. Who could have the best sponge cake or jelly cake or yeah.
And if you're bowling or batting, you probably didn't want too much of it. Going back out to bat on a warm summer's afternoon up at the Rock. There's King, drives that one to the offside, no run. So I've had word that Bade. I think I saw Baden Sharman at the ground this morning, but I believe he's back again to watch the Mountaineers. So good to see him.
Yeah, Bade would be here somewhere.
Ooh, in the air there from King, but well short of the fielder there. Ethan Clark there at mid-off. So Sheffield in second grade there. Still ticking along. 5 for 145 after 86 overs. So a long day in the field for Devonport. They'll be batting tomorrow to chase down that target.
He's still got his competitive spirit, Baden, with one of the roster games Sheffield played at Devonport, which is a home game for Baden, just to slip down into the grandstand on the far side, just on his own. Anyway, he came down when things got a bit tight, came down to the fence, and Sheffield were about 7 or 8 down for about a bit over 100, chasing 150.
Oh, that was a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, when Rowley Skirving and Jonah got him over the line. Yep.
Got him over the line. Well, Baden sat there and watched all the innings, and then they just got the winning run, just past the score.
Oh, it was King. Has that missed everyone? I think it might have.
I think it has. I think that's probably
gone for 4 buys. Yeah, so a full delivery there from Marshall, which King missed, and also Evans beyond, who was up to the stumps. Yeah, it's gone for 4 buys. So valuable runs there for Ulverstone. Up to 6 for 186.
So the word has it that Baden was sitting there on the fence and refused to move until they got the runs. They got the runs just past the score. The 2 young fellows, young Jonah Evans and Rowley Skirving, got them over the line, and he said, "Right, I've got you over the line. I'm going home now." Up and gone. So you'd love to be as competitive with that in the 80s, wouldn't you?
Oh, and more buys, I think, here. As King left it alone, Evans couldn't glove it cleanly behind the stumps, so just having a few issues up to the stumps here is young Jonah. With this ball certainly moving about a bit. This second new ball. So that takes extras up to 17 now, and the score up to 187. So continues to be a close one, that Burnie Cricket League Grand Final. Narona probably just with their noses in front, 7 for 190 with 3.5 overs to go. So needing another 13 for victory, 3 wickets in hand. Brent Monday, 21 not out, and is at the crease with Jackson Duff at the moment. Brock Dicker, the last one out, for 22. So good close grand final there in the BCL. Robinson, King leaves that one alone. Up in the north, Mowbray continue to make hard work of this run chase. 6 for 86 at Riverside, against Riverside. William Dakin and Brock Whitchurch in the moment. But that's had to be a low scoring, tight affair, that one. Might be still a bit more to play out tomorrow in the second day.
Yeah, still plenty of cricket in that game.
Yeah. But whoever qualifies, they're going to find it tough against a pretty strong Westbury team. We've been the yardstick up in the north for a good 4 or 5 years now. down at University in the Cricket Northwest Premier League semi-final. University 6 for 243. Excuse me. Tim Ward 124 not out. Patrick Dooley 18 not out. So again, the Raiders will be chasing a few tomorrow if they want to qualify for their first ever Premier League Grand Final. Alex said he enjoyed the Gary Splain stories and enjoying the commentary as King works that one square. He'll get one. Oh, he'll get a second as a sloppy bit of fielding out in the deep there. Gives them a second. And that's Nathan Clark out there. Just lifted the head, looked to see where the batsman were before he had the ball in the hands. And it nearly went over the rope for over the line for a boundary, but only cost him one extra run.
Just starting to build a partnership now, aren't they? Just starting to get things, the momentum back on their terms.
Taking some time out of the game, which is the most important thing. Oh, King, that one probably just didn't quite bounce as much as he thought. So these two are put on 15 now for the 7th wicket. But as you said, more importantly, just kept the Sheffield attack at bay, who certainly had their tails up after tea with Marshall and Hazelwood getting some big wickets. And nicely worked to the leg side there by King. Only 3 on the leg side, so there's plenty of real estate to work the ball into. And Robinson just was a bit too straight on that one. 95 overs in the books. 6 for 190, Ulverstone. The lead is 68, and Robinson 1 for 35 off 22 overs. So another wicket's fallen in that Burnie Cricket League decider. 8 for 191 now, Rihanna. Monday's still there and 21 not out. James King has just come to the crease. 3 overs left. 12 runs to get for a Rihanna, so I'm tipping there's some nervous times up at Rihanna at the moment. Some plenty of fingernails being chomped on.
It's good for cricket. Just
a tight grand final.
Yeah, it's just
you find out who's made of the right stuff in these sort of situations.
Yeah.
There's Marshall bowls to King, no run. Yeah, unfortunately, Cricket Northwest, we've probably been a bit starved of really close grand finals for a while. I suppose the last super close one was that the Burnie win over Ulverstone when Kate Bellinger and Dale Baker got Burnie over the line with a big partnership at the end there. Baker batting with a busted thumb.
A broken thumb, wasn't it? Yeah. I watched that. Yes, it was a tremendous partnership. Ulverstone really got themselves in a strong position to win the game, but unless you've got Dale Baker out,
it's just Dale Baker.
Yeah. Just a little bit of story about Dale in a grand final in 88, 89 when we played Burnie in the grand final. I was fielding at short leg when Craig Boucher and Dale Baker had some fantastic contests back at the time. The best bat and the best bowler in the comp up against each other, and it was the best place to watch it out in the field. And Craig came in and steamed in his first over, and he just got quicker with every ball. Well, the last ball of the over, he bowled a short one to Dale, who always just wore a cap, and hit him flush in the mouth. And I was fielding at short leg, and I fielded the ball 2 metres in front of Dale, so he took the full force of it straight in his mouth, just spat out a bit of blood, and the other opening batsman came down, to see, like, you're right, Dale, you're heading off or what? No, I'm right, come on, go and face up. And I remember Dale got 50 odd in that inning, so but flush in the mouth. It was, I could just still hear the crack now.
I remember Greg Sharman when Sharmo was a slippery left arm bowler, hit Dale in the head with a bouncer in a grand final at Devonport Oval. Bake just rubbed it off, kept batting.
Yeah, tough as they come. Yeah.
But then gave you that silly grin and always had a beer with you after the game, Bake.
Absolutely, yeah.
So 96 overs gone, 3 for 47 off 29 there for Marshall. Olsen 6 for 190. So just got some the Cricket Northwest history here. Dale Baker for 6. How many got there? Six Cricket Northwest batting average trophies, including 4 in a row between 1998 and 2002. His 2001-2002 season, 869 runs at 108.63. Also won a bowling average. That's the thing. A lot of people.
Yeah, he gave up bowling pretty early in this.
Yeah.
He was just
87, 88, 48 wickets at 10.43.
Yeah. Just ambled in off half a dozen steps and just was seam up, but used to bring it from a good height. You know, like so he could get a little bit of bounce as well, but just a bit of seam either way.
Yeah, so he's only one of 2 players to win both the Cricket Northwest batting and bowling average trophy. The other being Jacob Snare.
And when he was in the field, it was like if you hit a catch his way, it was like going into a big bucket. He had just these 2 big pairs of mitts that he didn't drop too many. He was a very good catch as well. So he's an all-round cricketer, no doubt about that.
So he also won a couple of batting averages, consecutive batting averages, 93, 94, 94, 95. Won 680 runs there in 94, 95 at 97.14. So when he won a batting trophy, he made sure he'd done it in style.
He did. There was there was daylight between the second one.
Good running between the wickets there from Hutton and King. Sheffield, Mum and Hazel there, just on his heels a bit. And King called Hutton through for a nicely taken single on the leg side. Of course, back in those 90s, you also had Danny Buckingham in that Burnie home team who was playing Shield cricket probably a fair bit as well. So that probably counted him out of a lot of batting average trophies. But when those two were together, often in trouble for the opposition bowling attack on a flat wicket.
Yeah. 2 contrasting batters, like Buckingham was just all class, all round the wicket. Where Baker, like a lot of his runs just on brute strength, and a good eye could see the ball really early, but yes, when it stayed hit, it was hit, for sure.
Buckingham, of course, holds the record for top highest score in a Cricket Northwest NWTSA Grand Final, 291 tip. Most teams would pay good money for 291 as a total team score in the Grand Final these days.
Absolutely.
Bucky made it by himself.
Absolutely, he was. And that was that against Devonport?
I think I was against Devonport.
And
there was some the Yeoman Devonport battles in the 80s were.
But the Devonport
memorable.
attack.
Oh, so it wasn't a bad Devonport attack.
The Devonport attack in the 80s was as good as you'd see. So, it wasn't made against. Just a mediocre attack, that for sure.
And that Yeoman team in the 80s also had a bloke called Trevor Docking, who arguably one of the best batsmen ever to play on the Northwest Coast as well. So the Buckingham 291 came in the 83-84 season. As you said, it was a pretty good... the Devonport attack was certainly no bunch of slouches back then. If we have a look in the... you had the likes of Chris Dell, David Mullett, Michael Kelly, Graham Mansfield, Kevin Pearce, Mick Maney, pretty reasonable bowling attack there, but
Absolutely. He was just a class above.
Bucky made it look easy. Docking also made 137 in that grand final, just as a sidelight. I don't know, you probably, when you started at Sheffield, you probably come in just at the tail end of that 80 sort of period. But you read through that Summer Warriors book and the scores they used to make in grand finals and individual scores in grand finals, and again up against high quality bowling attacks. But off the back of the bat, Hutton there went to flick that down leg side. It ended up going behind point. Chance there. Hutton was in the air for a long time, but no Sheffield fielder was going to catch that. Hutton survives. Moves along to 7-6 for 192. The lead now 70. It's coming down to the wire up at Rihanna. Rihanna 9 for 196. Monday's been run out by Lockie Bissett for 22. It's down to James King and Alfie Jackson in the last over.
7 to win.
7 to win. 1 over to go. We might get the live stream up on this just to see what's going on. So we're about to start the last over. Ryder snuck through for a single there in the first ball from Jackson. There was a shot at the wickets which was successful, but the batsman was back in his crease.
6 off 5.
6 off 5. Well, big swing down the wicket there by Jackson. They got one, they come back for a second. So up to 9 for 199 now, Ryana. As Marshall bowls to King. King drives on the offside, no run. So the farmers might not be doing much work tomorrow. If the cows might go hungry tomorrow if the Maroons get up here. Swing down the ground by Jackson. Gets one. That's all he'll get. So 4 to get for the Maroons. James King on strike. Been one of the stalwarts of the Ryana Cricket Club.
Not a blade of grass on the ground.
No, James Smith said to me this morning, he was up that way early in the week, he said she's dry up there. Playing a miss. Keeper fumbles it, but no damage done. So a dot ball there for Ryana. 2 balls to go. They need 4 to win. The internet reception up on the for the frog box isn't exactly super smooth, but it's getting by here. So, caught! Hutton thinks it's a bump ball. Umpire Sam O'Keefe says that's out. A sharp catch taken there in the gully. They're just going to confer here. Hutton may just want to... No, I think they're happy with that.
Just an umpire's discussion, I think.
General umpire's discussion. Hutton is out for 7. Sam Robinson striking there. 7 for 192. So we've got one ball to go here in this Burnie Cricket League Grand Final. It's Jackson on strike. They need two to win. I suppose a tie would be good enough for them, given I think Rhino would be the top ranked team. So here we go. Down the ground. He's got one. They come back for a second. They're going to do it easy. Rhino are the champions in the BCL A grade comp. Oh, there's equipment flying everywhere. They're a happy team up at Rhino tonight. Stowport are shattered. But utter delay. That's the sort of scenes you like to see in grand finals.
Last ball of the game to decide it. That's exactly what you want.
And the Rhino team are flooding out on the field to congratulate Jackson. So that's a great finish to that grand final.
Dreams of a batter to do that, Brett.
Just been told by Toad Pearce. I'm not sure if Toad's actually here or he's watching the game at home. Definitely not a bump ball. Definitely a catch, that one. So I think that might have been Collier. Yeah, Collier in the gully there caught that one. Sharp catch. It had a bit of pace behind it. So Hutton out for 7. And the coach, Reece French, is the next black cap to bat. Again, no slouch to the bat, has no grade ton to his name.
Interesting to see how he tackles this.
Yeah, he's an attacking batsman.
But half an hour to go.
He might just have to temper that for a little bit. Oh, out, caught and bowled, leading edge there from French. Robinson, great catch, diving back across the wicket. French gone for a second ball duck. And Sheffield continue to make inroads into this Ulverstone batting lineup and keep themselves in this grand final. That was a fantastic catch by Sam Robinson, who had to change direction, dive back across the pitch to his right, because he would have been thinking, with French playing that shot how he was, that the ball was going to the offside. But he had to change direction and took a very nice catch.
Good catch.
In his follow through. So I'll watch that one again on the live stream there. Oh yeah, very nice catch by Robbo, diving back across the pitch to his right. And Olsen, just when you thought Olsen had one hand on the Premiership Cup, Sheffield have kept this game alive. They've still got a bit of work to do. They trail by 70 on first innings, but they have given themselves at least a sniff, and on current pace could well be batting again tonight. So Matthew Varner, the reigning Dale Baker Man, the match medal winner from last season, obviously bowled very well last year, but also played a very fine night watchman innings. And he might, well, he's not in the night watchman spots tonight, he might have to play a similar type of innings here just to keep Sheffield at bay. He lets that one go outside off stump.
Yeah, certainly his plan will be just to see out this last half hour to make sure he's there tomorrow. And obviously Sheffield need these 2 wickets to get back into back as soon as they can.
Oh, full delivery there, Varner jams it out. Oh, good ball to a tail ender there, right at the feet. Varner got the toe of the bat on that one. Certainly didn't sound like it come out of the middle. It was more on the toe, and he survives. Olsen 8 for 192 after being in a strong position just before at tea at 2 for 161. They've lost 6 for 31 after tea.
Second new ball's done the trick.
Yeah, Marshall started the rot with the remnants of the old ball, and then the new ball come into play, and the wickets continued to tumble. wickets have fallen up at Sheffield as well in the second grade grand final. Sheffield 9 for 153 all of a sudden.
Right.
Chris Lindsay's come back on and got the wicket at Sheldon Parker for 75. Liam Slater for 1. Hashan Abarathna with the wickets of Clarkson and Ethan Duff for 23 and a duck respectively. Tyson Crawford and Jacob Woodcock numbers 10 and 11 at the crease at the moment. So the Orions have hit back hard late on day one in that one.
Yeah, interesting that. Like the boys looking at 180 plus to be and back their bowlers to get the job done, but 150 odd. This it might be just a few runs shy.
So University in the Premier League semi-final, 7 for 254 against the Greater Northern Raiders. The last wicket to fall was Patrick Dooley, LBW Sam Omani for 28. Omani's got 3 for 62 in after 21 overs. So good bowling there from the Devonport Quick. Of course, Braden DeVries, the other Northwest player in that team today. But, they'll have a solid run chase on their hands tomorrow to advance to a grand final where they'll play either Kingborough or might be North Hobart, I think. I'll see if I can find the scores for that. That other semi-final. But yeah, Kingborough and Newtown. And Newtown, well, I said a rain delay at Kingston. Didn't know there was any rain forecast down there today.
Yeah, I did hear showers are coming in from the west and then going southerly. Yeah,
right, So Newtown making a very promising start in that semi-final, 9 for 267. Oh, full toss there by Marshall. I think it might have been an attempted slow ball maybe. Could come out all wrong, but no damage done. So no one really starred there for Newtown. 36, 32, 21, 29, 38, 35, 38. So plenty of contributions there.
A good string of partnerships.
Now, Tim, I just wanted you to come across and have a look at this scorecard and just see if you can pronounce the surname of the opening batsman for Newtown here. Because I'm not even going to try and attempt that. Chris. Let's just call him Chris.
Surely he's got a nickname.
I hope so. He'd spend a minute trying to get his surname out. That would be a big upset there if Newtown defeated Kingborough in that semi-final. Kingborough being clear leaders for the season, for the majority of the season down south.
Okay.
There's Robinson left alone outside by Varner. It's a familiar leave that. Saw that plenty of times in last year's grand final. Solid by Varner. Just takes a little step forward. It shows the full face of the bat there, blocks it out to the offside. Mowbray 6 for 101 against Riverside, so it's 19 runs to get there to get ahead on first innings. You think they should be able to do that, but I reckon there's a fair bit to play out in that game tomorrow.
Yeah.
Up at Windsor Park. As Varner tries to flick that one to the leg side, hits him on the pad, he'll get a leg by for it. So, extras have been handy for Olsney. 17, make that 18 extras now. Left alone by King. So Sheffield 2's 9 for 158. With Crawford and Woodcock 2 and 4 not out respectively. Best of the bowlers there for the Orions. Lindsay 3 for 34 off 24 overs. Abarathna 3 for 29 off 17. Oh, thick edge goes between slip and gully. They'll get 2, and that's all they'll get. King moves along to 8, and the score 8 for 195. So Ulverstone, if they can get through another 10 minutes, that'll probably mean Sheffield won't have to bat again, because unless they're behind on overs, which I don't think they are, or certainly not. I think they bowled 15 overs
Last night.
yeah. So it's at 85. Oh, they might be a little bit behind then.
So we're looking at 10 overs exactly.
One night, yeah.
10 overs to come. Yeah.
Well, we might be playing a little bit of overtime tonight then. What's given Simo got through 4 overs, turned into a Gary Miles style offie when it was getting through him in 90 seconds. I thought they might have been right there, Sheffield, but they've just fallen behind a little bit. Maybe during this last session with a few wickets falling. Probably hasn't helped their cause.
It's taken the new ball too. They've just no spin in this session. It's just all been pace bowling. So
the tail ends there. Crawford and Woodcock got the score up to 160 now for Sheffield. So handy lower order runs.
Absolutely.
Handy lower order runs. So Marshall. Bonavana wraps him on the pads. Half shout there from the Sheffield fielders, but umpire Scott Pearce quickly turned it down. So Varner with the bat this year, 10 knocks, only made the 69 runs with a top score of 18, but I regularly hear reports that he does hit the ball pretty well at training.
He's a better player than what perhaps the stats have indicated.
Well, don't worry about that. Marshall has beaten his defences and bent back middle peg, and that's the end of Varner's innings for a duck. Sheffield continuing this resurgence, 9 for 195. Varner out for a 7-ball duck. And that brings the number 11 to the crease, Kobe Walmsley. So the Sheffield resurgence, as I mentioned at T, 2 for 161, Ulverstone, and in total command of this game. And while they still enjoy a handy 73-run lead on first innings, Sheffield have now got some sort of belief that they can, with a good second innings and some attacking batting, they can still make a game of this and push this game late into day 3.
Yeah, they just brought a glimmer of hope into the game, haven't they? Which was a great fight back after being dominated pretty much on the first day, so it's been a great fight back.
Would it be fair to say though now, Tim, it's getting to the stage where you probably don't want to bat tonight? As an opening batsman, and you're getting towards the lights just starting to fade a little bit. Varner with a new ball.
I was actually thinking that, and then I just know how some of our top order players thinking would be, and I'd probably go as far to say that perhaps an Alex King would probably open the batting and would like to probably knock off 20 or 30 of those runs tonight. That'd be the thought. I would have thought that might be discussed if this wicket falls soon.
So Marshall into Walmsley. Oh, that's out. It's clipped the bails. First ball duck. Walmsley gave himself a little bit of room, and it just tickled the stumps. The bails just trickled off. And that's the Ulverstone innings done. 195. Walmsley out for a first ball duck. The Sheffield guys are running off the field, mainly the top order batsmen. So Collier's one, Jordan Marshall was the other, Eli Connolly another.
I'm tipping you'll see Alex King open up here.
So all of a sudden we've got some life back in this Cricket Northwest Grand Final. Ulverstone have collapsed after tea. Sheffield have taken the new ball and it's brought dividends. They've fallen from 2 for 161 to be all out for 195. They've lost 8 for 34 in a collapse that just no one really saw coming after they dominated the first two sessions of play today, Tim.
No, it's you would have thought that Ulverstone was just going to see out the day and have wickets in hand at the end and just take some time out of the game and be all set up after day two. But there's just that glimmer of hope now that Sheffield, although there's only one day to play, but cricket's a funny game.
Well, I tend to think that the Ulverstone collapse probably even came as a shock to the ground staff here at the ground, because I think they had the roller sitting out there, but they packed it away, so it's back in the shed. So I'm not sure the pitch will get a little 5-6 minute roll in between innings. Just trying to see if Dion Tuxworth, who's usually the weekend groundsman, if he's about or not. The shed's still open, so I'd imagine he's floating about somewhere. But that's a very good fight back from Sheffield in that last session. As I said, Ulverstone 2 for 161 at tea, and now all out for 10 for 195. Aidan Marshall, after sort of really, I don't think he bowled his best this morning. He's come back and he's ended up with 5 for 48 off 31.3 overs. Sam Robinson bowled very well as well, 3 for 38. Logan Hazelwood 2 for 24. So all the wickets fell to the paceman, which still it says that the wicket still has a little something in it for the quicks if you can put it in the right areas.
Yeah. So
the Ulverstone innings finished with three ducks in a row, French, Varner and Walmsley. Well, from Alex Winwood down, it was all single figures. So De Vries was first man out last night. Court Evans bowled Marshall for 10. Kelly was the only wicket to fall in the first session this morning. Court King bowled Robinson for 37. Jake Vincent fell first over after tea for a well-compiled 68. Jack Pearce caught King bowled Marshall for 37. Winwood bowled Hazelwood for 9. Jacob Snare, LBW Hazelwood for 1. Toby Hutton caught Collier sharp chance in the gully there, bowled Robinson for 7. Brandon King was 8 not out of 53 deliveries. Reece French, fantastic caught and bowled there by Sam Robinson for a duck. Varner bowled Marshall for a duck, and Kobe Walmsley first ball duck bowled Marshall. So it's probably a fair summary of Ulverstone's season as a whole with the bat. They've promised a lot, but they've been prone to big collapses, and it's happened again in the grand final.
Yeah.
And while they've got a nice 73-run lead, they certainly can't count their chickens yet, because the Sheffield response for the final few overs tonight and the first hour tomorrow morning will be vital to determine how this game eventually ends up.
So if we're looking at 96 in the day, I'm thinking there's probably about 6 overs left.
Yeah, which is
6 overs.
So we'll probably be playing to about at least probably 10 past 6, quarter past 6. So the light's still reasonable. Certainly not going to go off a bad light, but certainly not quite as bright as it was an hour ago. So the Sheffield innings also all over in second grade, all out for 164. With Chris Lindsay getting the final wicket of Woodcock caught and bowled. So Lindsay finished up with figures of 4 for 38. And I'd imagine that would be stumps actually, because 93 overs bowled there.
Yep.
And so they'll be stumps. So Devonport will start afresh tomorrow in that run chase to knock off 164 and claim the second grade title. But Sheffield certainly, they'll be up for the fight. That'll be a very tense battle, I would have thought.
Evenly poised, I would have thought. Sheffield would have Would have liked a few more. I would have thought 180 plus was what the boys were sort of talking, trying to get up near that 200 mark. But runs on the board are a premium in a final. So, but good conditions. They've enjoyed Doherty and Judd Brumel, good young players in the Devonport side, fresh from our under 16 wins. So they'll give a good account of themselves tomorrow, no doubt.
So, hello, I'm copying a bit. Essendon clearly lost now. I haven't checked the final score, but I know they were getting beaten down. I'm getting abuse from North Melbourne supporters. Who's going to get sacked first, Brad Scott or Michael Voss? Dear me.
You're pleased to know, Brad, I didn't mention the football at all. So
no, well, me and Shane, I think we touched on it for about 30 seconds, and it was a pointless conversation because we could have been here for all 3 days complaining about our various teams. But I imagine you were a very happy man last week after the Tigers saluted over the Navy Blues.
Well, coming in at the start of this session with Ulverstone 2 for 160, I was pretty much keen to talk football for 2 hours rather than cricket. But it just shows what you put a kid in a Tigers jumper and anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Let's just have a look at that final score there. Oh, geez. The good thing was Essendon got 100 points. The only problem was Adelaide scored 161. So we got beaten by 10 goals after scoring 100.
Might have some defensive issues
defence.
that need addressing.
I think half our team think defence is the thing that just runs around the outside of the MCG. As far as I'm concerned, it's still a cricket season. And I'd happily take 6 or 7 wins this year. I think I'd go for. But
Well, at the start of the year, I was happy to take 1. So
as far as I'm concerned, the Northwest Thunder season starts next Saturday night, and the local soccer season's already started. So football is not high on my priority list at the moment. So just to repeat, Rayner scored a thrilling 1-wicket victory off the last ball in the Burnie Cricket League A grade final up at Rayner today. Cricket North semi-final, Mowbray 6 for 108 against Riverside, who made 120 earlier in the day. So that's Mowbray should get the first innings win there, but still a bit to play out tomorrow. Down at in Hobart University, 7 for 266 against the Greater Northern Raiders. Excuse me. Tim Ward 132 not out. And as we just mentioned before, Sheffield second grade all out for 164 against Devonport in the grand final up there at under the mountain. So the Sheffield second innings about to start here will be Matthew Varner to open up from the southern end. He'll have his tail up.
just an interesting take here, Brett. Harry Collar opening the batting as he did in the first innings. But Clayton Campbell is his...
so Campbell bat at number 5. So that would suggest that maybe Sheffield are looking to just bat out tonight and not do anything too silly.
Suggests so, and also there's just a little family issue with Clayton at the moment. His wife was actually due to have their first baby. She was due yesterday.
Oh no!
So he might be elevated up the order because just in case things happen tomorrow.
Just in case he's unavailable.
Yes, yeah.
So Collier in the first innings bowled Varner for a duck. Campbell was caught snare bowled Winwood for 21 off 134 deliveries.
He played a good innings, Clayton, in the first innings. Yeah.
He'd be disappointed with the shot though he got out on. He just went to work at one side of the wicket and got caught on the other side as Varner. Play and miss there from Collier. I don't think it'd be an understatement to say Ulverstone will be appealing for anything and everything in these final few overs today, Tim.
Yeah, they'd be disappointed with how they collapsed at the end, so they'd be up and about for a couple of wickets here before stumps, I would have thought.
Good to see Simon Eustace is actually watching the coverage of the grand final. If Brad Scott goes, Simon, I won't be too disappointed. We'll just say that. I don't think we've got the best Scott coaching us. So in comes Varner again. Oh. Just from Varner's action reminds me of someone, a former coastal fast bowler. I just can't quite. The action just looks similar. How it's just a steady run to the wicket, then a big load up.
Yeah, he's all shoulder, isn't he?
Yeah, at delivery.
He's a competitor.
He's
a very good bowler.
Injuries are probably just prevented coastal cricket fans from just seeing the best of him at all times. But
yeah,
as he's just the thick inside edge out from Collier. Tipping he's happy to get down the other end. Gets off the mark for this grand final.
I always said, Brad, that the easiest way to play fast bowling
is down the non-strikers
is get down the non-strikers end. So as much as you could. That's just watch the other player do
I
it.
Think, and you'd probably know, Tim, there's during the 1990s when the old Kookaburra Cup competition was in, and the Northwest teams had to go down and face the Southern teams. Who conveniently seem to have all the state players available when Kookaburra Cup games were scheduled.
On a Sunday, yes.
And I know there's a few stories getting about where coastal players had to face the likes of Jared Denton in his pomp, and were very happy to get down the non-strikers end.
Yeah. Yes, been there, done that with. I bet it with a guy. God bless him, Glenn Duff, who just went out with a cap.
Oh. And, that would have been red ragged or bull to
Denton. Yeah, he did slide one off his cheek. Didn't hurt him. It's just sort of a glancing blow that went for 4 leg bias, I think. Yeah.
So it'll be Reece French from the northern end. Picked up the big wicket of Alex King yesterday for just one. Started the season with a shoulder injury, Frenchie, and certainly by the time he'd started bowling again was very much medium pace, but he's the pace has slowly come back to him as the season's worn on. Oh, and on the money first up, Collier gets him behind it.
It's interesting. I just might have thought that Alex King might have been promoted to try and knock 20, 25 runs off this deficit tonight. But looks like Sheffield are just going to go with just playing at the time without losing a wicket, and then setting up the game tomorrow.
Oh, confident appeal. Umpire Sam O'Keefe just started walking away as soon as they started appealing. They're going down leg side. He might have got an inside edge onto it. But O'Keefe, not the least bit interested.
Yeah, 20 minutes to go. The fielding side won't die wondering here, will they?
But it just sets up an intriguing first session tomorrow and how Sheffield go about it. To try and... Well, A, they've got to work out how much time do they want to bowl to Ulverstone to try and bowl them out, and B, do they worry about a target? Like what the target's nearly secondary to how much time they need.
Yeah,
isn't it?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you still need some sort of target to. You can't just give them 25 runs and have 2 sessions left.
No. You
just got to find that balance point.
Ideally, you'd probably, you'd want that 40 to somewhere between 40 and 50 overs at them. But in that time, you've got to, like you said, you've got to have a, like you want to.
You'd probably want 100, wouldn't you?
Yeah, at least 100.
Well,
100, 120, something along those lines.
Well, you probably want something you can just dangle at Ulverstone and say, okay, do you want to chase this for an hour? Because they don't have to. Ulverstone actually don't have to get the runs.
No. Do you want to just play out the
Yeah.
game and win that way. Obviously, if you asked Alex Winter, how would you like to win the game? Score the runs, wouldn't you? Yeah. So you've just got to set a target that's...
Yes, it was similar to the Ulverstone Devonport Grand Final at West Park in 14-15, which, Devonport had got the first innings points, or the first innings lead, but Ulverstone left them 2 sessions to get, it was probably about 120, 130. Devonport chased them down,
Yes.
five down.
Yep.
But, they didn't have to, but...
No.
I suppose it comes back to playing your natural game, I suppose.
Yeah.
Because you can run the risk of, if you start going ultra defensive just to block out time, you might start losing more wickets than you hope for. So, Collier is on 2, Sheffield none for 2, off 2 overs. So they've got through the first couple of overs unscathed. Just watching the live stream up at Sheffield, I'd say Devonport actually might be coming out to bat. Oh no, they're coming off the field, so maybe I'm not sure what's going on there. It's saying it's live, and there still seems to be a bit of action on the field.
There's always action in Sheffield, Brad, whenever you're up there, day or night.
Solid there from Collier. Pushes it out to the offside. Yeah, I'm just trying to get a read of what's going on. But the problem is the score overlays on the screen as well, so it's very hard to work out what's actually going on. But there's nothing to suggest that Devonport have batted, so we'll just keep an eye on that one. They're outside off stump. Collier not even thinking about playing a shot there. So stumps up in Cricket North semi-final. Mowbray still got 11 runs to get first innings lead, or 12 runs to get actually.
Still 6 down?
Still 6 down, so
okay.
some nervous times for the lower order and tail enders of Mowbray overnight.
Matthew Varner would fit it well back in the days of fast bowlers in the 80s. He's just got that old school approach, hasn't he?
Bit of mongrel about him.
Yeah.
Doesn't want.
Steams in, good pace. Just has a bit of a chat too, has a word, which is great. Yeah.
Certainly
he can certainly back it up, that's for sure.
Can confirm it is stumps up at Sheffield there, so Devonport won't bat until tomorrow. And down in Hobart, University 7 for 273, Tim Ward 139 not out, Mason Wright 4 not out. Well, we've had word through from the Joker, Shane Wooten, who agrees with you, Tim. Sheffield missed a trick here and Alex should have opened. Oh, bowled him! Clean bowled him, off stump bent backwards. Ulverstone celebrate. Collier out for 2, bowled again by Matthew Varner. And Sheffield lose their first wicket, 1 for 2 in the 3rd over. And Varner just too good. Just too good for Collier. We'll have a look at the replay there. Just played down the wrong line there. Did young Harry. Off stump. Bent back at a nice angle, and the Ulverstone boys celebrate. So just a word through from second grade is Devonport actually did face 3 overs.
3 overs.
For some reason it didn't register wasn't registering on the scores. They're none for 1 after 3 overs at stump. So that would have been a nervy little session for a little tense little 3 over session there.
You've got nothing really to go. Getting off the mark, and that's about it.
Oh, there is. Now it's registered on that. I reckon the scorers must be running a bit behind there. The scores are popping up now. So in that second grade grand final. So yeah, Lockie Reed and Jay Doherty, a couple under 16 players there. Just go ahead and face 3 overs to finish the day, boys. Well dug out there by Campbell. So he's been joined by Eli Connolly at the crease. Can Ulverstone prize out 1 more wicket before stumps here? The light looks like it's actually improved a bit. The sun's made a reappearance.
It's the brightest part of the day, isn't it?
Yeah, beautiful out there now. The shadows are starting to lengthen across the ground. Good to see the ground staff have got the mower ready as well to cut the outfield. So great service levels here from the Latrobe Council. Big thank you to them for their working on the weekends. Oh, that one didn't miss off stump by too much, I don't think. The way Kelly took that one, he just had to move to his right a little bit. I think it missed off stump by too much.
It's certainly becoming tactic now, isn't it, to left-handers that
around the wicket,
right arm bowlers coming around the wicket.
Well, just bowling in general, like back in your day, Tim, a right armer coming around the wicket was just you got looked at weirdly.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. It taking, well, it should have taken like LBW out of the equation. So bowlers were always right arm bowlers, staying over the wicket. But I must say I never used to like it too much because it used to love a cut shot and used to cramp.
Oh, really? I never heard.
So going across with a right arm bowler going across to a left hander,
just cramped up a bit.
Yeah. And look, that's what they used to do. David Warner, wasn't it? That was
Stuart Broad to Warner.
Yeah, to cramp him up around the wicket and move it back in, not give him the width to work with.
Oh, no bowl there by French. Bowled 2 of those in the first innings. French to Campbell. Oh. Did he leave that or did he play that as well?
We'll give him the benefit of the doubt that he left it.
6 of one, half a dozen the other there.
I'll look after me left-handed mates. I reckon he left it.
So, enjoyed a good season, Campbell. First year up the mountain, isn't it, for Campbell?
Second
year. So he played last year. 456 runs. Oh, sorry, that's his bowling figures. Better look at those. 442 runs at 31 and a half. Like that's a very good season.
Yeah.
Gets a bit of width there. Can't beat the fielder at cover though.
A very good year from Clayton. He's found his way. Like Last year was a bit of introduction to coastal cricket, and then this year he's really gone from strength to strength. So just the way he makes his runs is,
Doesn't he? Yeah, well, just looking at the 45 boundaries, 1-6, so a strike rate of 57.4. So he's probably your sort of batsman, Timmy. He's a compiler of runs.
Keep it on the ground. You
Can't get out that way.
You try and take that option of being caught out of the equation. So very quick between the wickets. He's a very good fielder, and he's a handy left arm spin bowler as well. So he's an all-round cricketer, Clayton.
Shane Wooden's asked me to ask you about Tyrone Gleeson around the wicket. Big edge, not out, then 100.
Well, an umpire's paid to make a decision, Brad, so we'll just let the umpires make the decisions. And
Oh, Varner gets the outside edge there of Connolly's bat. Connolly scampers through for a single, and as we said before, he'd be quite happy down the non-strikers end for 5 more balls. I'm not quite sure how many overs were actually due to be bowled in this Sheffield second innings. We're at 10 past 6, so
I'm thinking it should be 6, but
yeah, I think 6 might be the magic number. If you work on 96 overs a day, take 3 off the changeover. Varner around the wicket. Caught it! Second slip, I think. So, around the wicket work. Campbell out for a duck. And the Sheffield second innings has started as pretty much as poorly as the first innings. They're 2 down already with only 4 runs on the board. And all of a sudden, the hopes and dreams they may have had of getting back into this game have been extinguished by Varner. So he's claimed 2 late wickets here on day 2 to put his team firmly back in front again.
this looks like Logan Hazelwood too, is it?
It does look like Logan Hazelwood.
Sending the night
Watchman.
watchman.
Night Watchman out to a fired-up Matthew Varner.
Yeah, all the best, Logan.
Yeah, I'll be honest, Tim. I am not a fan of Night Watchman.
No.
I think your blokes who bat at number 11 bat at number 11 for a reason.
Yeah.
Your blokes who bat at number 3 or 4 bat at 3 or 4 for a reason, because they're more talented than the bloke who bats at number 11.
Yeah. Bowlers bowl, batters bat.
Yeah. And the Ulverstone boys, there's plenty of chirp out in the field there at the moment. They are up and about. So they've quickly made amends for their horror last session with the bat. And Hazelwood's been sent out. So when he comes around the wicket again of a left-handed Hazelwood. Oh, outside off stump. Stylish leave there by Hazelwood. Nearly drops the bat onto his stumps.
In saying that, Logan's no slouch. He can handle the bat.
So the scorers are saying called by Brandon King was Campbell for the bowling of Varner. I'm not sure it was because King's not in that slip cordon. Oh, he might be first slip. I'm not sure first slip caught that. Unfortunately, the YouTube replay won't quite pick it up for us because it doesn't quite go. The camera angle's not quite set up to see who's in the slips there. So King's at first slip, then it's Winwood at second, French at third. I thought second slip might have caught that. I thought
second slip.
Yeah, which would be Alex Winwood.
Yeah, a good catch, good sharp catch.
No, it's been changed already. It's been changed to Reece French. So French at third slip caught it. Sharp catch. It was moving quickly. Varner. You'd like to just be a little bit straighter there to Hazelwood, really hone in on those stumps.
One thing, if you're going to bowl to Night Watchman, you just got to make him play, don't you? It's
good century crusher. Wouldn't go Australia right about now. And I'd be chucking in I wouldn't be bothering about mid on and mid off either. I'd be chucking them under, putting, hey boys, go get some helmets, and right under the batsman's nose. I'd be really putting some pressure on. Oh, again, Hazelwood allowed to leave that one outside off stump.
He's done a good job.
Yeah. So Hazelwood survives 4 balls. Sheffield 2 for 4. And we think this is the last over of the day, so it's 6:15. And I reckon it is because Scott Pearce has picked up the bowling marker from the from the southern end of the ground there, that he's gone back to square legs. So
that's Pearce all over. Wouldn't want too much walking.
No. He's already done 15 minutes of overtime here for no extra pay. So it'll be Reece French to bowl the final over the day. Eli Connolly on strike.
He's actually gone well back at square leg too, Scott, isn't he? He's halfway to the sheds already.
So this will be interesting here. Does Connolly, if there's a single on offer, does he look after Hazelwood here and not put the night watchman on strike?
We need the runs.
Outside off stump. Left alone by Connolly. I think if it's off the outside of the line of the stumps, it's being left alone here by Connolly and Hazelwood. But I wouldn't mind French. He can bowl a bouncer or two. He doesn't mind bowling a bouncer. I'd be slipping in some guys just under the lid there. Fired in at the stumps, going down leg side. Umpire Sam O'Keefe didn't want to know anything about it. So I've had confirmation on the SMS that this will be the last over of the day. And Nick Hazard just wants to know, did Beaver liken himself to Dave Warner? Only in height, Nick. Safely played there by Campbell, just off the pitch. So 3 balls remaining in the day's play. It's been started off as a comfortable day for Ulverstone. It only lost 1 wicket by tea. All of a sudden, the wickets have tumbled, and we've lost. We lost 10 wickets in the last session.
10 wickets in a session.
Everyone's lost their head all of a sudden. It's the reverse of yesterday.
Yeah.
It's just another mad-capped Cricket Northwest Grand Final.
10 wickets for, less than 40 runs?
Yeah. Extraordinary cricket. French goes full but fires it down leg side. Well taken by Kelly. To his left. So 2 balls left in the day. If I'm Logan Hazelwood, I'm just leaning on the bat, not even thinking about a run right now.
So Sheffield would need to think around getting around the 180 mark tomorrow. And
Connolly does take a single off the penultimate ball of the day. So Hazelwood will have to face the final ball.
It's trying to set Ulverstone 40 to 45 overs of getting the 110. I think that'll be the...
Yeah, I mentioned that in the change rooms tonight and whatnot, there'll be plenty of discussion as to what would be an ideal target to try and set them. Of course, they've got to get to the target.
Exactly.
They've got to set the target first. They've already lost 2 wickets for 5, so first port of call is get to break even again, and then start trying to establish some sort of lead.
Take it from there.
But French full. Oh, nicely played by Hazelwood. He'll pick up a couple there. It's a nice way to finish off the day. No, only interest in the one. Chased down by Jacob Snare. So Hazelwood gets off the mark with a nice drive to cover, and that is stumps here on day 2 of an enthralling Cricket Northwest Grand Final. Just when it looked like Ulverstone had one hand on the trophy, Sheffield roared back with a huge last session, which saw him claim 8 wickets. And then just to top things off, Ulverstone, led by Matthew Varner, claimed 2 wickets in Sheffield's second innings to leave Sheffield at 2 for 6. So Ulverstone trail by 67 entering the third and final day tomorrow. So set for a intriguing encounter. Obviously Sheffield will try and set Ulverstone some sort of lead. Tim, you expect the likes of Alex King, Geordie Marshall, attacking batsmen are going to have to come to the fore tomorrow, and one of them's got to make a big score.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, someone needs to, the 60 or 70, probably off a similar amount of balls to, to get to that target of, like, sort of talking, around the 180 mark, to set the target of about 110. But yeah.
All right. For a game that was sort of meandering along and looked, as I said, may look like it could have been over at lunchtime tomorrow.
Yeah.
And teams shaking hands. All of a sudden, it's got some life left in it, and that's good for cricket and good for the grand final. So we'll be back tomorrow from 11 o'clock to bring you all the action from the final day here at Latrobe Recreation Ground. Promised to be a great day. Second grade grand final, Sheffield making 164, Devonport none for one at the end of the day. And in the Greater Northern Raiders semi-final in the Premier League, University at stumps 7 for 273. So the Raiders are going to have a fair old run chase on their hands tomorrow if they want a spot in the Premier League grand final. But from the Latrobe Recreation Ground, my name's Brad Cole. Thanks again to Timmy Irvine.
Thanks, Brad.
For the last session. Thanks to Kalia Leary and James Smith also today in the commentary box. We'll see what we can drag in tomorrow, but looking forward to the final day of the Cricket Northwest season. Good night.